National Anthem of Grenada. On pan, please welcome Thank you very much. Please be seated. Once again, welcome to KFC National Relay Meet 2020, right here at the Karani James Athletic Stadium. We are absolutely appreciative of KFC for its continued support of athletic excellence. And so the organizers would like to register their sincerest appreciation. At this juncture, ladies and gents, we have 1 minute silence for a few of our fallen soldiers. Albert Simon, Therese Allison St. Paul, Alistair Clouden, and Joseph Peterkin. Also, Norris Ford. So this time we observe 1 minute's silence. Thank you, ladies and gents. Please welcome to the podium now, Mr. Aaron Moses, First Vice President of the Grenada Athletic Association, to address you.
Honorable Kate Lewis, Minister with responsibility for youth development, Mrs. Carol Ann Ross Hopkins, Managing Director of Kentucky Fried Chicken Grenada Limited, Reverend Raymond Roberts, one of our former national long-distance athletes, other distinguished members of the athletic fraternity, athletes, officials, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the return of our annual Relay Meet. I'm aware that most Grenadians lamented the loss that event last year, and we know why. Nevertheless, we are back, and we're excited about this afternoon's event. This relay meet is a very integral part of our annual calendar of events. It's an event that allows for the showcase of our athletes from under 7 up to adulthood. It allows for many of us to experience what we can anticipate as the athletic calendar matures throughout the year. It's an event that Grenadians love dearly because of its intense excitement. And so this afternoon, we are extremely pleased that this event is back. As you may be aware, it is a collaborative event between the Ministry of Sport and the Grenada Athletic Association. And we want to take this opportunity to applaud and thank Kentucky Fried Chicken Grenada, who have endured with us over the years. And today we are hosting the 22nd occasion for this meet. So we want to take this opportunity to thank you again and to alert you that this year's calendar of event is packed. And I urge you to pay attention. During the month of March, we are hosting our annual national championships. That event is where all our national athletes are expected to be on shore. They must participate in that event if they want to represent Grenada at any regional and international meets, with few exceptions. Then on Whitsuntide weekend, we are hosting the annual Whitsuntide Games, one of the most popular games held in Grenada over the last 5 decades. That games have returned, and on this occasion, we're having the 4th annual return of that event. Last year, we had approximately 240 regional athletes participate, and we expect this year that figure to go up to 300. It promises to be very exciting because we'll see a lot of our top athletes, primarily because this is the year of the Olympics. And many athletes will be looking for an occasion to expose their talent, to get competition, and in some cases to qualify to participate at the Olympics. So we are looking forward to hosting a number of top regional and international athletes at this event. So please pay attention, and we look forward to your support. So I now welcome you to enjoy what we hope will be a very competitive and exciting afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moses, First Vice President of the Grenada Athletic Association. Right, so right now we are going to invite to the podium Mrs. Caroline Ross Hopkin, Managing Director of Kentucky Fried Chicken, Grenada Limited. I'm going to, of course, assist you here.
Good afternoon, government officials, Mrs. Vida Bruno Victor, other members of the Athletic Association, ladies and gentlemen, students, parents, and well-wishers. KFC Grenada has had a long history of supporting youth sport in Grenada. The KFC Relay Meet is a prime example of that. This is not a day for long speech making. The focus should be on youth participating in the various events. We at KFC look forward to an event of keen competition, fun, and good sportsmanship. It gives me great pleasure to open KFC Relay Meet 2020. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Caroline Ross Hopkin. We also have for you some brief remarks by the Minister with responsibility for youth development, Honorable Kate Lewis.
Thank you very much, Kenroy. Mr. Aaron Moses, first Vice President of Grenada Athletics Association, and other members of the Grenada Athletics Association, Reverend Roberts, our sponsors, Ms. Ross, Hopkins, and all other members of our Teachers Association, our Parents Association, and all our students and athletes, members of the media. Good afternoon to everyone. It is a pleasure to be here at yet another annual National KFC Relay Meet. And I'm happy to be here because this is a very important event on our athletics calendar. And to see the return of the KFC Relay Meet is indeed a very important achievement for us at the Ministry of Youth Development, Sports, Culture, and the Arts. We are indeed grateful to our sponsors, Ms. Ross and the team at Kentucky Fried Chicken, for continuing to partner with us at the ministry, which shows your dedication and strong commitment to youth development through sports. This event is very important as it gives our athletes a platform to showcase their skills, their talents, and also to prepare them for further local and regional competitions. Today, as we look forward to this event, I wish to encourage all our athletes to do so with discipline and in the true spirit of sportsmanship, so that we can all enjoy a good evening's activity. Again, we must extend gratitude to our coaches, our teachers, and everyone who continue to play an important role in youth development throughout Grenada. So, without any further ado, and to join with Mrs. Ross Hopkins, I wish to declare the 2020 National KFC Relay Meet open. Let's have an injury-free activity. Thank you all.
Thank you, Minister Lewis. Please welcome Tagon Peterkin to do for us the athlete's oath.
In the name of all competitors, I promise that we shall take part in this KFC National Relay Meet, respecting and abiding by the rules which govern athletics, committing ourselves to a sport without doping and without drugs, in the true spirit of sportsmanship.
Thank you, Tagon. Now the official's oath. Please welcome Ayana Bartholomew.
In the name of all the judges and officials, I promise that we shall officiate in this KFC National Relay Meet with complete impartiality, respecting and abiding by the rules which govern the sport in the true spirit of sportsmanship.
Thank you very much. All right, so this is a very short opening ceremony. This is the end. Thank you very much. Father Raymond Roberts, thank you so very much for the invocation there. National Anthem, Makendu de Gale, of course, he performed on Pan. Thanks as well to Mr. Aaron Moses, First Vice President of the Grenada Athletic Association, Mrs. Caroline Ross Hopkin, Managing Director of Kentucky Fried Chicken Grenada Limited, and of course, the Minister with responsibility for Youth Development, Honorable Kate Lewis. Ladies and gents, thank you all. What a delight, thank you. So, the games have been declared open. Let the competition begin, as they say. Thank you all for being here. And of course, this event promises much excitement, much competition. We'd like to encourage you to cheer the athletes along, support excellence on the track. Of course, the balloons will be released into the atmosphere, all parts of the official opening. Ladies and gents, 2020 KFC National Relay Meet, right here at the Karani James Athletic Stadium in Grenada. Don't forget, you still have time to call a family member, neighbor, or friend, and let the individual know that the event is on.
And Sunday, Saturday, March 14th, and Sunday, March 15th. It's National Champs. Karani James Athletic Stadium. The athletes selected for Carifta and other regional leagues. Local clubs, schools, and clubs from St. Vincent will compete in competitive track and field events. National Champs. National Champs. Saturday, 14th, and Sunday, March 15th.
So thank you very much, Kenroy. And good evening to all our patrons here at the Karani James Athletic Stadium. We're just a few moments away from the start of our first few events of the evening, and we're looking forward to a keen and exciting evening of athletic prowess at the 2020 KFC National Relay Meet.
Very important announcement. All track officials, please report right now to the officials' tent located there.
Good afternoon and welcome to the live broadcast of the 2020 edition of the KFC National Relay Meet right here at the Karani James Athletic Stadium, downtown St. George's. And we are pleased to bring it to you wherever you are, on the internet, on the Facebook page of TNR Communication. We urge you to share the broadcast with all that you know. And we encourage those of you who are listening and who can still make it down to the National Stadium to please join us here at the National Stadium. Today's broadcast, we have with us here the veteran Bernard Antwine. He will be assisting us with the commentary. We also have Mr. Robert Samuel, the mayor of Belmont, he likes to call himself, and yours truly, Leslie Smith here. The three would bring you the live action here at the Karani James Athletic Stadium. Gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you very much. I think we are in a good meet today. The weather is great.
So, Mr. Antoine, your thoughts in the very initial stages on the conditions, the atmosphere, the kind of expectation that these young athletes may have in the early stages of the season?
If in fact one wants athletic weather, this is it. The weather is good. The breeze is not too high, and it's sunny, yet it's cool. So this is good weather for track and field.
Robbie, we've done this several times. I mean, your expectations. What do you think the kids are thinking? The athletes.
They just want to get off the blocks. First meet of the season. First meet for some of them in about 2 years almost. So they just want to get some timings on the track. You're not going to get some personal best today, or not that much. If it happens, you have to say hallelujah. But typically on the first meet is just to see where you're at.
Get the cobwebs out.
Yes.
Well, in case you've just joined us, what you would have missed earlier on was the very short opening ceremony, and we had officials from the Ministry of Sport, the Honorable Minister of Youth, delivered some remarks. We also had some remarks from the Athletics Association and, of course, the officials and athletes out. We have some 22 teams registered here to participate this year, and that's quite an impressive lineup. We are going to start off today with the men's shot put as well as the boys javelin throw under 17. And, of course, we're going to have the women distance medley. It's a 12 by 8 by 4 by 16. So they're getting set for all of these. The officials are already here. They're nicely adorned as well. And as Mr. Antoine was saying, as Bernard was saying, and we use first names today, Bernard, if you don't mind.
Definitely.
The atmosphere, the conditions are pristine. The atmosphere is just nice, not too strong of a breeze. We've seen in the past where very impressive times are recorded, but they couldn't get the records because of the wind speed. But definitely conditions are very nice for track and field. And this is maybe one of the major events to open the season. We've had some secondary schools having their sports meet. But in terms of a national event, this is the opener, so to speak. And I'm sure there's a lot of expectations, athletes wanting to gauge themselves in preparation for maybe the character trials, the intercall games, and many of the other competitive meets that are on schedule for the season. So it's a good test for the athletes in the early stages. And we expect maybe to see some impressive times. Maybe 1 or 2 injuries may pop up as well because it's very early. But just as how we are eager to bring it to you, I'm sure the athletes are just as eager to perform today.
Absolutely. I think it would be quite useful for us at this juncture to give you a brief on the 22 teams that we have on show today. So we have Ace Track Club. We have Alpha Junior School, the Anglican High School, and the acronyms Ace Track Club, you will see it recorded as ACE. Alpha Junior School will be recorded as Alpha, ALPHA. Anglican High School as AHS.
It's good to see Anglican High School here. As a matter of fact, they had their sport meet just yesterday. Beacon Junior School, BJS, Bishop's College as BISH. Blue Bloods Track Club, Blue. Boca Secondary
Blue Bloods, my understanding, that's SAS?
Yeah, so these are athletes out of SAS competing for the first time under the name Blue Bloods.
Oh, okay.
Over the years, they would have competed under the Ace Track Club. So many of them this year are competing as Bluebirds today.
And that's quite interesting. There may be a dilution in the quality in the Ace Track Club, but at the same time, it lends itself to a broader exposure.
Yes. Is it, who are they coached by Wayne?
I'm not sure. It could be the coach at the school because Wayne is part of the Ace Track Club makeup. So he's there with the Ace Track Club. But it just reminds me of, we used to see the combination of Anglican High School, GBSS, as Stanton Bullets.
That's right.
Today they're competing separately, and we see the inclusion now of SAS under the name, the Blue Bloods, right? The SAS Blue Bloods, so to speak. The Blue Bloods Track Club.
As you said, it might be a way of gauging your strengths, your weaknesses, where you're at. Because it can be a bit misleading at times when you combine your efforts with outside athletes, foreign athletes. And for an event, let's say like intercall, it may not be a true picture.
Right.
Yeah, because you're back to square one with your original athletes, So that I think that this may be a good for SAS. As we carry on, Carriacou Athletics Committee, CAC, Extreme Power Track Club, EXTR. That's what you're going to see on the bibs. FCJS First Choice Junior School. GBSS, Grenada Boys Secondary School, HSS, Hillsborough Secondary School, IGUA, Iguanas, and that's most likely Westerhall Secondary.
It is Westerhall Secondary.
Okay. JW FCS, JW Fletcher Catholic Secondary. PBC Cannons. SS Shaper Stunners. SC or S.
And the Shaper Stunners really is the school in Guelph.
Yeah. St. John's Christian.
St. John's Christian
Yes,
Secondary School.
yes.
That's right.
South City Rising Stars, SCRS, SPZ Speed Zone, Kirani's former club out of Guelph. SDCSS, St. David Catholic Secondary. SDTB, St. David's Track Blazers. SJC, SG, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. And last but not least, SMJS, St. Mary's Junior School.
It's very interesting to see St. Joseph Convent, St. George here today, because they didn't have a sport meet this year. In fact, they had something that they referred to as a fun day.
Ah, okay.
So this really is the true first time on the track for the young people in St. Joseph Convent, St. George.
Right. Well, this will be interesting. I know with the whole efforts of the work to rule by the Grenada Union of Teachers, for instance, high school sports yesterday was held 8 to 3 o'clock during school hours.
During school hours.
Yeah, so that, I mean, it's a bit of a compromise, and thankfully so. At least you can have a sporting event and still under the banner of the work to rule. Whereby last year on the work to rule you had no sports.
No sports at all.
Yeah.
And that in fact impacted significantly the performance that we are going to see today.
Yes.
And maybe in the next 2 years or so. That 1 year of postponement, if you want to call it that, of hiatus when we didn't have any real competitive sport meet on the island.
Well, you know what? Strange enough, last year we had I think about six Crafter medals. That was our best haul in about 5 or so years, and there was hardly any sporting meets.
That's true.
Yeah.
And somebody might add even the CXC results last year.
Yeah, they were better.
They were the best results we have had in a while.
That's right. So
no, this is not an advocation that the work to rule should continue by no means. But it's what it really says is that when one back against the wall, they pull out all the stops.
Yeah. Yes.
And it speaks to resilience.
Yes, it does. And we are Grenadians. I mean, it's in our DNA to be resilient. I mean, to be perseverant. We are descendants of Edon and Gary and Maurice, Christopher Henry, and all the likes.
History 101, folks.
So if we could segue back onto the track, we're getting ready for the first event. These are the athletes here for the Javelin, which is the second event. That's the Javelin on the 17th. And in this event, we expect to see Jalen Calder from Track Blazers, Cameron Thomas, also of Track Blazers, Dequan Antoine and Keishon Clark of Blue Bloods, Jimmy Lawrence of PBC Cannons, DeAndre Bristol of the Hillsborough Secondary, Joshua Richards and Javon Francis of the GBSS, and Ronaldo Ross of Iguanas. These are the competitors in the Javelin on the 17th. In the men's shot put, which is about to begin as well, we'll also see 12 competitors there. From the GBSS, we have Jaheim Sandy and Kenwin Mitchell. From Hillsborough Secondary, Brian Batiste. From Track Blazers, Claudson Samuel. From Extreme Power, Michael Neptune. From the Blue Bloods, Kerry Collier. Another athlete from GBSS, Josiah Cooper. From the Track Blazers, we have Josh Hazard and DeAndre Collins. From Extreme Power, Kevon Thomas. Deandra Stephen from St. David's Catholic Secondary, and Kimron Fleming from Speed Zone. These are the competitors in the shot put open. But if you look at the Javelin event, Robbie, any of the more known names in this particular event, the Javelin under 17? From the GBSS, we have Joshua Richards and Javon Francis. From Blue Bloods, Dequan Antoine, Keishon Clark, Jamie Lawrence, PBC. DeAndre Bristol, I think to know him more in the middle distance from Hillsborough Secondary, but he's also doing the Javelin.
This is much he's versatile.
So there they are, taking their final instructions from the officials. They had their warm-up throws already, and they're getting set for competition now. So although it's a relay event, we do have a number of field events to complement the relays
Yes.
and to give the athletes some competitive readiness as well, I would think,
And
in preparation for the season.
and I would think that was a very good decision when that was added, especially now that we are most well known in recent times for the javelin event.
Absolutely so, absolutely so. So we encourage those of you who are at home who can still journey on down to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium to please join us down here for exciting KFC relays, as we've known it to be. It's still sparsely populated, but we expect later on in the afternoon, Robbie, as is customary, to have all the seats in the main pavilion field and some spillovers into the bleachers as well.
That's right. I mean, as the evening progresses.
And the weather is good, so we expect to see you folks keep turning up not too long from now.
There's also going to be some action on the track. That's event number 5, and that's going to be the women distance medley. It's a 12 by 8 by 4 by 16. So it's 1200 meters by 800 meters by 400 meters by 1600 meters. It's a distance medley, so it's going to be an endurance test for the young ladies very early. The meet record there is 12 minutes 34.1 seconds, so it's a very extensive race, Bernard and Robbie, and that's going to kick off the relays for the women in a moment.
That record was set in 2013 by St. David's Track Blazers, and I'm not sure if you gentlemen were here at that time, but I remember that was a very exciting race, though it was a long race.
I'm sure Kenisha Pascal was in that race.
She was, and it was most competitive towards the end. It was very, very competitive, and I don't think we would have anything different today.
Well, it's a record to be beaten. It's an impressive record as well, and let's see what will happen when that race is called.
And we'd have, on paper, we have 6 teams down to contest this event. Bluebirds, AHS, Happy Secondary School.
That's Hillsborough Secondary.
That's Hillsborough Secondary School. I'm so sorry. Extreme Power, SJC St. Joseph Convent, and we, on paper here, we have St. Joseph Convent, St. George, and St. David's Track Blazers. Those are the 6 teams that we expect to contest this event.
Right, so I see St. Joseph Convent, St. George as one of the teams competing. I'm wondering about St. Joseph Convent, Grenville. I've not seen them on the competitors on the club listing here, but we've known, as a matter of fact, the very last intercall games that was held, they are the champions of that.
Yes.
And one would have thought that they would have been here this year in competition at the KFC Relay Meets. But nonetheless, they may be participating under the Ace Track Club, so we might still see some of the athletes from the SJC Grenville on show today.
Both St. Joseph Convents, the one in St. George and in Grenville, they chose not to have a sport meet this year. So maybe we were a little bit surprised when we to see St. Joseph Convent, St. George taking part in the relay meet. A good thing for the young ladies, but we are a bit surprised. So maybe that's one of the reasons why St. Joseph Convent, Grenville, is not here.
So beautiful conditions as we see here. The athletes getting ready for the javelin. That's the Westerly Gunners on the runway there, having their warm-up throws. And in the background we can see some of the spectators in the bleachers trying to grab that early spot close to the finish line, I would think, Robbie. And they're nicely perched there waiting for the action on the track. Just a few on the bleachers as well, but I can tell you by 5 p.m. this afternoon, all those seats there will be taken.
Filled.
Again, we say good afternoon to those of you who are viewing on the internet, on TNR Communications and any other Facebook pages or platforms, or in the social media platforms. We welcome you to the broadcast, and we urge you to get interactive with us. Let us know what your opinions are, who are the athletes that you're cheering for, who are the clubs that you're cheering for, and fill us in with information that we may not have here. We very much welcome that, and we want to be interactive with you. So we say hi and hello to all of you out there, Nathaniel, Mark, and all of you out there. We wish you an enjoyable afternoon with us. Javid Charles, we know you're watching as well. And there are some usual viewers that we have out of the US. We hope that you'll join us later on this afternoon as well.
Lisa Pascal.
Of course, Lisa will be joining us, I'm sure.
Nathaniel is based in the US now, isn't he? Yes, he is.
Nathaniel would have been a regular competitor at these games here.
Where is he?
And
Central Arizona?
He's actually shouting for Gamali Felix, I think.
Yes.
Which was his good friend back in the day.
For,
and
former
Gamali
teammate.
is doing quite well. Last year he was very impressive as well. Both Gamali and his brother. Candessa Scott, she's also viewing. And we say good afternoon to you, Candessa. Alicia Calise.
We
Kenisha
welcome your
Paul.
comments, one and all.
And Kenisha Paul is letting us know very early that her son, Dejon Paul, is running. And I'm sure she'll be banging on the chair when he's on the track.
That's how you do it.
So we welcome all of you. And thanks for your kind compliments so far. We hope that we can keep you well informed, keep you well entertained, and bring it to you as best as we can. Those of you who are unable to make it onto the National Stadium, and those of you in the diaspora, again. So we see some of the PVC cannons. That's the son of our producer there, Mr. Oliver. He is one of the guys to look at on the PVC cannons. He runs the 100 and 200, and I'm sure he is part of the relay team for the PVC cannons, the old folk cannons.
You are not missing anything on the track. The action will start momentarily, and what you are seeing is a scan of the athletes who are preparing for the early events.
So we say good afternoon to to Anderson Peters. He's actually looking at the broadcast, and he's saying hello to Candessa Scott and others. So Anderson,
welcome,
world
Anderson.
champion in the Javelin. Your pet event is about to start as well. I'm sure you'll be looking on keen to see what the youngsters are doing and how you can assist them as well. And those of those competitors who see you as maybe the role model or want to emulate you.
Great role model.
And we're happy that you're able to join the broadcast and to see for yourself what's happening here at the KFC Relay Meet.
Anderson, a really talented athlete, because I mean he's known right now for javelin, but I mean Anderson dominated the 100, the 200. He threw the short put. It's a bit surprising that he didn't follow the path of like a Kurt Felix to be a decathlete.
And quite interestingly, I was listening to his coach Paul Phillip give the history of how he became a javelin thrower. It was by accident. He was actually injured and couldn't do his track events.
Okay,
but
and that was the motivation for him to get into the javelin.
But he really does have decathlete credentials.
Yeah.
It's a good jumper.
Yes,
triple jump. Good triple jumper.
Real talented athlete.
That's one of the competitors there in the javelin, and that is
448.
That's Jalen Calder of the Track Blazers. Track Blazers out of the St. Davis area. Very prominent club here in Grenada, Robbie.
Even the surname Calder is like latent kind of area.
Well, I guess you know, Robbie. You must be traversing those areas quite often. From a man from Belmont to know the surnames of St. Davis, Robbie.
We're Grenadian. We're supposed to know.
Well, that's Calder there for you. He will be on the runway attempting his first throw. And we have this year as an additional feature the roving camera that is going to pick it up for you nice and give us the distances as well. That's Calder on the runway now. What are any comments on his technique here?
I think what we have just seen is, you could probably say it's almost like a warm-up throw.
Right, and we saw Paul Phillip there, who is the coach of Anderson Peters. He's actually one of the officials there for the javelin, but on screen
He's
now
officiating and also giving some tips.
I would think so. We see the competitors for the first event on the track. That's the women's distance medley. And again, to remind you of the competitors we have in lane 1, Bluebirds from the St. Andrews area. Anglican High School in 2. In the purple and yellow, that's the Hillsborough Secondary. But that's actually the Trailblazers uniform. So there might be a little reassignment here. And then we have Extreme Power in 4. SJC should be in 5. And Track Blazers in 6. We have the listing of the Bluebirds. So we should see Jakaya Charles, Katie Simon, Aruna Cape, and Donlin Patrice. These are the quartet for the Blue Bloods. And the quartet for Anglican High School, Nikisha Lewis, Anaya Francis, Sarah Etienne, and Kiana Marriott. Hillsborough Secondary, we should see Jordan McIntosh, Deborah Adams, Avanella Andrew Robbie, a very familiar name, Emily Benjamin, and they also have Ashara Eno and Cora Peters. So 2 of them would obviously be standby for the team out of the Hillsborough Secondary School. So,
Seems
gentlemen, the record to beat here is 12 minutes 34.1 seconds. As we said earlier on, a record established by the St. David's Track Blazers in 2013. How do you measure? These athletes look pretty much young as well, although it's an open event. And how do you see them matching up to that record from as early as the game start today?
It's a bit difficult to always gauge athletes when it's an open event, because you may have a bit of a mismatch sometimes in a particular round, because one athlete or one or two athletes might be older than others by 2-3 years. So it comes down to the strength of the team and how well they are coached.
So it's actually 1,200 meters by 800 meters by 400 meters, and the final leg is 1,600 meters. So it's a race of strategy, I would think. How do you position the athletes based on their strengths? A good 400-meter athlete to maybe give a 200-meter lead going into the final 1,600 meters. And I would think your best 1,500-meter athlete would be on that final leg. And maybe your fastest athlete in terms of a sprint athlete would do a 400-meter third leg. So it goes down to the strategies of the coaches, I would think, how they select the athletes for this event and how they position them in the various changeovers.
I'm looking at Lewis of high school. I mean, she's typically good for 1,500 meters and up. So it's a bit interesting that you're starting her rather than not saving her for, well, I mean, this is probably the longest aspect of the race, right? The 1,200 meters?
No, it finishes at 16.
Okay, so one would have thought that she might have ended the race. But let's see. And as you said, it all comes down to strategy and however the coach perceives to approach it.
So, John Otley, you're asking us to give you the color matching for the various clubs. We don't have it officially here, but from our experience in bringing these games, we know some of them for sure. The Blue Bloods would be in navy blue and white. St. David's Track Blazers, they're normally in the purple and yellow. SJC St. George, normally in the green and white. And I can tell you Anglican High School normally in the white, predominantly white. And
Convention George is usually...
Hillsborough Secondary normally in yellow.
Yeah.
So the green and black that you see on screen there, receiving the information from the officials, that should be SJC St. George. And the all white should be Anglican High School. The blue bottom with the white top, that should be the Blue Bloods. Track Blazers in the purple and yellow, and we will try to bring you the other colors as they appear. So we'll try our best to capture that for you, to give you the colors of the various clubs. And we got a question whether or not TNR Communications will be bringing Intercall live. Well, I had a conversation with the producer, and he has given some indication already that Intercall games will be brought live on this platform, so you can anticipate that later on in the season.
So the athletes are getting their final instructions from the officials, and we should be on our way shortly.
So that's Job Alexander there. Job used to be one of the coaches out of SAS. He's retired now, but he is one of the starters who always preside and officiate at all of the track and field, or most of the track and field meets here at the National Stadium. Very experienced indeed, and has been responsible for many of the successes of SAS over the years at track and field. That's Job Alexander right there for you.
So there seems to be only 4 starters. So Extreme Power seems to be missing, as well as Hillsborough.
Right, so the 4 that we see that looks like Blue Bloods, St. David's Track Blazers, Anglican High School, and St. Joseph Convent St. George's.
There's a slight delay as if they're explaining something new to the athletes, because you see the athlete from Track Blazers keep on like she's constantly questioning them.
That's right, she is indeed.
Very animated.
So the action is about to begin on the track. It's already started on the field events with the Javelin for the under 17 boys and the men's shot put open. We will try to segue into all of the events to bring you as much coverage as we can We know for a fact there'd be a lot more emphasis on the track, but we will try to bring you the field events as well. There they go now. It seems to be ready as we see Arona Cape for Blue Blood. She would lead off for them. And for SJC, not quite clear who it is.
That's
there,
Nikisha Lewis.
That's Nikisha Lewis. And for the Track Blazers, we don't have the lineup for Track Blazers. But Cape for Blue Bloods, Lewis for SJC St. George's. And we look to see if we can pick up the number of the athlete for Anglican High School. And we should be able to give you her name. But there they are. They've been on the track for quite some time
Lewis
now.
is from high school. Nikisha Lewis.
Nikisha Lewis.
It's my neighbor, so I could just ring the name
That's
off.
Nikisha Lewis. That's right, Robbie. You're on the ball with that.
Yeah.
So it's Arona Cape, Nikisha Lewis, then we have Track Blazers, and then we have from the St. Joseph Convent, St. George's. So they're going to be doing 1,200 meters on the first leg, and that'll be 3 laps around the track before they hand over to their teammate to do an 800-meter split.
So you go from 3, 2, 1, and 4.
And to let you know that there are some attractive rewards and prizes for the winners of the KFC Relay Meet events. As a matter of fact, they're given monetary prizes. That has been the practice over the years. And what has also happened this year is that the sponsors, KFC, has increased the sponsorship money this year by, I think, maybe $10,000 or so. So they just over 100, I think it's up to $110,000, $115,000 worth is the sponsorship from KFC,
Very
and
good.
KFC is the major sponsor. So that augurs well for the development of this particular event, and it's an event that the athletes look forward to. It's they get a nice little token, a monetary token for their performances, and
Do they receive that monetary token? Because
No, it goes to the school.
yeah, because you gotta be careful with these things, because in the event that an athlete progresses to, let's say, an university in the States or so, you don't want NCAA saying, hey, well, you received monies at the KFC Relay Meets a few years ago.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
and that's a delicate line to thread on. So I guess the,
Yes, it goes to the school.
money goes to the clubs or the schools. So we're still anticipating the start of this event, Robbie. We're just as excited here as the spectators, because it's the first event of the 2020 edition of the KFC Relay Meet. And quite interestingly, some of the athletes with their conventional track spikes, and we see one athlete there with the training shoes from the SJC St. George's. So I'm sure she's much more comfortable running with the training shoes maybe than the distance spikes. Interesting though. So they call to the starters orders now. And they're off for the start of the final event, the first event, I beg your pardon, of the 2020 KFC Relay Meet, the 12 by 8 by 4 by 16. And we would look to see what kind of strategy that is being employed by these young women. It's an open event, as Track Blazers takes the lead very early, slender lead, very early.
Fairly pedestrian first 200 meters.
And this race will take us maybe for the next 12 to 13 minutes or so. And we expect to see maybe some lead changes. It's an event that is going to test the endurance and stamina of the athletes, and maybe some speed as well. But it's more an endurance type event, and it calls for a lot of form and conditioning and so on.
And strategy.
And strategy as well.
Yeah. Because if one is not careful and you start running somebody else's race and forgetting where you are, it will not end very well for that athlete.
So they're tightly bunched in the early stage of the event, and we will look to see who would make the first move, who would make the first kick, so to speak. But it's very early for anybody to want to do anything strange at this point in time. They're just going to take it easy in these early stages. They have to do 3 laps to complete their 1,200 meters.
It's Track Blazers by 5 meters.
She looks pretty comfortable up front as well. They all look comfortable. Blue Bloods trailing behind, but no need for any alarm at this stage.
It's certainly the event that you want to see numerous lead changes throughout the various legs. Said 3 laps, then 2 laps, 1 lap, 4 laps. It's a lot of laps to encourage a lot of all different leaders.
The Trailblazers have increased their lead now, and closer to 10 meters. Second place at this time is Anglican High School, followed by St. Joseph Convent, St. George, and Blue Bloods picking up the rear. And certainly Trailblazers has increased the lead further.
And she's going hard at them.
This is like a 70 meters lead right now.
So that's actually Jada Harry there for Trailblazers. She used to campaign, if I recall, for SJC.
SJC.
So that's why we had a little mix-up there. We were not expecting her to be in the Blazers outfit today, but she is a middle distance type athlete, and that's why she's able to establish that lead on the rest of the field.
This is turning out to be a sizable lead.
Yes.
Indeed.
For both first and second place as compared to the other 2 athletes.
So over the years, she would have competed for the SJC. She's now with the Trailblazers, and known for her middle distance events.
It's a good 60 meters.
She's very comfortable here. That's comfort zone for her.
Athlete from Bluebirds to be making a move, Smithy.
Well, she's in 3rd position, so she would want to close that gap on Jada and the other competitor from Anglican High School, that's Nikisha, and see if she can put her team in a better position. But there goes Jada as she's about to make her first handover. She's really pumping now. The legs go up, the arms, the momentum is there for Jada. She's given a very good account of herself in this event, and she's going to hand over now to her teammates, the Trailblazers, first handover here. And they're up and running. They continue to run well.
Good clean handover by Jada.
And the first handover, the athlete has maintained the lead. In fact, it has been extended.
That's Anglican High School now making their handover. And then we will see Blue Bloods.
It's over 100 meters.
You would hope for a more competitive event. Yes, there are many more laps to go, but you want it a lot more competitive. You don't want that blowout.
So this leg is actually 800 meters. That's 2 laps around the track. And St. David's Trailblazers have gone out with a commanding lead.
Yep.
There's the athlete here from Blue Bloods, I beg your pardon.
And they all evenly spaced.
Yeah, like 50 meters apart for each.
So there is Trailblazer. She's very, very comfortably in the lead. Not been challenged by any stretch of the imagination here. She's just coasting away. I'm sure she has some more power in the tank here to give a kick to do the handover.
Remember, this is an open event, so we have various age groups represented in this race. The quarter that started, there seems to be junior athletes.
So Trailblazers continue to lead in this one. I'm making maybe about 80 meters or so in the lead, followed by the Anglican High School. And then there is Blue Bloods. So they stretch right across the perimeter of the track here. It's as though they're positioning themselves at every corner of the track. That's Anglican High School here. And that's the young lady from the Trailblazers. You see, she begins to pump a little harder to make the second handover. And very comfortable indeed, and not been challenged.
And this third leg is 400 meters.
That's Blue Bloods. And then we have Flavini from SJC St. George's.
Flavini normally
Oh,
runs as
that's Jonah.
strong.
They ain't going to catch Jonah. Jonah Thomas is a perennial powerhouse for Trailblazers and St. David's Catholic Secondary. She looks in omnious form here, is Jonah Thomas. We're going to see a lot more from her today, I'm sure. That's Anglican High School.
That lead is like 150 meters.
And the final changeover is just about happening now.
That's Blue Bloods here doing the second handover. It'll be good if you can see where Trailblazers is positioned now in the race. They should be somewhere in the lead, handing over now. That's it.
There we go.
Just hand over for the final leg, which is
Yes.
1,600 meters. But what is interesting, it looks as though the athlete of the St. Joseph Convent St. George may be lapped in this event.
Oh my Lord, I hope not.
But she's not going to go down like that. She's running very hard there. That's the one in green and black. That's Blue Bloods in front of us here. And that's Kenisha Pascal
boy.
from Trailblazers. She is going to do some damage in this race, Robbie.
Should we say that this one is in the bag? In the bag for Trailblazers.
There's nobody in Grenada that can really run on Kenisha Pascal. In many of these events, she even runs the 400 these days. And she's maybe a semi-professional athlete, Robbie? Or is she professional?
I'm not certain.
But she campaigns for Grenada. She's a national athlete. She campaigns across the region in many of the road events and longer distance events. Final handover now for Blue Bloods. Anglican High School. A very interesting style of run here, Robbie.
I guess as much when you compare this athlete from high school as compared to Lewis that started. Lewis is a stronger athlete, and high school chose to go with her to start because you want a better start. You don't want to put your best athletes in a hole on the final handover and having to do too much work. Because if you know Lewis, she's not the type that can increase in pace over time. She just has that one steady pace throughout the event. Whether it's 1,500 meters, whether it's 3,000 meters, that one pace.
Sort of a marathon running.
Yes.
But if you look at the quartet out of the St. David's Trailblazers, they have the most impressive lineup there. There is the Jada Harry, the Jonaya Thomas, and of course Kenisha Pascal, who's on screen here now. That's a quartet that's not going to be easy to defeat.
True.
No, and I think it's fair to point out that it is an open event. The young ladies from Anglican High School and St. Joseph Convent, they are schoolgirls, whereas the athletes from St. David's Trailblazers, they are mixed.
Yes.
But it's an open event, as you mentioned, so you pick your best team.
That's right.
That's the rules.
From Blue Bloods, that's Katie Simon.
Looks
She
pretty young,
just-
Joe.
Yeah, she looks pretty young and just,
Must
making
be a
the
junior
course.
athlete.
Yes, yes.
So as you anticipated, Trailblazers just lapped Convent St. George's.
Yeah, and Kenisha Pascal, she can take it up a little more, I'm sure. Over the years, she's done some very impressive races here at the National Stadium.
She has represented Grenada well
She has over the years.
over the years. Very well.
They may have to step it up some more if they intend on breaking the record.
They're certainly not on a record-breaking pace right now. But it's a good start to the return of KFC Relay Meet.
Certainly.
And again, you can see maybe the results of the highs that we had in 2019.
I mean, this is an event that's been happening for over the last 20 years. At one time, it was the Alistair Cloud and Relay Meets.
That's right. I think it started in 1998.
Okay. So it's good that KFC took over the meet and well sponsored. as we said earlier, the schools will look forward to it because it's not only a chance to exhibit your athletes, but it's a chance also to get some revenue, so you could get
Yes.
some new kits,
Yes.
some spikes. You know, you get some kind of equipment, and some way to aid in the development of the athletes.
And the thing about sprint relays, you're only as good as how you practice.
Yeah.
So the more meets that they have for sprint relays especially, it augurs well.
You know, you have seen sometimes the best teams lose not because they don't have the faster athletes, but poor baton passing. And as you said, it comes down to just probably poor training.
Practice, trust your teammates, learning to operate as a team. We have seen over the years it has been very difficult for the USA, for example.
Yes, yes.
And hardly a major meet would go by without some mishap on a US relay team.
Yeah, and that has been happening for well over a decade.
That's right.
You think back to the times with Gail Devers or Marion Jones, and you come down to the ranks of a Carmelita Jetta. And
it hit.
He's on our final 100 meters, or final 50 meters. Kenisha Pascal of Track Blazers.
Well run. Well run. Well run. Well run. This is a good way to start this meet.
This is where the other athletes have to dig deep now because she lapped the athlete of both St. Joseph Convent St. George's and the athlete of Bluebirds. So they still have some time to go. But it's what it is. It's a sport, you know. Sport tests your patience, your mettle, and encourage you to be a better person, a bit more of a fighter.
So coming in the second place, Anglican High School. Right at the top of the turn. Just about 100 and...
About 200 meters.
About 200 meters to go. Yeah.
Yes, and the boys are going to get ready shortly.
Here comes Anglican High School.
The athlete from Bluebirds, she seems to have high school right in front of her. And on the back of her mind, she would love to pass. I don't know how the body's going to respond.
And there's Anglican High School picking it up now. She's not going to catch it. She's not going to catch it. That's a good way to end 1600 meters. Anglican High School for second place.
The athlete of SJC still has one more lap.
One more lap to go.
Track Blazers first, Anglican High School second, and soon to be Bluebirds unofficially in third position. Bluebirds.
It is Bluebirds in third position.
Well, we have an unofficial time here for the Track Blazers of 13 minutes 24.5 seconds, and we are going to wait the official time on that. And Anglican High School would have returned maybe a 14 minutes 52.5, Blue Bloods 15 minutes 12.4 seconds, and we're going to get the official results on that one. But that's the unofficial timing so far for the women's distance medley, the 12 by 8 by 4 by 16, as we look at the final competitor in this event from the St. Joseph Convent St. George's. I'm sure she will have a little kick in her for the finish line.
And this speaks a good character to finish.
Yeah.
She's beginning to pick it up now, and I'm sure the appreciative crowd here at the National Stadium will bring her home in glory in fine style too. So she's about to make that final turn and head into the straightway. SJC St. George's. She's been cheered along here by the spectators, which is quite nice indeed.
And the crowd is picking up.
Yeah.
Yes, let's bring her home. She's coming. She's from the St. Joseph Convent St. George's.
There she goes with about 40 meters in the first event, St. Joseph Convent St. George. she completes here for club. As you guys were mentioning, the spectators are coming in, they're trickling in nicely. A lot of the seats are being filled up now as we see the official results, the official times. So the record would have been 12 minutes 34.1 seconds. So it's almost
50 seconds.
almost a 50 seconds difference here, which is a lot of distance.
Yeah, it is.
13:24.5 is the official time. Anglican High School picking up the silver here, and the Blue Bloods out of St. Andrews picking up the bronze, so to speak. So we're going to move from one event to the next. We back with the Javelin for the under 17 male.
As the iguanas on track on
The Westerhall Iguanas. Doesn't look too much of a bad throw from our vantage point here. We'll try to get a distance on this one for you. Meanwhile, the boys are getting themselves, or the men are getting themselves ready for the open medley event, which is actually event number 6 on the program. It's the same distance, 12 by 8 by 4 by 16. And we expect to see maybe some more firepower, some more competitiveness, Robbie, you think?
Yeah.
Amongst the men?
there are 8 teams on show here.
And they're already on the starters' orders, running scratch just as women did.
Hillsborough Secondary, Speed Zone, Blue Bloods, Ace, St. David's Trackbladers, Grenada Boys Secondary School, South City, and Extreme Power.
If we can give you maybe the color lineup for them. So Hillsborough Secondary should be in yellow. They should be in lane 1 on the inside. We have Ace. Ace is normally in the, is that burgundy or maroon or pink, a kind of hot pink. As the youngster there with the braided hairstyle in the second lane from the inside. He's from Ace. We also have Blue Bloods. We have Trackblazers. GBSS is there in the green and white. Blue Bloods in the navy blue running tights and the white t-shirts.
Okay, so Hillsborough in green and white.
Extreme
and
Power.
yellow.
Extreme, that's Shakim Williams there for Extreme Power. He's in the yellow long sleeve. So I'm not sure if that's the official color for Extreme Power, but that's Shakim Williams there. He always participates in these longer distances here. And Speed Zone should be in the orange. Speed Zone, yeah, that's Speed Zone in the orange with the orange headband. He's competing for Speed Zone.
So all teams seems to be represented here.
So they're actually going to start in lanes, Robbie, as opposed to the scratch.
Yes.
So in lane 1 we have Hillsborough Secondary with the green and yellow. Then we have Speed Zone. They're normally in orange. Blue Bloods in lane 3. Ace in 4. In 5 is Trackblazers. In 6 is GBSS. 7 is South City Stars. South City Rising Stars. That's Shakim there for you. And Extreme Power. Extreme Power is in lane 8.
And with a white top and a blue bottom.
So Shakim is actually competing for South City Rising Stars. The record for this event is 10 minutes 28.88 seconds. And that record has been held by IDDAT. IDDAT is a track and field club out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So quite a few outstanding athletes in this lineup. And we expect to see some fireworks in this one.
This is going to be competitive. So it's Hillsborough, lane 1, Speed Zone in lane 2, Bluebird in lane 3, Ace in lane 4, Trackblazers in 5, Grenada Boys in 6, South City in 7, and Extreme Power in 8.
Extreme and Bluebirds are practically the same uniform. White tops, blue shorts.
Yeah, we may get some challenge to distinguish
Yep.
or differentiate them.
start for the 12 by 8 by 4 by 16. The men's.
What's the record in this event?
The record is 10 minutes, 28.88 seconds, and that was set in 2018 by that Academy.
Out of St. Vincent.
Out of St. Vincent.
Yeah.
It's a good time. 10 minutes, 28.88 seconds. Let's see if it's going to be challenged today. 8 teams represented here, and some known athletes in the distance running. So this event we anticipate should be more competitive than the last event.
Yes, yes, one would hope.
And again, remember, this is an open event. And in terms of colors, the green and yellow, Hillsborough, orange, Speed Zone, blue and white. In lane number 3, Blue Bloods. Ace is in pink and black. Track Blazers, GVSS in all green, and they're off. Clean break.
Nice clean start. They're going to cross over the lanes after the first 100 meters. Soon after they cross those yellow cones. I think what's going to help us to differentiate the uniforms of the Club Extreme and Bluebirds. Bluebirds has this blue marking graphic on their T-shirt.
Oh yes.
Club Extreme is more of a vest, plain white vest, as well as Extreme has a blue stripes on their shorts.
So it's Ace in it with the early lead, followed by Extreme. And the distance, remember, it's 12 by 8 by 4 by 16. 3 laps followed by 2 laps and 1, and finishing with 4 laps up. So Ace is still in the lead. 10 meters.
The athlete of Ace have gone on relatively harder than all the other athletes. Nice steady strides here by the athlete of South City. South City Rising Stars in a long sleeve yellow top.
They're all bunched, still trying to catch an athlete from Ace. Yes, seems to have increased that lead slightly, and now we see some separation from that bunch. South City Rising Stars is catching up with Ace. He has closed the gap.
Long, smooth strides. As much as I was impressed with the progression of the athlete of South City Rising Stars, his head seems to be bobbing left and right already. So you might be a bit concerned of his fitness.
That's a sign. That's a sign.
Yeah.
That's a sign.
Yep.
Francois from Ace still out front, and he seems to have crawled back that lead that he had earlier. In fact, he seems to have increased that lead to about 50 meters.
And he seems pretty much unmoved by anyone behind him.
South City Rising Stars is in second place. And then there is a gap. Oh, he's coming down the stretch now pretty hard. Ace. It's Ace all the way on the first handover. Good, decent lead of 60 meters.
So that's Ace there for you. Ace out of the St. Andrews area, coached by Wayne McSween. As we see South City Rising Stars making the handover there now. Then there is the St. David's Track Blazers. And that's Kieran Charles here for you, a former athlete out of SAS. The brother of
Junior Charles.
Junior Charles, that's right. And who can ever forget the name Junior Charles in track and field in Grenada, especially at the secondary school level. That's Jared Sylvester there for Track Blazers. He's in the neon green shirt.
Oh, Speed Zone was on the cusp of being lapped.
That's Tejan Peter King. He looks like Tejan Peter King, is he?
No, that's not him. No,
that's not Tejan.
Yeah, it's an older gentleman.
So it's Ace Track Club in the lead at the moment. So they're all mixed up across the track. But Ace Track Club with Kieran Charles, he's leading the field here right now. Speed Zone is for second. That's Speed Zone in the orange. That's Jared Sylvester there for the St. David's Track Blazers. That's Charles for Speed Zone.
And it's...
And that's the
Second.
400 meter leg.
Second
And that's
change
Brent
over.
Charles for Speed Zone, who is actually in the lead. No, that's Brent Charles here for Speed Zone. Not Speed Zone, for Ace Track Club, I beg your pardon. Jared Sylvester hands over second for Track Blazers. But look at Ace Track Club Gold. That's Charles for Ace Track Blazers. He's doing the 400 meter lap. And the rest of the field is really trying to catch up. That's Hillsborough Secondary in the green and yellow. GBSS now doing the handover. But they're all fighting for maybe silver, bronze, and whatever else there is.
Is Brent Charles related anyway to Kieran and Junior?
I don't think so. But that's Ace here now.
This is the final handover.
The final handover for 1200, for 1600 meters.
This may be a competitive
Well,
time.
a good run back here by the athlete from GBSS as he's on the shoulder of Hillsborough Secondary, changing again, so to speak, Robbie,
Yes.
and just accelerating as he caught up with him. That's the leader here for the Ace Track Club. He's going to be doing the 1600 meter leg, which is 4 laps around the track. So it's difficult for us to pick up the positioning of the other clubs in this race, but what we know for a fact is that Ace Track Club is in the lead, followed by the St. David's Track Blazers. And that's the athlete there from the St. David's Track Blazers. And that's John, I think, who used to campaign for the GBSS out of the St. Paul's area.
It's Jacobs.
Jacobs, I beg your pardon. Jacobs, very good in the longer distances, and maybe that's why he's on this leg. I remember the likes of himself on Rikel Julian, who's also in this event. SAS GBSS having a real battle over the years for the 1500 meters.
Then the competition continues. Or the rivalry continues.
Well, that's the athlete in the lead there, number 8.
8.
From the Ace Track Club. Rikel Julian, that's actually Rikel Julian, Robbie.
He grew his hair, man.
And Jacob is cheerleading by some measure in this event. But Rikel Julian has really transformed with the dreadlocks now and everything. He looks like a completely different individual. That's him there for you. But he has really blazed this track here at the National Stadium in the 15 and 3000 meters over the years. Himself and this individual here, this athlete used to go for it, go at each other really hard.
Good competition between the both of them.
And that's the kind of level of competitiveness we would like to see on the track, Robbie, in the individual events, when you can have 2 athletes from over the years, really battling on the track. And we have seen those kind of duos almost in every generation, every decade or so. We see every 5 years or 3 years, both in the male and female areas. So that's Raquel Julian, who is in the lead here for the Ace Track Club. And
Trailblazers
is catching up on Julian.
Seriously?
Yeah, he's really narrowed the gap between himself and Raquel Julian. But I have a lot of confidence in Raquel Julian. He may be motoring on here now, but I'm sure he has some fire in him, some kick, that he can really take on any challenge that may be posed here by the athlete out of the St. David's Track Blazers. But what is good to see for me here is to see athletes who have done well at the secondary school level, who still finds the time to train and still finds the time to compete at events outside of the school scenario.
Because that's a complaint many times that after school, what next? Do you continue to with a school in the States or in the region, or you try to continue your with a club here?
So the gap is really narrowing on Raquel Julian from the athlete out of the St. David's Track Blazers. So it's going to be a nice one to the finish, I would think.
That is reminiscent of 2013.
That's right. Let's see who has the more firepower and the more urge and the fire in them for victory. Who wants it more? Who's thirstier for the victory?
Julian looks a lot more relaxed.
Well, if there's a time to challenge, it has to be now. And
Julian picking up the pace here
let's
too.
see if there's anything to be done in that last 150, 120 meters.
Yes, open that lead.
So Raquel has really changed gears here now and really up the tempo, so to speak. He's powering down for the finish line now. That's Raquel Julian here for you.
He's not going to be caught.
Trailblazers would have to settle for the silver, I would think.
He's not going to be caught.
who's going to take it home now for Ace Track Club. A good run indeed by Ace Track Club.
Good finish. Well done, as you said, by Julia in particular. Good composure.
Ace followed by St. David's Track Blazers.
And the silver medal for Track Blazers. And it's difficult for us. We would have lost the positioning of the other athletes in the event. But for sure, we know that Ace Track Club would have won the event, followed by St. David's Track Blazers. And this may be the athletes they're looking for the third spot.
Speed zone.
Yeah, look at Jacob. Jacob finished third on behalf of South City Rising Stars. Hillsborough in fourth, Bluebirds in fifth, sixth place GBSS.
Pretty interesting to see the times in this race. Remember, they went into this race, the record for this event, 10 minutes 28.88 seconds. That was established in 2018 with a team from St. Vincent. Let's see the winning time for Ace. 10 minutes 56 seconds.
And what was the record? 10 minutes? How much?
28.
The record is 10 minutes 28.
So maybe if the Ace Track Club was pushed a little more, we could have seen a better time. I'm not saying a record time, but I still believe they could have done better had the race been a little bit more competitive.
Because outside of the record of by 28 seconds, still a lot, right?
Yeah, it's still a lot.
The athlete that ran the 400 meters for Ace, that was a really good run.
Yeah, that was
really good
Brent
run.
Charles, yeah.
Charles, is it?
Yeah, Brent Charles it was. So a good run there by the Ace Track Club. Also a good run by the St. David's Track Blazers. These are the two clubs that picked up first and second in the men's distance medley, the 12 by 8 by 4 by 16. And South City Rising Stars would have picked up the third position here. The time, 10 minutes 56.7 seconds. And we look forward to the next event on the track, which is going to actually be the mixed 8 by 50 meters relay for the under 9 category.
a little bit puzzling because for under 9, you see PVC Cannon here.
Yeah, so it may be some competitors who are
in primary school
who are running under the club name of
Yeah.
PVC Cannons.
Yeah.
In the meantime, the javelin continues. We will try to get the leader for you in the javelin. Also continues the men's open shot put. And these are some additional events that have been put on to the KFC Relay Meet to allow athletes who are involved in the throwing and jumping distances to get some competition. So although it says the KFC Relay Meet, we have some field events taking place at the same time.
It's all local clubs this year, Smitty. No clubs from within the region. That from St. Vincent.
Because over the years, we've had a lot of competitors or clubs coming out of St. Vincent, even from the Grenadines.
Yes.
And
We've had
they
some clubs from Union Island and so on.
They used our synthetic tracks to gear and for the athletes to get some training before Carifta.
As a matter of fact, last year they were very, very impressive in all the meets that they participated here. And they won quite a number of the relays. And they came back for, I think, was the national champs.
Yes.
And they had some very impressive performances. It's a noticeable absent, the clubs out of St. Vincent and Grenadines. I'm not too sure.
And they added some good competition.
That's right. And we had a lot of people on the Facebook page that were following the St. Vincent clubs, and they were filling us in with some information on the athletes and so on as well.
Family names
we even had
and
some
villages.
character medalists on some of the clubs. Ruben and so on, they were here last year and the year before. It's unfortunate that we don't have them this year at the KFC National Relay Meets.
So we await event number 7, the next event on the track. It's a mixed 8 by 50 on the 9. 8 by 50 on the 9. Event number 7. St. Mary's will be represented by Francis, Hostin, Peters, Belfont, and 2 stand by Bain and Durad. And then PVC Cannon, Monroe, Roberts, Richards, and Antoine. And Alpha Junior, Brave Boy, Samuel, James, and Ogilvy.
So we urge those of you who are still at home and looking for some exciting track and field event, you can come on down to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. There's lots of room here for you still. And you can be up close and personal with the athletes and urge them on and enjoy the exciting track and field. GBSS here in the boys under 17 javelin. Not very skilled with the technique here, and not a very impressive throw by GBSS. Doesn't seem to be very satisfied with the throw as well.
Technique-wise, quite deficient actually.
But Grenada has made a name for itself in this particular discipline or event. At the character level, this is the event that we have won the most medals.
Over the years.
Over the years.
Yeah.
And we have consistently defended that javelin category at Carifta. And now we are the world champions.
We are the world champions.
But even outside of that, there are a number of other athletes who maybe did not medal at the Carifta or internationally did well, that did very well with the javelin.
Yes. And there are some islands or some countries that Kenya you expect middle distance, long distance running. Jamaica you expect sprinters. I think it is fair to say out of Grenada we expect javelin throwers.
Even probably to an extent the short
put too.
We have had some success at the character level. Shamar, I can't remember his surname. He went to St. David's Sec, and Walt Williams out of Caracou. They did well in the throws.
That young lady from I don't remember her name. She did very well in the Carifta last year.
From J.W. Fletcher.
J.W. Fletcher.
Morel. Kelsey Morel.
She will be difficult to beat.
Yes.
That's Kelsey Morel.
Kelsey Morel. That's a name to watch.
Remember the name.
Just need some guidance.
And she's also a national netballer as well.
Yes. Yes. Good guidance. Stay grounded. And then the results will come. Train hard. And the results will come.
New record, 60.44 meters.
That's in the boys javelin throw under 17. Cameron Thomas from Trailblazers.
Just like we were talking, and he's
That's him
from
on screen here.
I'm from Trailblazers.
And I'm sure he's coached by Paul Phillip.
Yep.
Phenomenal coach of Anderson Peters.
And the young man from St. Lucia who was at the World Championships also.
And
That's
and same Candice as Scotty, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Coach Paul has a Midas touch. He knows his craft, and he knows.
So that's Cameron Thomas there, who has already, Robbie, established the new record in this event. And that record was actually set last year by Razim Phillip. And Cameron has established a new record for himself and his club. So very early in the day's activities, we have a new record in the javelin for under 17 boys.
If you have a 400-meter record and a javelin record in Grenada, you are among elite company.
Yes.
Because we are world champion in those events.
That's right. That's right.
So you are an elite
So are
company.
you saying these are two events to stay away from if you just an
No,
average
these are
champion?
these are two events to gravitate to.
Yeah.
Because we're good at it here. We seem to have the technique and the ability to perform well in those two events. So that's Ronaldo Ross from the Iguanas. He's going to be attempting the javelin in a short while.
They have a pretty good field event program in St. David's also.
Yeah.
The Iguanas over the years.
And Carriacou as well. We can't leave out Carriacou when it comes to field events. They have been
Especially
doing well.
especially jump. There's something about Carriacou and high jump that go hand in hand, and it's really we have not developed the raw talent that we see coming out in the jumps. Since the days of the Maxwins and so on, you see the real raw talent and the at the younger age, and then they reach a certain plateau and then they disappear.
Well, I think Grenada's most successful jumper, triple jump to be more specific, has been athlete that went to SAS. Randy,
yes.
Yeah.
So as we look on the track now, we see the youngsters in the under 9 girls category. It's a mixed relay, as a matter of fact.
Mixed.
Under 9 getting themselves ready. But Robbie, this always is a very interesting race. To
And
see the
again,
youngsters, sometimes they have these
cross
little
lanes.
mix-ups and so on.
Yeah.
This is where you start.
Yeah.
Exactly so.
This
And
is where
it's
you
good
start.
that they have been given the opportunity
On this stage.
That's right.
Mhm.
At a world-class facility to get an introduction into the sport, into the events.
These kids would never forget this.
Yeah.
They would never forget this. So it's St. Mary's Junior, PBC Cannons, and Alpha Junior. 3 teams.
But I really love the idea of having a mixed event, and I think for smaller islands as ourselves, we're not that we may not have 8 world-class athletes, let's say in a 4x4 or 4x1, but we might have, let's say, 4, and that 4 might be top 2 top women and 2 top guys, and we could compete on that level.
But it's becoming popular. This is actually a medal event at the last World Championship.
That's right.
So it's no longer just a showpiece. It's actually a very competitive event now.
You think of, let's say, Kirani James, Braylon Taplin, Melanie Rodney, and
Little Hazard.
Yeah, competing in a 4x4. I think we may have a chance.
So we're getting ready for the mixed relay event for the under 9s. We have 3 clubs here: St. Mary's Junior, PBC Cannons, and Alpha Junior.
St. Mary's in lane 1, PBC in lane 2, and Alpha with the green shorts in lane 3.
So there are actually 8 legs in this event. Each leg is 50 meters long. So it's going to be a very
quick changes,
exciting race, I would think. Some quick changes, some maybe mix-ups 1 or 2, but we look forward to see these youngsters compete amongst the adults. And as you said earlier, Bernard, they may never forget this opportunity performing here.
And these kids, what they actually bring out is what a true athlete should be. The competition is there.
Look at the competitor in lane 1.
That's right. That's right.
She's there. That may be Lima Francis, or maybe Nyla Peters from St. Mary's. So they're getting the final instructions from the starters, but you can see the eagerness and the anxiety there to want to run off in this first leg.
Oh, I think the youngster in lane 2, he just can't wait to just get off.
Full of energy, man, but I'm happy for these youngsters. That's their moment on the big stage, and they're going to take every advantage of this opportunity. There's this, I think, is one of the new events in this year's edition of the KFC National Relays. So they would actually, the winner of this event would actually establish the records for this event. And we hope that this event would continue maybe next year and for the other years to come. But it's a new event for the under 9 category.
The stadium announcer just said that PBC Cannons are in lane 1, St. Mary's lane 2, and Alpha in lane 3, but I think he's mistaken.
Well, it could be because St. Mary's actually used blue and white as well.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
PBC.
so it's probably correct.
So that may be the situation. Yeah, St. Mary's is actually lane 2. So on leg 1, we have 2 males, 1 female. So the expectation is that the males, I'm saying expectation, is that the 2 males should hand over before the female. But then when you look on the second leg, there is 1 male, 2 females in the reverse team lineup. So you should offer for some compensation of some sort. Let's see what happens.
They're on the starters orders, under 9. And they're off.
Let's see who is going to make the first handover. PBC Cannons 1, St. Mary's 2, Alpha 3. First handover, it looks as though it's St. Mary's, but Alpha Junior goes up. About to drop here by PBC Cannons in lane 1. Second of 8 handovers. There goes St. Mary's in the blue and white. Alpha in second, and PBC on the inside. But St. Mary's, the young lady from St. Mary's, doing well as they hand over now for the 3rd time. About to mix up there again by Alpha. St. Mary's go. There goes St. Mary's in the lead in the blue and white. Alpha is running a good one. St. Mary's handover first. Alpha second. Fumble there again, but doing well is St. Mary's. St. Mary's Junior. They should have at least 1 more handover, maybe 2. I think it's 2. That is St. Mary's. But Alpha is giving good chase here on the outside in the white. There goes Alpha. Alpha Junior. Another handover. That's the 7th one. 1 more handover to go. St. Mary's looking good, but challenged strongly there by Alpha in the white. St. Mary's and Alpha. The final handover. 2 young ladies. There goes St. Mary's in the lead. Alpha is giving good chase, but St. Mary's look very comfortable.
And
St. Mary's is going to be... She wins it now for a school and for a club, but a good race indeed by these young ones.
Very good race, a very exciting, competitive race. Never lacked an excitement.
This is where you start.
Yep.
Good run indeed by these youngsters. St. Mary's first, Alpha Junior second, and PBC Cannons in 3rd.
And she's shedding her first tear. But somebody should console the young lady, she's 3rd.
She's 3rd. Indeed, she's 3rd. Good race indeed by these youngsters. It's a mix. It was a mixed relay. 8 by 50 meters for the under 9 category. The time there, 1 minute 14.71 seconds for St. Mary's Junior.
Now the next event on the track is also a mixed relay. It's a 4 by 100 meter open. This should be hot. Mix of 4 by 100 meters open. And we see some big names actually. The South Cities Speed Zone, Ace, Extreme Power, and Trackblazers.
Wow.
This should be a good one.
That's a cracker.
That should be a good one.
Very early in the day's proceedings. But there's going to be a medal presentation. So what we're going to do, maybe just summarize what has happened so far and then go over to the stadium microphone for the medal presentation. So we've seen the completion maybe of 3 relays, the mixed medley, the distance mixed medley for male and female, and the 8 by 50 for the under 9. So we're going to go down to the stadium microphone now for the first medal presentation, and we'll be back with you with more track and field action.
Bronze on now to position 2, Anglican High. 14.52, 14 minutes, 52.51 seconds. And position 1, St. David's Track Blazers. 13 minutes, 24.56 seconds. We can move now to event 6, men's distance medley, 12 by 8 by... This is it for this medal presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. Aaron Moses, First Vice President of the Grenada Athletic Association. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to all of the winners. You are part of the KFC National Relay Meet 2020.
We welcome you back to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium for more live track and field action. We've just had the first medal presentation and we get ready for some more exciting action on the track. There are some field events also in progress, but the next event on the track is going to be a cracker. As we intimated a little earlier, it's going to be the 4x100 meter relay open. It's a mixed event and we see the likes of South City Rising Stars, Speed Zone, Ace, Extreme Power and Track Blazers registered here, and some big names in the lineup. We see the likes of Sinke Noel, Zimali Felix, Christian Hazard, Shante Mitchell, Aliyah McDonald and Trisha Ferrer. That's some of the athletes that you will see for South City Rising Stars. Speed Zone would have the always present Jelani Franklin, Albert Joseph, Serena Richards out of the Boca Secondary School, and Kishona Phillip. Ace, we don't have the quartet for Ace, but Extreme Power, we have Ariel Peters, Lodrick Dick, Lyden Alexander, and Sonic Millet. And we also have Track Blazers there. So South City Rising Stars would be in lane 1, in lane 2, I beg your pardon. And in lane 3 would be Speed Zone, Ace Track Club in 4, Extreme Power in 5, and St. David's Track Blazers in 6.
All Ravens. Lane 6 seems to be open in the meantime. Oh, there's the athlete. You know what I love as well about the mixed relays is that there isn't a fixed assignment of so it's a woman on the first leg and a guy on the second and nah, you can.
It's up to the clubs to
any
use
way
their
you like.
best strategy.
Yeah, any way you like.
And
I love that.
That makes it exciting and unknown and uncertain as to what will happen.
Yeah.
And that's good. So what we see here, South City Rising Stars. They are in lane 2, and it looks as though they obviously they have a female there. We're not sure if it's Trisha or Aliyah McDonald. And I see Jelani Felix. He's running for Speed Zone. He's actually on the first leg. And look who's back on the track for Speed Zone.
From Victoria, her name is slipping me right now.
She used to be a hurdler, national hurdler
right.
as well. She is one of the coaches at the ministry now. The name is eluding me too, but she's a very popular sporting individual here. in Grenada. So it's good to see her back on the track after several years.
Yes.
She'll have had maybe a kid or two, I think.
2 children, yes.
And she's still into it. That's good. That's encouragement for all of the
And for her
other
children as
females.
well, you know.
It reminds you of a recent story, the mother rocket now.
Right.
And the
Shelly Ann.
and the Felix as well, Alison Felix as well.
Yeah.
Who has gone on to have their kids and back on the track.
I mean, you lead by example. I mean, what better way for your children to get involved than by seeing their parent participating in sports?
Yeah, the correct name, Matty. Matty is the name.
Yes.
So I want to thank Azari Mitchell for reminding us of the name here. That's Matty there for you. That's her on the track there for Speed Zone. And it's good to see her back on the track. As we just see on the stadium microphone, a distance of 16.9 meters in the shot put for the young man from St. David's Track Blazers. So we also see Blue Bloods. Looks like Blue Bloods. Is it Blue Bloods? Oh, that's Extreme Power.
No, Extreme Power.
So these are some of the competitors there in the 4x1 mixed relay. You know, I'm really looking forward to see Matty on the track. You know, if she still have that speed or close to what she used to run back in the day. I'm sure she will be testing herself as well. And many of you who are viewing the broadcast, I'm sure you'll like to see Matty on the track as well. So again, remind you of the lane assignments for this event. We have in lane 2, South City Rising Stars, lane 3, Speed Zone, lane 4, Ace, lane 5, Extreme Power, and lane 6, St. David's Track Blazers. Jelani Felix, Robbie, always here at the National Stadium, trains for the entire year.
Love his passion.
He's more for a 400-meter type runner, I would think, than a 100-meter sprinter. He's running for
Very
Speed
committed.
Zone.
Always in Tarantine.
And they're on the starters orders. And they're up and running. Let's see who's going to make that first handover. There they go. Jelani Felix looking, but Ace is looking good. That's like Keon. That's St. David's Track Blazers seems to have handed over first, but challenge here by Ace on the inside. But it's Track Blazers followed by Ace. Second and over. Who's it going to be? It looks as though it is Ace in the lead. Well, there is St. David's Track Blazers, but Ace is still in the lead. Ace, here comes St. David's Track Blazers on the outside. Final and over. Let's see how it goes here. Janaya Thomas is there for Track Blazers. It's going to be difficult to beat her. So it's St. David's Track Blazers, followed by Ace. Track Blazers, Ace. It's going to be Janaya Thomas for Track Blazers, followed by Ace. And then here comes Speed Zone in third position. And now we see it looks like South City Rising Stars who is going to take the last position here. But a good run indeed. We didn't pick up Matty on the leg, but some exchange of the leadership in the race here between Ace and Track Blazers. In the end, Jonah Thomas took it home for Track Blazers.
One thing I will say though, Smithy, after what 5 or 6 events, Track Blazers seem to be very prepared for this meet, for the KFC Relay Meet. I mean, they are very dominant in most of the events.
And that may be partly as a result of an early sports meet for the St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
Right.
And maybe better organization too in terms of club structure, because I think Track Blazers may be considered one of the more organized track clubs here in Grenada. But what is also interesting, we saw some of the athletes who competed in the first event. Also in this one, the Jonaya Thomas, the young lady who ran the second leg for Track Blazers, I think it was. So we had to be careful. They had to be careful how they manage these athletes as well, because there are several relay events. But a 44.91 time returned by Track Blazers, and the record for this event. Well, it's a new event, so there is actually the record. The time established here will stand as the new record time for this event. But a good run indeed by Track Blazers, Ace, and Speed Zone, and the fans were really into the event as well. We heard them on the ambience microphone here, really cheering the athletes on.
As you said, is that mixed event where is that constant changing over? Almost every leg, a different team is leading. So it lends to good excitement for the spectators. Money well spent when you experience an event like that.
Well, Robbie, I can tell you there's a lot of supporters for Ace Track Club
All
and
right.
for St. David's Track Blazers on the live feed here. And Keda, Joseph, we know that you miss here, you miss all of the sport events, so we're going to bring it to you live wherever you are. And we hope you enjoyed Keda.
So we're about to see event number 9, girls 4x200 meters relay. Girls under 11, 4x200 meters.
So the youngsters are on the track again. This time it's not the under 9, but it's the under 11. And this one seems to be an all-female event. It's not a mixed event. 4x200 meters. We expect to see Track Blazers in lane 2. First choice in lane 3. St. David's Catholic Secondary in 4. I believe that may be an error here. Alpha Junior in 5. And CAC in 6.
Carriacou Athletic Committee.
Athletic Committee. So they're not on the track at the moment. That's the Carriacou Athletic Committee. We see three teams line up here. It looks like Track Blazers, Speed Zone. Now first choice, I beg your pardon, in 3. And what looks like Alpha in lane 5. So 2 scratch lanes. That's lane 4 and lane 6. Surprising that we don't have St. Mary's Junior in this event.
Yes, yes.
Track Blazers, first choice, and Alpha Junior.
It's good to see the private schools though, because they've been clamoring to be included at the primary school national meets, and the whole controversy over that. But at least it's all inclusive here at the KFC Relay Meet, that both private and public primary schools get a chance to compete within the same meet.
So it's a 4x200 meters. So each of the athletes on each of the legs, they would have to complete 200 meters. So for these youngsters, 200 meters may be equivalent to a 400 meters for maybe on the 13 or on the 15 category. Slight delay in the start. And Robbie, as we saw a while ago, quite a number of spectators have made it down to the National Stadium.
Yeah.
We know track and field is a much looked forward to event in Grenada.
True.
Be it secondary school sports, primary school sports, national events like these. People really look forward to track and field. And later on in April 4th, we're going to have again the 4th edition of the Grenada Invitational.
But the relays in particular, in terms of track and field, relays pull people out. Everybody loves a good 100 meters or 200 meters, 400, but relays, oh my God.
Yeah, some people consider the relays to be the most exciting events in the sports meet. So, for example, at the secondary school level, people come in anticipation for the relays. They want to see a good 4x1 and don't talk about the 4x4, which brings the curtains down on all of the events. If you have a good 4x4 at the end, a very competitive one, it leaves that kind of good taste, so to speak, with the spectators, that they look forward to coming back to the next event.
So let me throw a question at you now. With the introduction of having mixed events at the KFC Relay Meet, could we possibly see mixed events at Intercall? And let's be reminded that at Intercall, you're not clubs. A GBSS can have a club at this level. High school can have a club, PBC, and the 2 convents. But at Intercall, you're not a club. You're a school. So how do you compete?
Practically, it may not happen because of the schools that are unisex, right? They will not be able to feel the other sex that they don't have at the school. But I wouldn't rule out that happening maybe in some other major sporting events, because we see it happening at the international level now, in some exhibition meets and so on. So it's something that I think has been given good consideration, and maybe at national events we may see these kind of events getting more and more popular.
2, 3, and 5.
So we're getting set for the start of the 4x200 meters for the under 11s girls. And just to remind you again of the lane assignments: Track Blazers in 2, First Choice in 3, and Alpha Junior in 5. So they're finally up and running. 4 by 200 meters under 11 girls. Trailblazers already looking good on the inside in the yellow and black. Alpha Junior is also there out there in lane 5. And the First Choice is coming along at the rear of the event. But there is Trailblazers. They each have to do 200 meters, just about complete maybe 150 at this stage. And about to make the first handover is Trailblazers in the lead, followed by Alpha, and then there is First Choice. The handover is done here by Trailblazers. She sprints away. And now Alpha making some grounds here on First Choice, that is making some grounds on Alpha. First Choice is now in the second position and Alpha in the third. But there goes St. David's Trailblazers, the youngster there, all by herself with a lot of distance between the second place competitor from the Alpha Junior School. That's First Choice, I beg your pardon, in the orange. But it is St. David's Trailblazers, Robbie, and with a commanding lead here. That's the third handover. Just 200 meters to go. Then we have Alpha, First Choice, then Alpha. But with a very, very huge lead here is the St. David's Trailblazers, and it's going to be very, very difficult for these youngsters to make up that ground to catch this athlete here from the St. David's Trailblazers. She knows she has 200 meters to go, so she's not pushing too hard from the start. A very measured race by this young athlete from St. David's Trailblazers. So there they go. Final over now by St. David's Trailblazers. As she turns up the tempo here. St. David's Trailblazers. Then we have First Choice making the handover on the final leg. And then Alpha Junior. Oh, there she goes, the leader in this one, the 4 by 200 meters under 11 girls. But look at this youngster here from the Alpha Junior. But it is St. David's Trailblazers, then First Choice, then Alpha. But St. David's Trailblazers is going to have a very comfortable victory here as she sprints to the finish line now and does so with grace. St. David's Trailblazers to be followed by what looks like First Choice in the orange. But a strong run here by Alpha in the white. She's given it all she's got here, Robbie. Not going to give up, but she'll have to settle for third as First Choice picks up the second position.
Good race by Trailblazers. They led from the first leg right down to the very last leg. Again, we just spoke of their dominance so far in this meet, Smithy. Well-prepared team. Kudos to coaches Williams and Paul.
I think this is a good training for the private primary school games.
The Ribena Private Primary School Games, which is coming up.
That should be coming up shortly
in the sporting calendar. But what we've noticed over the years, the private primary schools have been producing some very good athletes, and even when they go on to the secondary school level, we see them performing very well.
You think of the Compton brothers at PBC.
As well as the Mills brothers as well.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes. Let's go back even further. You think of the likes of Sean Lambert.
Correct.
Oliver.
Yeah.
So we do have some very outstanding athletes coming out of the private primary school games. And the likes of Podgy Cherubin would be delighted to hear that, because he's one of the main driving forces behind the private primary school sports or games. And as a matter of fact, they're looking to see if they can get that extra lane at the national primary school games organized by the Grenada Union.
I would love for them to get it. I mean, I think it all augurs well for Grenada Athletics. They're going to have another medal presentation.
I'm not too sure, but on the track are the competitors for the 4 by 200 meter relay for the under 11 boys. And we should see Trailblazers again in lane 2, First Choice in 3, St. David's Catholic Secondary in 4, Alpha Junior in 5, and Karakou in 6. But we're going to break for another medal presentation, and when we come back, we'll give you some more live track and field action as it's happening here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium in the 2020 edition of the KFC Relay Meet. So we go over to the stadium microphone now for this medal presentation.
Seconds. Second place, Alpha Junior School. 1 minute 15.02 seconds. And coming in position 1, St. Mary's Junior School. 1 minute 14.71 seconds. Event 8, mixed 4x100-meter relay open. Third place, Speed Zone. Second place, Ace Track Club. Speed Zone 47.52 seconds. Third place, second place, Ace Track Club 45.23 seconds. And position 1. St. David's Track Blazers, 44.91 seconds.
We welcome you back to the live track action.
General Insurance
at the Grenada Stadium. It's the 2020 KFC Relay Meet, and we just witnessed one of the medal presentations for the 4x100 meters relay open and the mixed relay for the under 9. The next event on the track, we expect to see event number 10, the boys 4x200 meter relay under 11. And just to remind you of the lane assignments, Track Blazers in 2. They just won the female category of this event. Alpha Junior in 3. In 4 is the Beacon High School in red and white. That's the first time we've seen Beacon for the day. They're in 4. St. David's Catholic Secondary in 5. First Choice in the orange in 6. And Carrico Athletics Committee is in lane 7 in the yellow and white. So there are 3 clubs here in yellow. We have in lane 2 Track Blazers. We have in lane 5 St. David's Catholic Secondary and Carrico Athletics Committee in 7. Beacon is making their first appearance on the track today. They're in lane 4 in the red and white. And then in lane 3 we have Alpha Junior. So they're going after a record time of 1 minute 59.10 seconds established by St. David's Track Blazers in 2015. They're up and running here. Let's see who is going to gain any lead in this one here. On the inside, St. David's Track Blazers is looking good, but Carrico Athletics Committee has an apparent lead here. He's looking back to see what the rest of the competition is, but it's coming from St. David's Track Blazers on the inside. It's a 4x200 meters, this event. And the Carrico Athletics Committee is still looking good. So too is St. David's Track Blazers. They're about to make the first handover now. Let's see who hands over first. Track Blazers it is, handing over first on the inside in lane 2. And then it is Carrico Athletics Committee on the outside in lane 6. Followed by in lane 6, First Choice. But on the inside it is St. David's Track Blazers. And we see Alpha Junior making up some grounds here in lane 3. Alpha Junior running back nicely here to catch up with Carrico Athletics Committee. But it is St. David's Track Blazers in the yellow and black who is in the lead now and about to make the second handover. St. David's Track Blazers hands over now. Then it is Alpha Junior to be followed by Carrico and First Choice. in the orange. But St. David's Trailblazers, look at him go here. They're running in the dust that is leaving behind him. Trailblazers, that's your leader there.
Quite comfortable.
He has measured his race really well. He turns on the burners now. St. David's Trailblazers in lane 2.
Here comes Alpha.
Alpha Junior is giving a spirited challenge here. Who's going to hand over first? They have one more handover to make. Karaku is still in contention here, but Trailblazers go. There he goes. Lengthy strides in St. David's Trailblazers as opposed to the very shorter, greater leg speed by the athlete from Alpha Junior. Then goes Karaku. Then goes First Choice. As we see the St. David's Trailblazers. Look at the run here from Alpha Junior.
This is a good run.
What a run here by these two athletes here. St. David's Trailblazers.
St. David's going to pull it off, but
St. David's Trailblazers is going to be here, maintaining the lead and his composure as well, maintaining good form as well.
Look at Beacon.
St. David's Alpha Karaku is in
Beacon
third.
is right back into this thing.
And Beacon has made a good comeback here to go past First Choice, who will pick up the 4th position. So 2 competitive wins here, maybe 3 for Trailblazers, dominating the relays in the early stages of the 2020 KFC meet. That's the St. David's Trailblazers. Time of 2 minutes, 8.44 seconds. And it's outside of the record time. The record, may I remind you, is 1 minute 59.1 seconds.
Held by same Trailblazers.
So Trailblazers doing very well in the early stages. Yes. They've won all of the relay events in where they have performed, except I think for one that Ace won earlier on.
Well, let's see if that could transfer to the primary school meets and intercall for the various schools that fall under the banner of Trailblazers.
The next event, event number 11, is the girls 4x200 meter relay for under 13. And we should see here Alpha Junior, Beacon, Karaku Athletics Committee, St. Mary's Junior, First Choice, Trailblazers, and St. David's Catholic Secondary. So we have 7 teams registered for this event, and it appears as though all 7 teams are lined up on the track here. So we see St. Mary's Junior back on the track. Missed them for a little while. They'll be running in lane 5 in the blue and white. Beacon is also here in red and white. Karaku Athletics Committee in lane 4. St. David's Trailblazers, who have been doing very well so far, they're in lane 7.
St. David's is in 7 or 8?
In 7. So the yellow and black. And in 8 we have St. David's Catholic Secondary. It's another 4x200 meters.
Record is held by St. Joseph Convent St. George's, 1 minute 52.42 seconds. Record was set in 2017.
So the action continues to intensify on the track, Robbie. So far we have seen some very exciting relays.
Very competitive.
And we expect that trend will continue later on into the evening. So we encourage those of you who are at home and who can still make it down here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium to please do so and come out and cheer the athletes on and to witness it firsthand for yourself. We're still happy to bring it to you. For those of you who are unable to get down to the National Stadium, we're more than delighted to bring it to you wherever you are, in Grenada, in the region, in the diaspora, any part of the world where you're picking up this broadcast. It's our pleasure to bring it to you.
This is going to be a nice race. As the age goes up, it gets more competitive.
So a lot of support here on the live feed for St. David's Trailblazers. And so too is Ace. So we looking for those supporters from Speed Zone and South City, Rising Stars, St. Joseph Convent, St. Mary's. Interact with us on Facebook. Let us know that you're over there and you're supporting your athletes from your various clubs or schools. We'll make mention of that as well. And we're going to bring it to you wherever you are.
Thank you very much, Smithy. The field is currently warming up. Right now we have the women's shot put open. And next up is our national record holder, Kelsey Morel Ross, about to make her first attempt.
So again, the athletes have been kept. They have been kept for some time on the track.
And that's unfortunate, especially with young athletes. It really gives them the wrong impression that this is how this is done normally.
So as we segue into the shot put, that is happening. But we come back. We're back here now with the 4x200 meters under 13.
And they're on the status orders.
And they're up and running here. Let's see who's going to make up the early stagger here. 4x200 meters, really under 13. St. Mary's in the blue is looking good in the middle of the track.
Yeah, St. Davis seems to be doing a bit of the early running also.
St. Davis Catholic Secondary in lane 8. But St. Mary's, I believe, is in the lead now on the inside, the middle of the track in lane 5 is St. Mary's.
Yes, St. Mary's seems to be in the lead.
But St. Davis Catholic Secondary on the outside is also giving good account of herself. They're about to make the false handover. It is indeed St. Mary's, followed by St. Davis Catholic Secondary. Then Track Blazers out there in lane 7. Track Blazers want to look out for definitely. They have been doing well in the previous relays. But St. Mary's still is in the lead here in the blue and white. And a strong challenge here by the athlete from the St. Davis Catholic Secondary School in lane 8. But St. Mary's still there. Carriacou Athletics Committee is looking good in 4th position. St. Mary's is going to hand over first on the second handover here. It's done now, St. Mary's. Then it's going to be St. Davis Catholic Secondary, then Track Blazers. But Carriacou Athletics Committee has gone off with some flash as well. Carriacou now moves into second position. But look at Beacon in the red and white. They're motoring on nicely. Beacon would move
is now in the second position.
A good run here by the athlete from Beacon. But it is St. Mary's Junior in the blue and white. And she would make the handover first, I would think. But Beacon has run a very good race here. St. Davis Catholic Secondary is still in contention. So too is Track Blazers. But for once, we have not seen Track Blazers at the lead now. The final handover, 200 meters to go. St. Mary's out and running nicely. And then there is Beacon in the red. Here comes Carriacou in the yellow and white, going past Beacon now. Looking for St. Mary's Junior is Carriacou Athletics Committee.
That's a good run by Carriacou.
What a run here by Carriacou.
She's running down.
Is she going to catch her? St. Mary's is holding good form. St. Mary's is looking good. She's going to win it here for her school.
St.
The
Mary's.
lead maybe was too much. St. Mary's wins it now. Carriacou Athletics Committee. And then we have Beacon. And then Track Blazers. But a good run here by St. Mary's.
Very good run by St. Mary's, gentlemen.
All 4 athletes. It's a good measured run.
Yes.
Carriacou had a very good run back here. And you know what we can say, maybe if they had stronger athletes in the earlier legs, Carriacou would have given a greater challenge. But I think St. Davis Catholic Secondary and Track Blazers also gave good account of themselves in this race. But St. Mary's Junior, the victors in the end, 2 minutes, 7.62 seconds.
How does that compare to the record?
The record was 1:52.
1 minute 52.42 by St. Joseph's Convent. So, congratulations to St. Mary's, Carriacou, Beacon Junior, First Choice, St. Davis Catholic Secondary, all of the teams competing in this race.
Yeah, it's under 13. We have not seen any of the secondary schools except of the St. Davis Catholic Secondary. It's clubs and primary schools.
So then we get a snapshot of the bleachers. So quite a number of persons are on that section of the bleachers. The other section is still pretty much empty, but that is the section that is closest to the main pavilion. And a number of the youngsters in the cool evening shade, I would think, are out there enjoying that vantage point. As we look at the athletes who are over there in the secondary pavilion.
And the lower deck is becoming quite populated.
That's many athletes over there. But in the main pavilion here, the lower deck is getting very much populated with some of the spectators. And we expect a lot more to come on down here. It's just past 4 p.m. And we expect maybe by 5:30, we will see most of the seats, if not all, in the main pavilion being filled.
So it's boys under 13, 4 by 200 meters. St. David's Catholic Secondary School, PBC Cannon, Alfred Junior, South City, First Choice, Trackblazers, and Beacon. So we have, this is the male version of the event that would have just.
So it's actually the
ended.
4 by 200 meters for the under 13 boys. We will see St. David's Catholic Secondary in lane 2, PBC Cannons in 3, Alpha Junior in 4, South City Rising Stars in 5, First Choice in 6, and Trackblazers in 7, and Beacon in 8. So again, we have 3 clubs participating in yellow, and sometimes it can be mixed up, so we advise you viewers to be mindful of that. So in lane 2 in this particular event, we have the St. David's Catholic Secondary. In lane 3, the PVC Cannons. Lane 4 should be Alpha Junior in the white. Lane 5, South City Rising Stars. Lane 6, First Choice. And First Choice now, as we have it here in blue and white, they're normally in the orange.
The PBC seems to be a scratch.
Trackblazers in 7, and Beacon in the red and white out there in lane 8. So lane 3 is scratch, that's PBC Cannons, they not in the lineup here. The record here, 1 minute 46.42 seconds held by GBSS, Robbie, but there's no GBSS in this event. Under 13 boys.
Just overheard with the stadium announced that Makim Felix is here participating for Trackblazers in the Javelin.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really, Makim Felix. Carifta gold medalist.
That's right.
There seems to be a revision in this status.
We're going to try to get to you. The lineup for the Javelin has been introduced now by the stadium announcer. Very impressive lineup here for the Javelin Open. There they are. And Makim Felix is in that lineup there as well. So we're going to just go over to the stadium microphone for the introduction of the Javelin athletes.
Makim right there.
And the final 2 athletes also from St. David Trackblazers, Matthew Regis and Hemon Joseph.
Albert Reynolds, is that a St. Lucian guy?
I'm not certain. But might be him.
Yeah,
he's here, huh?
Yeah, he's here. I saw him earlier in the week.
Yeah, I think that's him.
So it's going to be a very competitive javelin event. You have the likes of Reynolds out of St. Lucia and Makim Felix. And I think they will be the 2 headliners for that javelin.
What kind of distance you hoping for, Smitty?
Okay, let's give you
meters?
let's give you a revision of this status for this event. Lane 2 seems to be a scratch.
So lane 1, Carrier Crew, Athletic Committee, lane 2, St. David's Catholic, lane 3, PBC Collins.
So there's actually a competitor in lane 1, that's the Carrick Athletics Committee. Lane 2 seems to be scratched. Lane 3
likewise
seems to be PBC Cannons.
Okay.
Alpha in 4, South City in 5, First Choice in 6, Trackblazers in 7, and Alpha in 8. So that seems to be here.
Okay,
now.
what I think there, what is on the track, rather than lane number 2, we have lane number 1, St. David's Catholic Secondary.
So they're up and running here now. The 4 by 200 meters under 13 boys. Carrick Athletics Committee, PBC, Alpha. Who is going to make up the early stagger here? They are all battling for it. Trackblazers is looking good. They're out there in lane number 7.
Blazers, first choice is there. The Beacon Junior is still there.
Beacon is out there in lane 8 in the red. First Choice in the orange is also looking good.
The first stand over. Still
It's Trailblazers.
So that's Trailblazers, but on the inside is Carriacou Athletics Committee. Carriacou may be in the lead at this point in time. On the inside is Carriacou Athletics Committee. But look at the run here from Alpha and First Choice. Look at the run from First Choice moving into second position now over Trailblazers. But on the inside is Carriacou Athletics Committee. But I beg your pardon, First Choice. Moving into the lead now is First Choice. What a good run here by First Choice. But it's Carriacou Athletics Committee still in the lead on the inside. With the first handover, there he goes. Carriacou Athletics Committee in the yellow and white. And First Choice in second out there in lane 6. The rest of the field is catching up here, but up front, Carriacou Athletics Committee. Would this be the first gold medal for Carriacou at the 2020 KFC Relay Meet? They're looking good at the moment. It's Carriacou Athletics Committee, but First Choice is in good chase. St. David's Trailblazers is making a run back. So too is Alpha Junior. But there goes Carriacou Athletics Committee again, handing over first with maybe a 25-meter lead here over First Choice. Then it is Trailblazers, then Alpha. But St. David's Trailblazers with a good lead here. He should win this one. Carriacou Athletics Committee, I beg your pardon, with a good lead here. He should win this one for his club. The first gold medal to go to Carriacou at the 2020 KFC Relay Meet. He's going to win it maybe about 25 meters ahead of the second place First Choice, and then Trailblazers in third, and it looks as Alpha in the fourth position. But Carriacou running a good race.
A very, very good first leg.
They led maybe for 3 of the 4 legs. Carriacou Athletics combined. Carriacou Athletics Committee, I beg your pardon, and there is the anchor man for them here. Must be a proud moment for the folks out there in Carriacou. I'm sure they're preparing for the carnival this weekend. And those of you who are viewing the broadcast, I'm sure you're delighted to know that Carriacou would have forfeited carnival to be here and picking up a gold medal as well.
And with a time of 2 minutes and 0.14 seconds.
The next event on the track would actually be the girls 4x200 meter relay on the 15. So as the time goes by, we're seeing much of the older athletes coming to the track now. We saw some of the open events earlier on, but progressively we're taking them by age, and we're going to see faster times, more competitive races, I would think, as well, as we move into the under 15 category.
So it's Brianna, it's Extreme Power, J.W. Fletcher, Bishop's College, and Iguanas of Westerhall Secondary.
As we move back to the shot put event.
Is that Bishop's College, a uniform, or that's St. Rose?
That should be Bishop's College, I think.
You are so right that so many of the colors in the various uniforms are so close.
That's actually the women's shot put open that's in progress. And interestingly, I see in the lineup here Jonaya Thomas. You know, she's a decathlete as well, so maybe she's using that to fine-tune her shot put. Jody Mann, Jamilia Nicholas, Jemiah Martin, Flumo Abijah, Giovanna Langain, character medalist Kelsey Morel is also there. Jamora Alves from Bishop's College, I think that's who we just saw a while ago, and J.L. Patterson of Anglican High School. We're back on the track for the 4x200 meters on the 15. And again, we want to remind you of the lineup we should see here in lane 2. Extreme Power in lane 4. J.W. Fletcher making their debut on the track today. Bishop's College, that's the first time we've seen them on the track. They're in lane 5. And the Westerhall Iguanas in lane 6.
The record for this event was set in Anglican High School way back in 2015. A time of 1 minute 46.20 seconds. 1 minute 42.20 seconds in Anglican High School in 2015.
So Extreme Power is not in the lineup, so it's only going to be 3 clubs here. J.W. Fletcher, Bishop's College, and Iguanas.
J.W. Fletcher in the purple, the Bishop's College in the red, and the Iguanas in green. lanes 4, 5, and 6.
The javelin continues. That's the javelin. Oh, it's about to start, I beg your pardon. That's the open javelin event. And we saw the introduction a while ago. So we have the Kevon Thomas, Markim Felix. And Markim Felix, as we've just heard here, has already broken the record. The record was 70.04 meters. And it's his own record he has broken. A record that he had established in 2017 that he has returned to break in 2020.
Yeah, he threw a distance of 72.65 meters. And that's his very first throw. So you know we in for a long afternoon. He might throw something closer to 78.
That's right. So just to complete the lineup, we also have Joshua John, Kerry Collier, Deandra Stephen, as we see GBSS doing the javelin here. Maybe not so good at the technique here, but stepping on the line as well. It's a fall through by the youngster here from GBSS. It looks like Alex Chetram. Or maybe it's Lucky Alexander, not too sure which one of them.
Lucky Alexander, there are two. Yeah. Oh, Chetram. Not sure.
So we're still waiting on the start of the 4x200 meters for the under 15 girls. And we will still try to bring you in and between the javelin event as well as the shot put that is happening there for the females. That's Bishop's College on the runway here in the javelin. And is it McLeod? Sorry, it's Compton here. Donaldson Compton, Bishop's College. That's him here, looking at his coach here, maybe getting some advice from his coach as well. Nicely built is Compton for the javelin. So we're back on the track for the start of the 4x200 meters for the under 15 girls. J.W. Fletcher, Bishop's College Iguanas. And they're finally up and running here now.
Clean break.
It's a nice clean start here. But Iguanas look as though they have a slight lead over the rest of the field here, which is Bishop's College and J.W. Fletcher. Iguanas in the fluorescent green here. The neon green is Iguanas. And then we have Bishop's College in the red, and in the purple, J.W. Fletcher.
And they have already made up the stagger.
So the first handover takes place now. It's still Iguanas. It's a 4x200 meter event. And looking good is J.W. Fletcher in the second position now. But Bishop's College is giving good chase here as she moves back into second position. Maybe took some time here to get her momentum going. And she's actually running down the athlete from the Iguanas. A good run here by the athlete from the Bishop's College out of Carriacou as she moves into the lead now. Bishop's College from Carriacou. Are we going to see back-to-back victories here for the teams out of Carriacou? But look at her go now as they make the second handover. Bishop's College in the lead, followed by Iguanas and then the J.W. Fletcher. But it's Bishop's College, J.W. Fletcher and Iguanas. Maybe a good 30-meter lead here by Bishop's College out of Carriacou. It's under 15 4x200 meters.
And you really have to wonder why the young lady's running in a warm-ups.
Bishop's College still in the lead here, followed by the Iguanas and the J.W. Fletcher. Bishop's College on the final over here now with a good lead. It's going to be difficult to catch up with her as the Iguanas give good chase. So too is J.W. Fletcher. J.W. Fletcher seems to have a very good athlete here. Is she going to catch up with the athlete from the Iguanas? But I think it's curtains call already here for Bishop's College. She's not the fast athlete of the pack, but with the lead that she has, it's difficult to catch up with her. I think it's really a battle for second and third as Bishop's College wins it now. And the Iguanas will take up the second position, and third would be J.W. Fletcher.
Congratulations to Carriacou.
So Carriacou coming into their own now. We're just giving them the impetus. I mentioned that they're missing the carnival, and the youngsters are saying we're here, but we're not just here to compete. We're here to win as well. And they've won back-to-back relays here. Carriacou under this committee and now Bishop's College.
They led from start to finish.
Good run indeed by Bishop's College. Way outside of the record being 1 minute 46.2 seconds. Anglican High School in 2015. But nonetheless, a spirited run here by the competitors from the Bishop's College.
See what's taking place up on the north side. Thank you very much, Smithy.
Oh, that was section 1 of 2 finals. Sorry. So there is a section 2 of the girls under 15 4x200 meters. So we will see section 2 momentarily. And section 2, Anglican High School, St. Joseph Convent, St. George, Speed Zone, Hillsborough Secondary, Trackblazers, and Blue Bloods.
As we move over to the Javelin event, good throw indeed here by Kelsey. As we've just seen over the stadium microphone, Kelsey Morrell would have just broken the record in the shot put. And she's a character medalist. And true to form is Kelsey Morrell. That's Anglican High School here in the shot put. I think Kelsey Morrell was indeed expected to do well. The record was 11.6 meters. We're not too sure what distance she threw a while ago, but we've learned that she has broken the record.
Keep herself warm. She's using a skip rope. This is Lucky Alexander of GBSS on the television now. On your screen, sorry.
It's Lucky in the javelin throw. Let's see what Lucky can return here. But we move back to the track for the second of the 2 finals for the under 15 girls. Anglican High School, St. Joseph Convent, Speed Zone, Hillsborough Secondary, Trackblazers, and Blue Bloods. So they're up and running here now. Nice clean start. Who's going to make up the early stagger here now? Who is already looking good seems to be St. Joseph Convent in the green and black in lane 3. St. Joseph Convent on the inside looking good.
And Hillsborough.
Blue Bloods also on the outside, but we see a casualty there. Looks like Trailblazers. Somebody pulling up with an injury there in lane 6 for Trailblazers. But Hillsborough Secondary is also looking good in the green and yellow. As they make the first handover now, who comes out early and looking good is SJC on the inside. Anglican High School, I beg your pardon, on the inside. But look at St. Joseph Convent go in lane 3. St. Joseph Convent looking good, but Anglican High School is holding out to the challenge. The 2 athletes out there looking good indeed. Anglican High School and SJC. Blue Bloods in 3rd, but Anglican High School maintaining good form here and would hand over first to a teammate here. And then it is SJC St. George's. There they go. It's going to be a good one here. Hillsborough Secondary is also there. Blue Bloods, and so too is Speed Zone. But up front, Anglican High School, trailed by St. Joseph Convent St. George. And then there is Speed Zone now moving into 3rd. But it is Anglican High School. And of course, because there are 2 batches here, they're running against the clock to see who returns the best time from the 2 batches. So it's not yet gold medal for Bishop's College. Anglican High School on the final handover. SJC St. George in 2nd. Speed Zone will do it in 3rd. But look at Anglican High School go. She's leaving some dust in her trail as well. Convent making a big run back here. It's maybe too much and too late. But Anglican High School with a comfortable lead here. She's going to win it. And they're running for a good time to compare with the first batch. St. Joseph Convent in 2nd. But a good run here by these teams. And Speed Zone will pick up the 3rd position. Then there is Hillsborough Secondary and the Blue Bloods. But a good run by Anglican High School.
Very good run, but I would love to see a replay of the first handover of SJC St. George's. I'm certain that the young lady, Bob, on the second leg, she crossed into the lane of one of the competitors.
The athlete from Trailblazers on the first handover.
Yeah.
She went down.
She went down.
Yeah, she's been stretched off the field now. So maybe our producers can get us back to the first handover. And let's see if what Robbie observed did in fact actually happen.
The first 3 times, the first 3 times in this section
It's
is
better
than the winning time in the
first
section.
So it will be maybe gold, silver, and bronze coming all in the second
This section.
batch of the under 15 girls 4x200 meters.
The only thing I can't remember seeing a flag, yellow flag, in case there was a obstruction.
A good run here. We're going to momentarily take a break for another medal presentation, and when we come back, we're going to bring you more live action from the Kirani James Athletic Stadium in the 2020 edition of the KFC National Relays Meet.
153.
Third place, Alpha Junior School. 2 minutes, 43.24 seconds. Second place, First Choice Junior School. 2 minutes, 42.46 seconds. And presenting position 1, St. David's Track Blazers. 2 minutes, 29.54 seconds. Now we can present to you event 10, boys 4x200 meter relay under 11. Third place, Karaku Athletics Committee. 2 minutes, 16.14 seconds. Second place, Alpha Junior School. 2 minutes, 09.52 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting position 1, St. David's Track Blazers. 2 minutes, 08.44 seconds. This is the end of this medal presentation. Thank you very much. This is it. We'll be back with you shortly. Thank you very much, Mrs. Caroline Ross Hopkin, Managing Director, Kentucky Fried Chicken, Grenada Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the scoreboard are the finalists for event number 14. The lane assignments for the 4x200 meter relay under 15 boys. Lane 2, the PBC Cannons. Lane 3, JW Fletcher.
So we welcome you back to live track and field action here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium in the 2020 edition of the KFC National Relay Meet. The event about to be started is the boys 4x200 meter relay under 15. They're already on the starters orders. We shall see PBC Cannons in 2, JW Fletcher in 3, Boca in 4, GBSS in 5, Track Blazers in 6, Blue Bloods in 7, and Iguanas in 8. And there they go. Looking good already is the Blue Bloods in lane 7. So too is GBSS in the middle of the track. But that's Blue Bloods out there in front for you. GBSS is also looking good in the green. So too is Track Blazers. These are the leaders in this event so far. Handing over is GBSS first, then the Blue Bloods with a fumble there. Track Blazers is also in contention. But it is Blue Bloods and GBSS. As GBSS with a slight lead here over the Blue Bloods. It's a 4x200 meters for the under 15 boys. But Blue Bloods is not going to give up. GBSS with maybe a 3-meter lead over the Blue Bloods as they're about to make the second handover. GBSS in the lead, followed now by the Blue Bloods. Then we have Track Blazers, PBC on the inside. Boca's secondary is also in contention, but there goes GBSS. Distancing himself from the rest of the field is GBSS. Blue Bloods trailing for second. So too is in third now the St. David's Track Blazers. But looking good is the athlete from GBSS. Blue Bloods is trailing now into third position. Track Blazers moves into second. And the final handover now, it is GBSS, then Track Blazers, then Blue Bloods. But look at PBC on the inside. PBC has measured up to the St. David's Track Blazers and now moves into second position is PBC. But GBSS with a 30-meter lead here. PBC is running back. And that is Ikolo from PBC. He was the prep champ of the PBC Sports, but it's GBSS, followed by Ikolo from PBC, then Track Blazers, and Blue Bloods will have to settle for fourth. Here comes Speed Zone now, but a good run by GBSS from the second leg, moving on to the third and fourth legs, but a good run back indeed by PBC Cannon.
Yes, very good. It's always good competition between PBC and GBSS.
What was noteworthy in this particular event at GBSS is the baton passing. It was smooth. There was no hesitation. It was smooth baton passing. The time of 1 minute 42.80 seconds.
I know these are some of the events that you, the viewers, are looking forward to see the matchup between the more senior athletes today. And this was one of the exciting ones so far.
What is the record presently?
The present record is held by PBC in 2016, 1 minute 35.61 seconds. The next event on the track is event number 15, the 4x200 meters under 17 girls. This record is held by St. Joseph Convent in Andrews, and it was set in 2017 of 1 minute 43.56 seconds. We have 5 teams registered to run in this particular race. Anglican High School, St. Joseph Convent, St. George, Speed Zone, Blue Bloods, and Track Blazers. Girls 4x200 meters under 17.
The official results, 1 minute 42.8 seconds. GBSS, PBC Canons in second, 1 minute 44.92 seconds. And Track Blazers in third.
We are waiting the start of event number 15. 4x200 meters girls under 17. Anglican High School in lane 3. In lane 4, St. Joseph Convent St. George. In lane 5, Speed Zone. Lane 6, Blue Bloods. And in lane 7, Track Blazers.
Great. Hope that the clubs can use these monies for the betterment of the athletes.
This should be a competitive race.
I would say look out for Track Blazers, Convent St. George's, and Anglican High School.
And I would always say, Robbie, looking for Blue Bloods.
I know you'll say that. You think there's a possibility that because Convent Grenville is not participating as a team, that athletes from that school may be participating under the banner of Bluebirds and even Ace?
It's more than likely they'll participate for Ace rather than Blue Bloods.
Okay.
The Blue Blood is more like SAS.
Yeah. But I still believe also that there may be one or two SAS athletes that may be participating on the ACE.
Right.
Especially those who are coached by Wayne McSween. And I'm not sure what the arrangement is with ACE and SAS, but that is maybe an expectation that some of the athletes who are coached by Wayne McSween may be campaigning for ACE, and the others would be under the Blue Bloods banner.
They're on the status orders.
So again, it's the 4x100 meters on the 17, 4x200 on the 17. We have Anglican High School in 3, St. Joseph Convent in 4, Speed Zone in 5, Blue Bloods in 6, and Track Blazers in 7. And they're up and running. Convent is looking good. So too is Blue Bloods and also Speed Zone. And Track Blazers is also there, but Blue Bloods seem to have the lead here now. That's Blue Bloods there. It is Blue Bloods. That's Shante St. Clair for Blue Bloods. But Speed Zone catching up with and handing over first now. Blue Bloods hands over second. But Convent is also there. Convent St. George is there. St. David's Track Blazers trailing into fourth. But look at Blue Bloods go now. Anglican High School seems to have dropped out of the race for whatever reason. We'll try to find it out for you. But it is Speed Zone followed by Blue Bloods. Then Track Blazers running back nicely as well. But it is still Speed Zone. Track Blazers moving into second position now maybe. SAS hands over second actually. And Track Blazers in third. Speed Zone. But look at Track Blazers. Look at Blue Bloods go. Blue Bloods looking the better of the three there now. But don't give up on Track Blazers on the outside. Blue Bloods moves into the lead now. But Track Blazers is giving good chase. Who has the better form and endurance here in this 200-meter leg? Blue Bloods, St. David's Track Blazers, Blue Bloods and Track Blazers. They go stride for stride, neck and neck, so to speak, as they hand over now for the final time. It is St. David's Track Blazers by a measure of distance. She's been run down here by Blue Bloods. Here comes Speed Zone on the inside, and SJC is going to be a close one, very close indeed. Look at SJC. But Track Blazers still maintaining their lead and composure. Convent is running back nicely. Look at Track Blazers. Convent looking good as well. Track Blazers is going to win it now. What a good race indeed. Followed by SJC. And then it's going to be Speed Zone followed by Blue Bloods. A good race indeed, gentlemen.
Very competitive.
Very, very.
Very, very competitive.
I really thought that the athlete of Convent was the fastest athlete on the leg, but the distance was a bit too much for her.
The athlete from Track Blazers on the third leg. She changed the race.
Yes.
Yeah, she actually brought it back for Track Blazers.
Yes.
But Convent on the last leg was a very impressive leg.
The last leg.
But the more balanced team obviously would have been Track Blazers. And so with the lead that they established on the third leg. But SAS ran a good race up to the second leg.
Yeah.
When I say SAS, I mean Blue Bloods. They ran a good race up to the second leg. And they were in contention there, but faded away for fourth in the end.
Yeah. I guess some of the team wasn't well balanced.
But even Speed Zone had a pretty much balanced team as well, because that orange was always there in the top three.
Yeah.
And
until the final leg.
Until the final leg, when they eventually came third.
They seem to have had a soft spot on the final leg.
It's curious to know what happened to Anglican High School, though. If it's injury, if the baton fell. I don't know what happened, but they didn't finish the race.
In the first handover, they didn't. They just seemed to quit.
They are on the 17 boys. It's going to be a fast race.
So it's event number 16, boys 4x200 meters on the 17. Track Blazers in lane 1. PBC Cannons in lane 2. Boca Secondary for the first time in lane 3. Grenada Boys Secondary in lane 4. JW Fletcher in lane 5. Iguanas in lane 6. Blue Bloods in lane 7. And in 8, Speed Zone. This should be a good one.
This should be a good one. So we should see Jalen Daniel. He should lead out for Track Blazers. Jamal McLeod should be there for PBC. Lishon James for Boca. Tegan Peterkin. He's listed here to start for the GBSS. Want to look out for definitely. Jamie Joseph of JW Fletcher, Jace Neptune of the Iguanas, he should lead out for them. Shondell Antoine for the Bluebirds. And we should also see Jamik Modeste of Speed Zone on lane 1. So Tegan Peterkin, a name definitely to look for in this event. But that's not Peterkin as I make it out there in lane 4. So maybe he's actually anchoring. I would think he would be an anchor for GBSS. Well, he's definitely one to look out for in this event.
He's one of those up-and-coming names in track and field in Grenada. A name that has a lot of promise on his shoulders. He's only like 15 years, right?
And he runs the 100 meters, the 200 meters, and the 400 meters.
Yes.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
So this should be a cracker. This should be a fast event. It's the under 17 boys. And the meet record is 1 minute 31.98 seconds. And this record is held by SAS. It was established in 2018. But some impressive lineups here by all of the teams. Impressive lineups indeed. They've been called to the starters now. Starters on their mark. And let's see who's going to be hungrier for this one. Some big names here, some big teams as well. Perennial rivals as well inside of this one. And they're up and running. It's 4x200 meters under 17 boys. There they go. GBSS looking good already. Making up the stagger on the speed zone is GBSS. But looking good also on the outside in lane 7 is Blue Bloods. Iguanas also in the mix as well. But GBSS here looking good coming in. Blue Bloods tiring a little bit here. GBSS hands over first. Then it is speed zone on the outside. PBC is also in the mix there. Then there is Blue Bloods. Look at PBC on the inside. PBC moves into the lead now. Looking good is PBC. GBSS for second. It looks as though on the inside it's Trackblazers for third. But it's PBC. GBSS fading away badly. Trackblazers moves into second. Speed zone is coming up nicely too. The handover now is not too good by PBC. GBSS is still fumbling. Blue Bloods out of contention. Trackblazers on the inside in lane 2. And then GBSS in 3, followed by Boca secondary. And then Speed Zone. But look at PBC go. Are they going to catch him? GBSS is making a run back here. They're back into second position. That's GBSS here eating up some ground on PBC. And then Trackblazers is the final and over. There goes PBC. Tegan Peterkin it is. Tegan Peterkin hold the young man from PBC. This is going to be a close finish, I believe. Look at PBC go. Look at Peterkin go. Look at Trackblazers go. But PBC is holding good form. They're not going to catch him. PBC is going to win by 40 meters or so. What a run indeed by PBC. What an impressive run indeed, gentlemen, by PBC.
Very, very impressive. And the baton passing was not smooth.
Yeah,
especially on the second handover. PBC was not too good, but they were able to maintain composure, maintain good form. GBSS had it at one time. I believe the second leg was not a good one.
It was terrible.
And they lost the momentum on the second leg.
That young
but
man.
we can't take away from PBC.
The third leg. Oh.
Of the GBSS.
Third leg of GBSS.
Yes, really, yeah. He brought them back and they had faded to like fifth.
That PBC ran a fantastic second leg. Bluebird seems to be in the lead in the first leg.
Well, I would have said even Speed Zone might have been, to me, in front.
In the first leg?
In the first leg, yeah.
What an impressive run indeed. They're outside of the meet record of 1 minute 31.98 seconds. They actually ran 1 minute 34.85, but
very competitive.
A very competitive race. To see the exchanges in the leadership of the race between PBC and the GBSS. SAS, our Blue Bloods, was in contention at some point in time. They faded away towards the end, but a great run. Even St. David's Trackblazers on the inside, and they were missed for some time, but they ran back well and picked up the third position. I saw Markin Felix there for you.
Yeah. So
in the Javelin event.
Samuel Green of PBC Cannons on that line.
Oh, he was dominating in PBC Sports.
Yep.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Green was very, very
Yes,
impressive in
yes.
PBC Sports. One to look out for.
And impressive
I
today.
can't remember if Green is a grandson of
Maurice Green?
no. Sampad Harbin. But Sampad has a grandson also at PBC who was in with Green in that Patrick Green and but three of them.
So, all eyes now on the Javelin event.
14.2 meters, Kelsey Morrell extending on that record.
Tell her she's going to be good.
She continues to impress.
She's going to be good. And she's pretty young.
Hakeem Felix.
Already establishing a new record, breaking his old mark. And this, I believe, is an extension. So we're going to try to pick up the distance.
His coach don't seem happy though.
But his coach never seems happy.
He might be a perfectionist, right? Man, he gets the job done, right?
We tried to get a distance on the throw there for you from Hakeem Felix. But we move back to the track for the 4x200 meters under 20 girls. And another impressive lineup here. South City Rising Stars in 2, Extreme Power in 3, SJC in 4, 75 meters, 75.67 by Hakeem Felix, and he has extended on the record he established moments ago.
It's another new mark.
It's another new mark.
Yeah. I really believe before the end of the evening he's going to touch like a 78, 77, 78.
So we are looking at 2 new records today.
Yeah.
So far in
shot
the shot put and now in the
and
javelin.
now in the javelin. And it continues.
This is good for Hakeem. I mean, this is an Olympic year. We're on the road to Tokyo. We would love to have 2 finalists, both himself and Anderson, at the finals in Tokyo.
He has to crack the 80-meter mark to be competitive in
That's right. That's
in
correct.
Tokyo.
Yes.
He has to cut the 80-meter mark.
He has a few months to work
So
at
just to go through the lineup again, we have South City Rising Stars in 2, Extreme Power Scratched in 3, SJC in 4, Speed Zone in 5, Track Blazers in 6, and Anglican High School in 7. There they go. And Speed Zone looking good, so too is SJC, but Anglican High School is in the lead at the moment. That's Anglican High School in the lead, and I make it
Speed Zone.
That's maybe Elcock for High School. Speed Zone is in the 2nd, Track Blazers in 3rd, Convent in 4th, and on the inside South City in 5th. First stand over here now. It is Anglican High School. Look at Speed Zone. Look at the build of this athlete from Speed Zone. And she's looking in good form as well in Speed Zone. Seems to have been doing a lot of work in the off-season, the athlete from Speed Zone. Powerfully built as well. And a good run back here from Track Blazers. Track Blazers is eating up some ground on Speed Zone. Anglican High School is fading away, and on the inside, South City moves into 3rd. Is the 2nd and over. Speed Zone. Track Blazers is the under 20 4x200 meters. There they go down the back straight here now. Speed Zone still in the lead, followed by Track Blazers. And then there is South City Rising Stars on the inside. Here comes Track Blazers in the lead now over Speed Zone. A good run back here by the athlete from Track Blazers. And South City Rising Stars gaining ground on Speed Zone as well. The final and over now. It's curtains called here now for Track Blazers, I would think. Speed Zone into 3rd, and now we have South City Rising Stars in 2nd, but Track Blazers in the lead at the moment here. Good run back by South City Rising Stars. It's going to be difficult to catch Track Blazers. She's looking in great form as well. Clean strides as well is Track Blazers. She's going to win this one, followed by South City Rising Stars, and then we expect now to see Speed Zone and Anglican High School. That's the completion of the 4x200 meters for the under 20 girls.
Well-balanced team from Track Blazers. Well-balanced.
Really good competition between themselves. Speed Zone, at one time, Anglican High School. Good competition, and that's what we want to see.
St. Davis Track Blazers, the money bag might be kind of heavy for them at this stage. Remember, medals are not given for the KFC Relay Meet. They get monetary prizes as well instead. And the St. Davis Track Blazers from Mike Kong would have won most of the, they would have won more relay events than any other club here today.
True, that is true.
Again, we have 2 finals. So this was section 1. We're making some correction here. That was the first section. No, is it?
That was number 17, so there's only one.
No.
And then we move now into the 4x200 meter relay for the under 20 boys. As we look back here to the replay, and Bernard, you want to take us through what happened here in the final leg?
Smooth running by St. David's Trailblazers here. But the young lady from South City Rising
Stars, yeah.
She did not give up. Good, clean strides, but all the way through St. David's Trailblazers. A balanced team. The athlete that ran this second leg for Trailblazers, she had a deficit coming into that second leg of about 20 meters, and she made that up and extended the lead into the third handover.
Good run indeed by Trailblazers. We're going to have the men's version of this event, and we see on the track there already Kyle Olivier, and he's the son of our executive producer. He's running for the PBC Cannons. So this one actually has 2 sections. So they'll be going to be running against the clock. So the first of the 2 finals would feature Extreme Power, Bishop's College, Boca Secondary, and PBC Cannons. And then we're going to have a second final, and the best times will be judged as the automatic winners here. So let's see who would want to return the most impressive time in this first finals. Extreme Power, Bishop's College, Boca Secondary, and PBC Cannons. The record for this event, 1 minute 29.43 seconds, established by Westerhall Secondary School in 2013. So it's a 7-year-old record. Westerhall Secondary School. They've been called to the starting position here by the starter. Extreme Power, O'Neill Buckmeyer. Bishop's College, that should be Zane McFarlane. Boca Secondary, that should be Rondell John, and we're hoping it's going to be Shamar Mills for the Presentation Brothers College. So they're up and running here, only 4 teams here. It's the first of the 2 finals for the under 20 4x200 meter relay. Looking good is the athlete from Bishop's College in the red. That's McFarlane. Karakou Bishop's College with a good lead here over Mills from PBC. Hands over now is Bishop's College. And we saw Bishop's College winning their batch earlier on, but didn't went on to medal, so to speak, because the second batch was faster. But PBC is there. On the inside in lane 2 is Bishop's College. And then we have Extreme Power in 2. But it is Bishop's College, Extreme Power. Handover now, Bishop's College. But Extreme Power moves into the lead on the handover. And baton changes makes a huge difference, and we just saw that happening there. It's Extreme Power, followed by Bishop's College, followed by Boca Secondary, and PBC with Olivier in the rear. Kyle Olivier for PBC would want to gain some grounds here on the athlete from Boca Secondary School. Here comes a run back here from Bishop's College to give a bump. They bump into each other here, but it is still Extreme Power. Bishop's College giving good chase. It's going to be a close one, I believe. Bishop's College and Extreme Power. He's looking back at him. Bishop's College with some attitude as well. Bishop's College looking good. Bishop's College, what a run back here from Bishop's College. Some attitude as well.
That's a good run.
Good run, but poor sportsmanship.
Poor sportsmanship.
Yeah, run your race, man. You know, don't be pointing fingers and you know and making all this kind of monkey
very
trip,
cocky
you know?
indeed,
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah,
Robbie.
yeah.
Especially with a second section to come.
Yes.
There he is, and that's actually Zane McFarlane, athlete number 99.
So somebody needs to pull this young man one side and explain to him what it is that you don't do.
But he has a lot of confidence in himself. You can see that from the time he got under the shoulder of the athlete from Extreme Power, he glanced at him and then made the gesticulations and so on. Look at that there. He's basically saying to him, catch me if you can. We don't expect that at this level from these youngsters.
No.
But I think
It's a good run, though.
he may have done it in good faith just to say, I'm here, look out for me. But that does not mean that he would win the gold medal in this event. We still have the second batch. Remember, they're running for time, and I believe you'd have lost maybe a second or two by those actions there that may cost his team
Absolutely.
a money prize here.
Absolutely.
On the 20 boys. Batch 2. Thank you, KFC.
Section 2.
Thank you, Mrs. Rose.
We're getting ready for section 2.
Of game and staff. Enjoy some KFC.
Section 2, we have Ace,
Over 100,000
Grenada Boys Secondary, Blue Bloods, Track Blazers, and Speed Zone.
4x4. The best of Grenada, track and field.
So it's Ace, in lane number 3. In lane number 4, GBSS. In lane number 5, Blue Bloods. In lane number 6, St. David's Track Blazers. And in lane number 7, Speed Zone. Remember, this is the second of 2 sections, and they are competing against the clock.
Lane assignments. Lane 3.
Beautiful picture, gentlemen. Look at the background. Cruise ship in the harbor. Where else in the world can you get a track meet with a cruise ship in the background? Very picturesque.
As I've heard on the TV recently, a track field close to the sea.
Yes, right.
This really is a serious image.
For real. For real.
Well, the bleachers nicely populated now with spectators. So too is the lower level of the main pavilion. And as we anticipated, by this time we expected...
Very prophetic. Very prophetic.
We expected a lot of people to be here at the National Stadium. As again, we look at the beautiful cruise ship in the background here at the cruise ship terminal.
We are about track and field, but we also about tourism.
That's right.
So the big man in the business, I believe this batch would be the faster of the 2. And we should see Ace out of St. Andrew, GBSS, Blue Bloods also out of St. Andrew, Track Blazers, of course from St. David's, Speed Zone basically from the western side, maybe from predominantly Gove or St. John, and they would be in lane 7. So I would think all of the clubs here are in with a chance. Ace we know is a powerhouse, GBSS, Blue Bloods, St. David's Track Blazers, and Speed Zone, so it's going to be a very competitive event. It looks as though it's a false start. It looks like lane 4 to me, Robbie.
Yep, it looks like
I'm
like
not
GBSS.
sure if the international rules are applied here. I would think so.
Looks like Sharp. Remember Darren Sharp?
But there was some fidgeting and maybe an early takeoff here by the athlete in lane 4 for GBSS.
And that's the irony of team sport.
It looks as though it's Darren Sharp for GBSS. Let's see who will be charged with the false start here. Or sometimes it can very well be an equipment malfunction, and sometimes no one is charged with the false start.
Sharp was a very dominant athlete as a prep, as a sub-junior, and somehow has faded away since, as has not been the same type of athlete since. But let's hope he's on his redemption road.
The officials are concurring. As we see again, definitely an early takeoff by the athlete in lane 4, Sharp for GBSS. And again, we want to thank our replay.
And it is important that the rules be applied so that the young people would learn.
So it's very obvious here. I'm not too sure how the officials will rule. They do not have the benefit of the replay as we do have here, and you who are viewing at home as well, or on your mobile devices, wherever you are. But it was very obvious to us that it appeared to be a false start from the athlete in lane 4 GBSS. Let's see who will be charged with it here. We see a lot of discussions still taking place with the officials, and
it might have
it
been
is not quite
a
clear.
malfunction with the starter's gun.
Quite possibly.
So since nobody has been charged with the false start, we may want to make that conclusion. But from the looks of it here, it appeared as though the athlete in 4 would have jumped the gun, so to speak.
Yeah, it's a white flag. White flag, so the race continues.
So they're going to have a second go at it. Again, it's ACE, GBSS, Blue Bloods, Trailblazers, and Speed Zone. And they're up and running here. It's going to be a quick one. Keep your eyes on the track. Keep your eyes on your mobile devices. Speed Zone the saga has been made up here by Jared Sylvester for St. David's Trailblazers. And Jared would know this track very well here. He has blazed it several years. Blue Bloods is there. GBSS is looking tiring. And Ace is also struggling on the inside. But it is St. David's Trailblazers, Blue Bloods, Ace, GBSS. But Trailblazers has gone out with a blinder here. It's Trailblazers with a nice lead here. Ace moves into second position. And then there is GBSS and then there is Blue Bloods. Trailblazers, the gap has been closed here by Ace. But it is still Trailblazers. GBSS in third. Trailblazers hands over first, but Ace has caught up with them on the handover. Ace moves into the lead now. GBSS in third. Blue Bloods in fourth. But here comes Trailblazers again. Trailblazers not going down without a fight. Ace, Trailblazers. Trailblazers back in the lead here. And running a good race for his club is Trailblazers. Ace is tiring. Blue Bloods on the heels of GBSS. GBSS struggling badly here. There they go. It's Ace on the first handover. Trailblazers in second. Look at Ace go. What a good run here by the athlete from Ace.
Look at the form.
And that's Brent Charles we saw earlier. When he pulls up. Brent Charles pulls up. St. David's Trailblazers is going to win that one. GBS comes it back now and would be in second position. Brent Charles pulling up here. It looks like a hamstring injury. And Blue Bloods coming in third. But what an unfortunate situation here for Brent Charles of Ace. That's his second race for the day. We saw him in the 400-meter event on the medley earlier on. He had a very impressive run, but pulling up unfortunately here. A win for St. David's Trailblazers. GBSS in second, and Blue Bloods in third.
Really unfortunate for
Really
Brent.
unfortunate.
So that's Brent gone away already with the baton, and was in the lead going into the home straight, and then we saw him pull up.
We can see he was taking it easy, you know, he was just like bouncing through the form.
Yes, yes.
And as he started to push right here, and then no more.
Yes, he felt something right there.
Yeah, yep.
And the thing I was going to make a comment on with Ace, the bottom passing was
Immaculate.
smooth. This is what you want to see in a relay race.
They're coached by a very experienced coach, Wade McSween.
And it makes a difference.
And Wayne is actually an instructor for coaches, so he ought to know how it is to be done. And it's very unfortunate that Brent had to pull up in this event. It's going to be what I would think would have been a victory for Ace Track Club.
Easily.
Easily.
In the end, it was St. David's Track.
Easily. Easily. The next event in the track would be
is the 4x200 meters relay senior.
seniors.
So we're going to see Ace, South City, Trailblazers, and Speed Zone in this one.
And this will be the final of the 4x200 meters. These are the big boys. 4x200 meters seniors.
New record again by Markim Felix.
So Markim seems to be extending the distance and establishing new records on every throw. From the very first throw he had, he broke his own record and has done so in subsequent throws.
Right now he's at 77.5.
He's in a zone.
Yep. So I want to move my estimation from 78 to 80 right now. Would love to see him throw 80 yet.
He is in a zone. And when you're in a zone, you should exploit it.
Yes, yes.
Men's 4x200 meters senior. Ace, lane 3. Lane 2, sorry. Lane 3, South City. Lane 4, Trailblazers. Lane 5, Speed Zone.
100-meter male. And then we'll have a medal ceremony. And that will end.
So IDDAT, who is not here this year, they are actually the record holders for this event. 1 minute 27.5 seconds that they established in 2018. IDDAT out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Speed zone in lane 5.
So these are the big men here, the seniors as they referred to. So most of these guys would be out of this secondary school structure. Ace is definitely, I see Charles is there for Ace.
Kieran Charles.
Kieran Charles. Speed Zone is there, so too is Track Blazers. They're called to the starters position now.
On Sinke seems to be starting for South City.
South City is in lane 3. It's a 4x200 meters. And they're up and running. Let's see how Sinke looks here. He's in lane 3. But Track Blazers making up the stagger very early on Speed Zone. Sinke is looking good too. That's Sinke there, 374 for South City Rising Stars. But he has a very good athlete from Track Blazers to contend with. Sinke is struggling. He hands over first, but Ace is in contention as well. Track Blazers still with a slender lead here, but look at Ace go on the inside. Ace Track Club out of St. Andrew. And here comes South City Rising Stars now in lane 3. But it is Ace, South City, Track Blazers and Speed Zone. A nice lead here extended by Ace Track Club. As they make the handover now. South City Rising Stars in second. Track Blazers in third. But Ace has gone off with a flurry here. Ace. Kieran Charles here for Ace. Then there is South City Rising Stars. Speed Zone moving back now into third position. St. David's Track Blazers in fourth. The final handover here now for Ace Track Club. Good run here by the athlete from South City Rising Stars, gaining good ground on Ace Track Club. But the lead has been extended too far to start with. But it's a good race here between Ace Track Club and South City Rising Stars. Ace is going to win it. It's too much distance to catch up here. Ace wins it, followed by South City Rising Stars. Track Blazers running back for third. And Jelani Felix is going to end for Speed Zone in fourth position.
Seem to be your favorite athlete.
Good technically pleasing race to look at.
Jelani Franklin, that was for Speed Zone. But a good run here by the quartet from Ace Track Club. They really proved themselves in this race here. The 4x200 meters for seniors. And a good run by South City Rising Stars as well. Good run here. We're going to look to see what the time was. But I don't think it was anything close to the 1 minute 27.5 seconds established by IDDAT in 2018. A good run by these youngsters. We're going to take a little break now for the medal presentation that's upcoming. And when we come back, we're going to bring you more live track and field action from the Kirani James Athletic Stadium.
Event 13, girls 4x200 meter relay under 15. Third place, Bishop's College. 2 minutes, 02.04 seconds. Second place, SJC. 1 minute, 56.47 seconds. And position 1, Anglican High. Event 14, boys 4x200 meter relay under 15. Third place, St. David's Track Blazers. 1 minute 45.28 seconds. Second place, EBC Cannons. 1 minute 44.92 seconds. And first place, Grenada Boys Secondary. 1 minute 42.80 seconds. Event 15, girls 4x200 meter relay under 17. Third place, Speed Zone. 1 minute 59.43 seconds. Second place, SJC. 1 minute 56.33 seconds. And first place, St. David's Track Blazers. 1 minute 55.52 seconds. Event 16, boys 4x200 meter relay under 17. Third position, St. David's Track Blazers. 1 minute 37.65 seconds. Second position, Grenada Boys Secondary. 1 minute 37.19 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, position 1. PBC Cannons. 1 minute 34.85 seconds. Event 17, girls 4x200 meter relay under 20. Third place, Speed Zone. 1 minute 54.75 seconds. Second place, South City Rising Stars. 1 minute 51.35 seconds. And position 1, St. David's Track Blazers. 1 minute 49.05 seconds. We can also bring to you medal presentation for Event 18, boys 4x200 meter relay under 20. Third position, Extreme Power Track Club. Second place, St. David's Track Blazers. And position 1, Bishop's College. Bishop's College, 1 minute 34.14 seconds. Position 1. This is the end of this medal presentation. Thank you very much, Honourable Kate Lewis, Minister with responsibility for youth development. You are part of the 2020 KFC National Relay Meet right here at the Karani James Athletic Stadium. Thank you so much for being part of the experience today. Thank you to KFC. Let's return now to Lester Smith for more events on the track.
We welcome you back to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium as we just witnessed another medal presentation. But we just want to let you know that quite a number of persons, Robbie, have journeyed down here to the National Stadium. The bleachers are packed and the lower deck of the main pavilion, as you see them now, is virtually filled as well. If we allow those persons who are standing at the back to take their seats, we can almost call it a full to capacity lower deck, and an appreciable amount at the upper deck as well. And that's one of the innovations in this year's coverage. We have the drone shot, Robbie, and TNR Communications lifting the bar for us here in 2020.
Literally lifted, because it's a nice aerial shot.
And it's a very youthful crowd as well. I took a peep a while ago, and it's quite a number of young people. And that's a shot here of the bleachers. So we see the bleachers are filled up as well. So quite a number of persons have really come on out to support the youngsters at the 2020 KFC National Relay Meet.
It's a welcome return to the meet, to have good crowd participation, competitive races. This is what the sponsors will be looking for. This is what the meet organizers will be looking for. Good turnout, good support.
And from the national level, we have several other events coming up. We have the Intercol Games, it's on the schedule. We also have the national champs.
You sure you have an Intercol?
We have the Whitsuntide Games coming up as well. And I'm just saying what's on the schedule, Robbie.
Okay.
And that's Markin Felix here, the record holder in this event. He has broken his record today several times and is on the runway now for another throw. Has already thrown over 77 meters.
It's a foul
That's
throw.
a no throw. So that would not count. I think he just overexerted there, going to maybe look for 78, 79 meters.
Yeah.
It would be good if it's 80 meters today, Robbie, but I don't think it's in the making. But nonetheless, he has thrown over 77 meters today. And a good display in the javelin by Markin Felix. Anderson Peters was on the live earlier on today. I'm not sure if he's still there, but I'm sure he would be impressed with what he's seen here from Markin Felix.
I mean, you remember character games a few years ago held here in Grenada when they placed first and second. I mean, that was a really joyous occasion for us as Grenadians to have these two athletes finishing at first and second, placed in first and second. Beautiful aerial shot. The drone shot. Shot from the clouds.
Look at the beauty of this facility. Indeed, indeed. In the background we see the warm-up track. We see exits of the cricket stadium to the right. Maybe the Kirani James Highway to the left, Robbie. And the ocean to the extreme left here. But a beautiful drone shot of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, Spice Capital, St. George's, Grenada. Indeed a beautiful facility. World-class facility, as we say.
Presently the drone is at 107 feet, Smitty.
Well, yeah. Aeronautics observations, Robbie, is well documented here.
Yeah, well,
how much feet?
107 feet. At the end of the commentary, I'm looking for a job at NASA.
Athlete here from the Hillsborough Secondary School. See if we can get his name for you. That's Jaden Tika, actually. Tika participates in many of the events. He also is a track athlete. So quite a number of youngsters on the bleachers, and interspersed between them we have some of the older folks as well. And I did take a walk around, Robbie. Quite a number of the elderly folks are here to support track and field.
It's a good family event. Somebody say yes, Daddy. Back at the Javelin. In the distance, a picture of Marquim Felix, who has extended the record to 77.5. And I'm certain that he'll be looking to push it even further. There is Benjamin.
The action continues here at the Grenada James Athletic Stadium. It's the KFC 2020 National Relay Meet. Benjamin on the runway here now with the Javelin Open event. It's good to see the likes of Benjamin still competing, Robbie.
Yeah, you know he's a coach at the West Hall Secondary. I guess how much he's following the footsteps of his brother, who's a coach at GBSS.
The Benjamins.
That's right.
We just want to remind folks, we saw the question being asked earlier on the live feed. When is Intercall Games going to be? We're just going to let you know now that the Republic Bank Inter-Secondary Schools Athletics Championship, the 53rd edition actually, would be over 3 days. From March 31st, April 1st and April 2nd. It's going to start 9 a.m. each day. And there's going to be track and field events right throughout those 3 days. So it's March 31st, April 1st and April 2nd from 9 a.m. each day. Inter-Secondary Schools Athletics Championship, sponsored this year by the Republic Bank. So make it a date and get yourselves organized, get your posses organized to come on down to support your alma maters and your favorite schools for Intercall Games 2020. Also, we have Whitsuntide Games coming up, national champs, and the 4th edition of the Grenada Invitational on April 4th. So those of you in the diaspora, that's a good week to come on down to Grenada, maybe 2 weeks. So you get Intercall, you get the Invitational, and you get Easter weekend with your family as well.
What a time to be in Grenada. As Reynolds from St. Lucia on your screen. .67.38. And here is Marquim Felix. And another attempt at 80 meters. Good sportsmanship by his competitors, encouraging him, pushing him on.
Marquim Felix, the record holder in this event. I think he's just trying out to see if he can extend on that record he established earlier on today.
Yes.
Broke his own record from a few years back. Again, we want to recognize all of you who are on the live feed here. Kiara Lewis, we thank you for your comments. And we just want to let you know that we will be bringing Intercall Games to you. So if you cannot make it down to the National Stadium, you can join us again on March 31st, April 1st and 2nd for Intercall Games. We also want to recognize Kamisha Francis Christopher, Did he pursue?
78.30.
So there he goes again, 78.30 meters. Marking Felix. He's getting closer and closer to the 80-meter mark.
Yeah, he's still disappointed he hasn't gotten to 80 meters as yet. But, you know, keep on persevering, Markim. You're going to get it.
I think he's sending a message over there for a lot of his fellow competitors.
Yeah, the 80-meter mark in Javelin is like the under 10 for 100 meters sprinting.
Yes, yes.
When you would have thrown an 80-meter, you would have arrived with the big boys, so to speak.
That's right. Very well put.
This might be his first outdoor meet for the season, so he can get 80 or even if 78, 79 today is perfect. As the season progresses, he should throw bigger distances.
But the conditions are good.
Yes.
The winds are almost still.
Yes.
So the distance you're seeing here are genuine distances.
Yeah.
Again, we want to say good evening to Randy Campbell, Nympha Noel, and all of you who are enjoying the broadcast. Andre George, teacher at the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, he's been with us from early afternoon. Patricia Telesword, she has a question mark by Intercall Games, Robbie.
She's just like me.
I can't see what she has written here, but she has a few question marks and exclamation marks after the word Intercall.
Patricia, I share your sentiments.
Patricia, all we can say is on the schedule of events for 2020.
And I think let's all hope we don't have what was it called last year? Fun game?
It was called the secondary school games.
Yeah.
Do anything except to have a fun secondary school game.
You don't like it?
Well,
it was the best that the ministry could have done in light of the work to rule. You know.
Robbie, we want to big up the folks at TNR Communications. The executive director has just brought us some refreshments, and so we want to say what a good job TNR Communications has been doing over the years, and they have given indications there is a lot more to come. They also bring the Grenada Secondary School debate competition and a few other events.
And the Knowledge Bowl.
And the Knowledge Bowl as well. So TNR Communications.
You know that's ambush marketing. He's speaking about the Knowledge Bowl because you know he's coming from.
Someone is asking if Tidika Bihari is running. We have not seen her yet on the track for Ace Track Club, but we know for a fact that she was a powerhouse back in the day for St. Joseph's Convent Grenville, and even after that she continued to run for Ace Track Club, but we have not seen her this edition of the National KFC Relay Meet.
But you really have to be impressed that the two record breakers today, so early in the season, can go out there and do this. Well, this speaks for their build-up and what it is that they have been doing in the off-season.
Well, I can speak more to Kelsey Morel, and I consider her to still be a young competitor in this event. And as she continues to develop, she continues to get stronger, and she continues to break records and set longer distances. And I believe she still has a lot more in her. She can do a lot more. And with her build and with her physique, I think we can expect a lot more from this young lady from the J.W. Fletcher Secondary School.
Additionally, what would be nice is if she can go to regional meets. I mean, outside of Carifta, like the Hampton Games in Trinidad, and other games whether in Barbados or wherever.
There are no substitutes for competition.
Yeah, for real.
No substitute for competition.
Yeah. Because, you know, too many times you don't get enough meets, you know, so you might get like about 5 meets before she gets to Carifta. As compared to the Bahamians, the Jamaicans, they probably had about 10 or more.
Yeah. And by the time you get to champs, for example, in Jamaica, they would have had a number of regional semi-finals and finals before they get to champs, which is equivalent to our intercall.
Well, if you look at the youth collegiate circuit, they race almost every weekend.
Almost every weekend.
Sometimes we feel that they're overworked.
That's right.
In many quarters, it's felt that they're overworked. But I just want to pick up and recognize Ariel Clark and It's K Royal. They're really asking us to recognize them too because they're on the live feed for quite some time now. And Jaquan Abraham, John Stokes. John Stokes is a famous one on Scott Street, very often seen on the red
on
step.
the red step.
Nympha Noel from the Grenville area, I think, and she's on the live as well. So we welcome all of you and we thank you all for joining to the broadcast, and we hope that you're enjoying the live feed from the Grenada James Athletic Stadium this afternoon. We still have quite a number of events to go. There seems to be a break on the events on the track now, but what I can tell you, we still have the 4x100 meters for the under 11 girls and boys. We also have coming up the 4x1 for the under 13s, and we have for the under 15s. Then there's going to be the under 17 as well, 4x100 meters. So quite a lot of relays are left. The under 20s are also on the schedule. The seniors, as we see Markim Felix going for another throw, looking to extend on the 78-meter mark he established a while ago. And of course we have the 4x400 meters. So I make it maybe about 12 relay events remaining today. In some instances there are 2 sections. Where there are too many competitors, they have 2 sections, so we have about maybe 12 or so relays left. But gentlemen, from what you've seen today as a very early event in the season, some schools may not have had their meets yet. Some impressive performances, I would think.
Very impressive, very impressive. And the thing about relay, it's a team event.
Yes, yes.
So what you look for is the transitioning from one leg to the other.
Seamless as possible.
And 1 or 2 teams has really stood out. Ace, in all the relay races, or nearly all the relay races, is an example for that other teams can have a look at. The passing was something to look at. And this makes a huge difference in relay sport. And when you may have some time to recover in a 4x4. You don't have time to recover in a 4x100 meters. Any slip up, the race is finished.
Yeah.
And as we were saying earlier, a lot of international teams have lost relay events on the batter transition.
Batter transition.
Yep. Right?
And so simple things, eh?
So you mentioned Ace, and I agree with you, Ace has been impressive. But I also think that the St. David's Track Blazers have also been impressive today.
I totally
agree. In terms
agree.
of the medal count, they've been most impressive.
There seems to be the St. David's Track Blazers, the teams that they put out for each of the relays, some thought went into it because they seems to be the most balanced teams. You can see the strength moving from one to the other, especially in the mixed relays and so on. They match people's strength, and you can see that coming out with the unfolding of the event itself.
And in their lineup, they have the likes of Jared Sylvester, Jonaya Thomas, Kenisha Pascal.
Seasoned athletes.
These are some well-known names in track and field here in Grenada. And they still continue to do well.
Yes, yes. You see, I think that the track and field fraternity, the leadership of the track and field fraternity, owe it to the young people for the year that has passed, 2019. They owe it to the young people to go out of their way to make up. How it is that they can make up?
By having more meets.
By having more meets. Yeah. By doing exactly what it is that you said. You target 1 or 2 individuals with promises.
But I
good
mean,
promising individual. And the Hampton Games, wherever they have the invitational meets around the Caribbean.
Well, probably the Athletic Association might be good intercessors also on behalf of the Grenadian public who want to see more meets. I mean, it is obviously because of the dispute between the teachers union and the government, and greater voice of reasoning needs to step in. I'm not saying that the government is wrong. I'm not saying it right neither. Likewise, the teachers union. But probably if you can have more wise mediators who can step in and assist both parties to reach at a solution. I mean, And I still think the solution is simple, in that the teachers just want back their monies.
Well,
That's all it comes down to. If they get their monies, then they call up the troops.
Well, I'm not going to make any commentary on this, but what I want to make a commentary on is I think somebody needs to say we need to do something for the young people who did not have the opportunity last year to benefit from a competitive track and field season. And whatever it is that the track and field leadership can come up with, they should.
So even the folks on the live feed are giving in their bits and pieces on the conversation as well. As Azaria is saying, the difference between Grenada and some other islands is the investment in the sport. So she has a point there. And we got some other comments as well. But I want to say good afternoon also to Miss Yvette Sinak. Miss Yvette Sinak is one of the persons from St. Andrews who follows every St. Andrew team. She's a past pupil of SAS, and she's on the feed here, and she's able to tell me that Nympha Noel is actually Wayne McSween's wife, who has been on the feed and commenting as well. So good evening to you, Miss Sinak, and I know that you're following the Blue Bloods. I'm sure if I cut your veins, I'll get blue blood as well. And so good evening to you.
But what we do have here is a very loyal and committed fans of track and field in Grenada. There are not many sporting events, maybe outside of football, that you can get a committed fan base like track and field.
True. It's the best. I think it's the best followed sport in Grenada. You're right. No other sporting discipline gets this kind of consistent following. Because football can get up and down, especially if it's like a local football. To my knowledge, the best supporting local event when it comes to football is the Waikiki Super Knockout.
And that probably not necessarily football.
But no, it is. Well, it is football. But even that, the crowds are not as consistent as you go through the rounds. You know, people love the big games like an opening, a semi-finals, a final, or if you have those big clubs playing. I think on average the Waikiki Knockout gets a better turnout than even a national team.
So there's absolutely nothing happening on the track now, so we can discuss all of these issues. But I think what we can maybe look at now is the prominence that Grenada has ascended to in track and field in the region. So we know Jamaica is at the top when we look at the character results on the international scene. But if you look at character, for example, after we take away the so-called bigger nations of the region, Grenada is right up there. As a matter of fact, there was one year, I think we were third or fourth in the medal count.
Yes.
And that was a very impressive result. And we consistently do well, except for maybe 1 or 2 years. But we have always medal. There was, I recall, St. Vincent and the Grenadines maybe about 3 years ago got the first medal at character. Whereas we have been winning medals for several years.
Regularly.
We did so regularly
and
in the field
medals.
events, and then we transcended into the field events. I mean, the Kirani James would have put the exclamation mark on the track events for Grenada. But we have done well at the track. We have done exceptionally well in the field. And so within the region, I think Grenada is still, I don't want to say a powerhouse, but is well recognized.
And respected.
And respected for track and field. And we have taken that even further on the international scene now. World Championships, Olympic medals, Pan American medals, Commonwealth gold medals, etc. So we are right up there, and to the envy of maybe some of the other smaller islands, and I'm saying smaller within the region, we have done impressively well. The investment in the facilities might be one, investment in the coaches, and the ability for us to mobilize and organize maybe are all factors that may have contributed to that. But I still believe there's a lot more that can be done with investing into the sport. It's very expensive. If you only look at the nutritional aspect of it, it's very expensive to manage and to provide the financial for. And then everybody in Grenada basically multitask. There are no real professional athletes on the local scene.
I think it's a regional thing.
You do your normal day job. You still have to do track and field. You still have to do every other thing. And so the focus on the track and field. And there is something called muscle memory. that you need to be doing it consistently for the muscles to be acquainted with the event that you're doing. And so you have to do it consistently, and the competition readiness that we spoke about earlier on is a key factor to that. And athletes need to get opportunities to compete.
And we really need to recognize the volunteer coaches out there, because there are two types. There the coaches that get paid in the schools and so on, but there are a number of volunteer coaches. They do this because of the love of the sport, and to the extent that our intercollegiate meet has reached a standard is that this is one of the envious meets in the Caribbean. It's really highly regarded.
Well, intercol games still remains the biggest national sporting event.
Yes.
It's the only time we can fill the stadium.
But some people would say outside of Carnival, it's the
second biggest event nationally.
True.
Yeah,
Yes, true.
Exactly so.
And the people who organize this and put they all behind this, you really have to
I've had a
say
friend
that they've been doing a
from
good job.
Dominica that came to Grenada and couldn't believe how much people are into sports in Grenada, track and field in particular. He was saying that back in Dominica, if there was a secondary school sports, you may not see 100 people. And he said even for the what we call intercollegiate, their version, the conversation that is held around it, the anticipation, the people wanting to follow, when is intercall, how can we do, who win, who broke the record, that kind of interest. He has never seen it in Dominica as one of the countries. And intercall here, even though you leave school 20 years ago, and you're a GBSS alumni, a SAS alumni, a convent alumni, a high school alumni, you still have an interest in intercall. McDonald College, all of the schools, you know, because
and what keeps
of the
that
interest.
is and the rivalry. The rivalry is rich. It's and as from one year to the next, as people graduate out of their local high schools and so on, the rivalry continues.
Well, intercall was birthed out of the rivalry of the GBSS, PBC, and Convent High School. That's where that intercall thing already started. You know, it was, well, I'm better than you, you're better than me, so let's prove it. And then over the years, you know, schools were added, and I mean, for those of us who went to GBSS, sometimes it's a seesaw battle to who is our biggest rivals. We would say SAS, but who we really want to beat is PBC. This is no joke.
That's true.
We respect SAS and they were ultimate rivals, but who we really want to beat, we just want to beat PBC.
And so recently in the basketball finals championship,
all right,
there was this real rivalry,
Yeah.
and friendly rivalry to that effect between GBSS and PBC.
Yeah.
But I think the perennial powerhouses of the male division of intercall has always been SAS GBSS, and that rivalry continues.
Yes.
It's not to the extent to which it was before, when it was really, really brutal before. I think it is still there, but not maybe at the same level. And in the female category, the Anglican High School, the SJC St. George, SJC Grenville, and SAS, and St. David's Catholic Secondary
That's
for
right.
sure.
That's right.
Because St. David's Catholic Secondary really took over the reign from Anglican High School.
Yes.
And then
yes.
a rivalry developed between them there. So it has always been good, and that is what peaks or keeps the interest between alumni and intercall games over the years.
And what is, I think what is nice about the different rivalries, you would have seen the newer schools, like the Iguanas.
Yes.
There was 1 year.
They won intercall.
They were one race away from winning the intercalls.
I recall. That was the 4x4, the last event.
The 4x4.
And so they have produced some very good athletes.
Tadderson Paul.
Tadderson Paul is the first one that would come to
Yep.
mind. He was impressive as a junior athlete.
Yep.
Very impressive.
Running 10.7 seconds as a junior athlete.
Very impressive.
It's sad what injuries did to him, though.
Yeah, again, that comes back to with track and field, there will be injuries, and that's not the issue. The issue is managing the injuries.
Yes. Yeah.
What it is that we do. Some people have a more meaningful awareness to pay for treatments and so on, and others don't. So it's the management of the injury. Once we identify talent, I think there should be a consensus that we look after the talent and nurture it. Because what these athletes do is not necessarily for themselves. It's for all of us.
Notwithstanding all that, but in more recent times, we have not seen another top-class track athlete emerging. So we have seen some athletes with a little promise, but they have not really elevated themselves to that level there.
True. Yeah.
So we see the take on Peter Kane, we saw some of the athletes out of SAS and GBSS and so on. But nobody has really brought themselves, or the coaches have not brought anybody to that regional level or maybe international level that we could say this is the next Kirani James, you know? We have not seen that in recent times. As a matter of fact, I remember commenting in a previous meet, maybe last year or year before, and was not too impressed with the times that were returned by some of the athletes within the age categories, because, you know, we've come to have such high expectations of our athletes that sometimes, you know, we feel a little bit disappointed with the times that they return. In the field event is maybe not the same because we still continue to produce very good field event athletes.
As is evident today.
As is evident today, and even at the secondary school games, we see them emerging ever so often. And so I think the coaches, although they're doing a very fantastic job, we still need to bring our athletes to the next level. And sometimes people ask the question, maybe our coaches can bring them here and they don't have the facilities and infrastructure to bring them to that level that I'm speaking about. And that may be a reasonable assumption to make.
It's possible, but you see, sometimes too, we look at this whole thing back to front. We need to invest in the coaches first and foremost. If you want the coaches to take an athlete from here to there, he should have all that is that is necessary and needed to take that athlete from there here to there. And again, we still maintain that a lot of our coaches, you can't pay these guys and ladies. As you said, this is voluntary stuff.
True.
On afternoons, early in the morning.
Sacrificing their own families.
Sacrificing their own families.
Yeah.
Again, we want to recognize the production of TNR Communications, Robbie, with the drone shot here. Beautiful St. George's, capital of Grenada here, with the ship in the background, the stadium in the foreground. And, you know, a beautiful picture, a poster picture, so to speak, Robbie, complements the drone camera here from TNR Communications. You're going to see lot more of that throughout the athletic season from TNR Communications as we bring technology to the fore. It's not new technology, but at least we have it available here to enhance the production. And kudos must be given to TNR Communications for a wonderful job, a splendid job. And those of you on the live who have really extended your compliments to TNR Communication, the executive director is here and is well pleased with the comments that you've extended, and he has pledged to even improve on that in the meets to come throughout the season. So again, thanks to TNR Communications.
And the crowd continues to grow.
It continues to grow, and you know some people just like to come out late in the evening.
Yeah.
So
we're very nocturnal here in Grenada.
Well, so some people will come maybe for the final event only, the final two. Some will come for the last five. Some will come only when it gets dark. You know, so.
But some people say attendance at these events it's sort of based on age. The old and the very young come early, and the people in between
they come late.
come late.
So while nothing is going on the track or on the field, we just want to keep the conversation. Those of you who are on the Facebook Live, if there's anything you want us to discuss with you, or any comments you want to share, we're willing to share with the other viewers as well.
But just to make some commentary on the 200 meters that would have just passed, the 200 meter races that just finished. 200 meters is one of those brutal races. It's a brutal event. It's half-track sprint, and there's no room for errors in this, and you have to have stamina. But we are getting into the naked sprints now, the 100 meters, and I suspect it to be just as exciting, or even more exciting.
Absolutely, and I think maybe the reason for the little break we have now maybe is to give the athletes some time to rest and recuperate.
Yes.
Because they've been going at it from just about 2 o'clock today. And for those of you who missed the opening ceremony, we were graced with the presence of the Minister of Youth. We also had a message from the Grenada Athletics Association, and of course the oaths taken by the athletes and the officials, representatives. And then we got into the mixed relay events and the medley relays as well. We're down to about 12 more relays before it's curtains call on the 2020 edition of the National KFC Meet.
We were also graced with the presence of the Ministry of Education just now, and I saw some of the principals.
And there are some other ministers who are here too. When I looked at the VIP box a while ago, there is the Minister of Social Development.
Yes.
Some permanent secretaries are here as well. I saw the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Health. He's here as well. And I'm sure there are other ministers who have graced us with their presence here this evening. So there seems to be some entertainment going on the track as well. Maybe it's from the sponsors, but there's no track and field events.
So you're not missing any live events. When we restart with the 4x100 meter events from the under 11 boys and girls to the senior.
So there will be a number of other track and field events throughout the season. It's just the opener, I would think. There's the Intercall Games on March 31st, April 1st, April 2nd. There's also going to be the Whitsuntide Games, the National Championships, the Carifta Trials, the 4th Annual Grenada Invitational scheduled for April 4th. And I'm sure all of the athletes are looking forward to that. And you, the spectators and the audience, looking forward to the rich track and field season that we have here in Grenada. Notwithstanding, we're also going to have the remaining secondary schools who have not yet had their sports. Again, I'm going to say the National Primary School Sports, the National Prep School Sports, or the Private Primary School Sports. I'm not sure what's going to be happening in the parishes with the Parish Primary School Sports, but these are things that we've grown accustomed to over the years. But with the industrial impasse and everything else that is happening around that, we're really uncertain from where we sit here as to whether or not these events would occur as per normal.
Yeah, the KFC mascots.
We're also supposed to have the KFC staff races. I've heard it been announced earlier on today by the stadium announcer. So maybe we're getting ready for the KFC races. And that always brings some entertainment to the spectators to see some of these quote-unquote non-athletes blaze the track. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a short break and we're going to come back with more track and field action when it resumes. So we urge you to stay with us, don't go away. We're going to be back with more track and field action from the Grenada James Athletic Stadium for the 2020 KFC National Relay Meet. We'll be back.
James Athletic Stadium. The athletes selected for character and other regional leagues. Local clubs, schools, and clubs from St. Vincent will compete in competitive track and field events. National Jazz. Saturday 14th and Sunday March 15th. Saturday March 14th and Sunday March 15th. It's National Jazz. James Athletic Stadium. The athletes selected for character and other regional leagues. Local clubs, schools, and clubs from St. Vincent will compete in competitive track and field events. National Jazz. Saturday 14th and Sunday March 15th.
Great, so we get ready to start session 2. KFC Relay Meet 2020. On the scoreboard, the 4x100 meter relay under 11 girls. And that's what we're going to start with.
We welcome you back to the live track and field action at the KFC National Relay Meet here at the Grenada James Athletic Stadium, downtown St. George's, Grenada. We're getting set for event number 22, the girls 4x100 meters relay under 11. And again with me is the expert commentary team. We have Robert Samuel, the mayor of Belmont, as he prefers to be called. And we have Mr. Antoine here making his debut with us here at the TNR communication team. And of course, I am Leslie Smith bringing it to you live. So they're up and running, the 4x100 meters on the 11. We have Trailblazers, first choice, St. Mary's Junior, St. David's Catholic, secondary, Caracu and Alpha Junior. So St. Mary's Junior in the blue and white, but we have Alpha Junior making the first handover. Trailblazers on the inside in the yellow and white, yellow and black. But it is St. Mary's Junior in the blue and white who moves into the lead now. And Alpha is in second, St. David's Trailblazers in third. The second handover here, St. Mary's extending the lead over what looks like St. David's Trailblazers now. It is St. David's Trailblazers in second, but St. Mary's looking good with the final handover now. It is, they fumbled there, but still maintain the composure. It is St. Mary's Junior, and then it is St. David's Trailblazers and Alpha on the outside lane. It definitely looks like a victory here for St. Mary's Junior. She does so just about now, and taking the second position would be St. David's Trailblazers. A good run back here by Alpha Junior for third position.
Yeah, keenly contested race, but St. Mary's led almost from the start.
Good potential. the potential.
She's happy.
And the young lady
And
who
that's
ran
the spirit we like to see from the youngsters.
very much so. The young lady for St. Mary's who ran the second leg. Beautiful run.
I mean, at this age group, what is more so important is not even winning or losing. It's just to participate and enjoy it.
And have good fun.
Yeah.
That's right.
Fall in love with the sport.
And do it in the right spirit.
That's right.
So good run there by St. Mary's Junior to win the 4x100 meter relay for the under 11s. And the next event would be the boys edition of the 4x1 relay.
And that's event number 23. Remember, we have 40 scheduled events today. So this is event number 3. Just a little past the halfway mark. The next event is the 4x100 meters under 11 boys. There is a record. The record for this meet is 55.68 seconds that was set in 2018 by the South St. George Primary School. 55.68 meters is the time. Is 68 seconds is the time to beat.
Robbie, did you hear who have the record? South St. George Primary School.
Man, that name sounds really familiar and leaves a good taste in my mouth.
That's right in your neck of the woods, Robbie. I'm sure our colleague there, the principal,
Mr. Davis Adams.
Mr. Davis Adams, who normally does some commentary with us, to be beaming with pride to hear his school name called as a record holder.
Sin K Noel is a past student of South St. George, you know. Shaquanda Felix as well. I've had some good athletes that came.
Did I hear you say Robert Samuel?
Or who's that guy?
So we have Beacon Junior in the red and white in lane 1. First Choice in the orange in lane 2. St. David's Catholic Secondary in 3. Alpha Junior in 4. St. Mary's Junior in 5. Carriacou Athletics Committee in 6. And in 7 is St. David's Trailblazers.
This should be competitive.
And St. Mary's have returned some impressive results from the relays that they have participated in, so we expect them to maybe be featured here. So too is the St. David's Trailblazers and the Carriacou Athletic Committee. So a fidget on the start here, maybe by 3 athletes, maybe just in anticipation and overzealous about this event.
Yeah, you know, I mean, regardless of your age, you know, there's always a bit of anxiety when it comes to sport, and track and field is no exception.
And to get a good start, you really like that nervous energy. So
Yes.
it's not something you discourage. It's just to have it framed. I'm going to look at Beacon in this race.
You know, you would hate to see at this age group, you know, being disqualified because of a false start. Again, it's not about winning, not about losing. It's just participation. Get them involved. Get them to love the sport.
So the entire field is given the green card, it seems. So
a green card? Sure. That's good.
I'm not speaking about the U.S. green card.
Okay. Green card gives you free movement.
So it's Beacon in lane 1, First Choice in lane 2. St. David's Catholic Secondary in 3, Alpha in 4, St. Mary's Junior in 5, Carriacou in 6, and Trailblazers out of St. David's in 7. They're back on the status orders.
So
once again, they have asked them to do a reset.
what is interesting from this shot for me here is if you look at the bleachers in the far ground, is beginning to take in some spectators.
Yes.
And that gives an indication that the other bleachers
It's
is
filled.
filled.
Yes, it's filled.
So that gives you a measure of the amount of spectators that are here.
And the 6 o'clock boys are not here yet.
So they're called to start again by the starters. This time we have a nice clean start and they're up and running. And let's see who makes up the start early. It's the 4x100 meters for the under 11 boys. But Carriacou Athletics Committee in yellow all day in lane 7 is looking pretty good. Or in lane 6. St. David's Trailblazers is also looking good. But it's Trailblazers and Carriacou. St. David's Catholic Secondary, I beg your pardon, is in 5. And they're looking good as well.
St. Mary's.
St. Mary's Junior in the blue and white in the middle of the track has really gained grounds on the other two competitors. But there they go, battling down that back straight here now to make the final handover. St. Mary's looking good on the inside. And so too is St. David's Catholic Secondary. A fumble there by St. David's Catholic Secondary, and St. Mary's goes off with a flush here. It's St. Mary's Junior, but on the inside and giving good chase is First Choice. Also making good moves is Trailblazers on the inside. But it is St. Mary's Junior. Trailblazers on the inside going for second and third. Trailblazers gets the second over St. David's Catholic Secondary. But again, St. Mary's Junior in the male category doing well just as the female counterparts.
Well, it's pretty competitive.
But I enjoyed the run by the athlete of more so of Trailblazers on that final leg there.
Yes.
They were like for about fourth.
Yes. That was a competitive race.
Yeah, but St. Mary's always looked good, man, especially from the second leg. St. Mary's look really compact and nice.
Look at the changeover by St. Mary's.
Smooth.
These youngsters under 11, smooth as butter, as we say.
Smooth.
I think that was Carriacou in third place, though.
And there was no catching him from there on.
That's coaching.
Yes.
Yeah, that was actually Carriacou Athletics Committee who picked up the bronze medal in this one, because Trailblazers really ran back for the second here in lane 3, and Carriacou picked up the bronze in lane 6.
St. Mary's passing is something to behold from ones so young.
And that's the under 11 category.
Under 11.
Yeah, that's right.
But you can see they understood the basics of batter transition.
No standing and wait.
No looking back.
No looking back. No grabbing.
It's coaching.
It's coaching. It's coaching.
Is that El Cocker that's coaching at St. Mary's?
No, El Cocker is at
GJA.
GJA, yeah.
It's event number 24. Event number 24 is the 4x100 meters girls under 13. The record in this meet was set by Anglican High School in 2014. It's 53.28 seconds.
So we expect to see some good competition in this one as well. St. Mary's Junior again is there, so we have to recognize them. So too is Trailblazers. Carriacou came third in the previous event. They're also there. And the Beacon First Choice as well. So the expectations are there for another exciting event in the under 13 girls category.
This is beautiful.
And to give you the lane assignment, First Choice is in lane 2, Alpha Junior in 3, Beacon in the red and white in 4, St. Mary's in 5 in the blue and white, St. David's Catholic Secondary in 6, Trailblazers in 7, and Carriacou Athletics Committee in 8.
They're under status orders.
And they're up and running. Let's see who's going to make up the early stagger here. It looks as though it is St. David's Catholic Secondary School in 6. Making up the stagger on St. David's Trailblazers. First handover now. Let's see who comes out with it here. St. Mary's Junior looking good in the middle of the track. So too is Trailblazers now. Look at St. Mary's Junior go down the middle of the track, and also St. David's Trailblazers. Carriacou is fading away. As they make that first handover, it is indeed Trailblazers in lane 7, followed by St. Mary's. And then there is St. David's Catholic Secondary. But it is St. David's Trailblazers in the lead over St. Mary's Junior. The final handover now. St. David's Trailblazers out and running good. St. David's Catholic Secondary making a run for the second position, but they have to deal with St. Mary's Junior. But it is St. David's Trailblazers. Trailblazers going to win this one, followed by St. Mary's Junior, then St. David's Catholic Secondary, and then we have Beacon in red, Carriacou Athletics Committee, Alpha, and First Choice.
Another impressive race. Another impressive race.
Trailblazers keeping up with that dominance of the KFC 2020 relay meets.
Well coached.
Another victory indeed for St. David's Trailblazers.
Is Denise Williams at their program, right?
Well, I would think they have a cadre of coaches and administrators. So Paul Phillip is there, Kwame Hippolyte is there,
Dennis, of course, and I'm sure there are others who are involved in the program there. I think they may be one of the more organized track clubs in Grenada. Speed Zone is pretty much well organized, so too is Ace Track Club, but St. David's Track Club has always been there, Track Blazers.
And they think about the St. David's Track Club. They do from kindergarten right up, whereas some of the other clubs, they concentrate on the junior athletes and higher.
Right.
As a matter of fact, St. David's Track Blazers is the only club that I know that have the invitational meet. They have their own meet as a track club.
Right. Says a lot to the organization.
Beacon used to do that.
Southern Pros.
Beacon Southern Pros used to have an invitational meet.
So the next event, event number 25, we're going to have two batches here, or two sections. That's the boys under 13 4x100 meter relay. So they're going to be running for the best time from the two batches. So this first section of the first batch would feature Carriacou. It would also feature St. David's Catholic Secondary, First Choice, and Alpha Junior. And the second batch would be Track Blazers, Beacon, South City, St. Mary's, PBC Cannons.
The record in that event was set by GBSS in 2016 at 50.65 seconds. 50.65 seconds.
See a few open lanes here. Matter of fact, only seeing 3 teams.
So who is missing the St. David's Catholic Secondary? So we have in 4 Carriacou, we have in 6 First Choice, and 7 Alpha. So First Choice is already making up the stagger on Alpha. Carriacou is doing well too on the inside in the yellow as they make the first handover now. Carriacou, not very smooth, but moved into second position. But up front is First Choice in the orange. Carriacou, maybe the tallest of all of the competitors here. He's in second. Second handover now. Carriacou does so first. And then there is Alpha and First Choice. But First Choice in the lead here in the orange. Carriacou in second. Final bend here now and final handover here now. First Choice it is. Followed by Carriacou Athletics Committee, and then there is Alpha in the rear. But it is First Choice in the orange here. Followed by Carriacou. First Choice is going to win it. He's going to pick up the paycheck for the first position. Followed by Carriacou Athletics Committee and Alpha Junior in third.
There are 2 sections in this race, so let's see what the second section looks like.
So it's not the paycheck yet, because it's the fastest times of the 2 batches. So,
but the young man is pretty pleased with himself.
Yes.
First Choice would have to wait for maybe another 2 minutes or so to know what the actual positioning would be. But as we look back here, we see him getting the baton nicely and transitioning nicely down the back straight, along the home straight, and really it was no catching him from then on.
This section 2, Track Blazers, Beacon, South City, St. Mary's, and PBC.
Only so that we didn't get a times.
So again, remind you, they'll be running for the best time. There are 2 batches in this final for the under 13 boys in this 4x100 meters. Track Blazers, Beacon, South City Rising Stars, St. Mary's Junior, PBC Cannons. And what looks to be maybe a false start here. But again, Robbie, I thought that the starters would have kept them a little long on the set position. And with the anxiety that these youngsters have, and I believe it may have just been an equipment malfunction.
Just heard it.
That the gun didn't go off when it was expected to, and they've been called to reset. So they're up and running. What a mistake here by Beacon Junior, dropping the batter on the start. But they're up and running here now. Looking good is the athlete from St. Mary's Junior, already making the stagger up on the athlete out there from the PBC Cannons. And it's St. Mary's Junior, but on the inside it looks like Track Blazers doing well as well. South City Rising Stars is also doing good in the gray, but it is St. Mary's Junior in the blue and white who seems to have the lead now. Handing over first is St. Mary's Junior, then South City Rising Stars. There comes St. David's Track Blazers. There they go. Track Blazers eating up some ground here. Over the other two athletes, St. Mary's Junior fading away. And it's the final one. It's a very close one here. Track Blazers, South City Rising Stars. St. Mary's is also in contention. What a race is going to be between Track Blazers and South City Rising Stars. Blazers, Rising Stars, Blazers, Blazers. St. David's Track Blazers over South City Rising Stars and St. Mary's Junior. An exciting finish to the final batch of the 4x100 meters under 13 boys.
Best race so far. I mean, look at
the camaraderie here.
Yes,
that's right.
Love
Look at the guy from St. David's Track Blazers. He's not mixing matters here. And that's Clint Felix. He was the anchor man there for Trailblazers, Track Blazers. And from the time Felix got the baton, he was no looking back. He was challenged by the athlete from South City Rising Stars. And that looks as Ethan O'Geist. Yeah, that's
O'Geist. Yeah.
Mugs and Cups Grenada. We saw you on the live earlier on.
Yeah.
And Ethan actually came in second here to the athlete Clint from the St. David's Track Blazers. So what a good race it was from these trio on the final leg here from Track Blazers, Beacon and South City Rising Stars.
Ethan goes, I think, to GJA.
Westmoreland, I think it is. I think he goes to Westmoreland.
Okay.
But I know his dad and mom are very, very strong supporters of Ethan, and they're pleased to see him picking up the silver position, hopefully, when we compare the times. This looked like a faster race than the first batch. And so his team may have just placed second. And so the next event will also have two batches. That's the 4x100 meter relay for the under 15. So in the first batch, you will see the Iguanas, the Blue Bloods, JW Fletcher, and Extreme Power. So we've just heard on the stadium microphone there's going to be a water break for the athletes to refresh and rejuvenate themselves. And so what are we going to do? We're going to have our break here as well, and we'll be back with you with more track and field action when it resumes on the track. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more live action.
As we get set for another prize giving ceremony, all of the prizes are money prizes, over $100,000. Thank you, Mrs. Ross Hopking and staff. Great job. Again, we'd like to welcome all the dignitaries, all those visiting with us for the first time. You're here in Grenada. You're at the Karani James Stadium. Don't forget, join us for the Grenada Invitational. I saw the cast. Wow. The Grenada Invitational 2020 is going to be a bomb. It's going to be great. On the 5th of March, we're here again for the private primary school. Well, that's Olympics. Elcock. The private primary school games from 1 o'clock. We're going to be here at the National Stadium, the Karani James Stadium, for the private primary school games. I'm told Intercall is to come. Whoa. This place is going to be set on fire. National champs is still to come. Qualifiers for Carifta. What else we have? What else we have, Elcock? National champs, Intercall, private primary school games, Whitsuntide games. National Relay Meet powered by KFC. And if you're a family member, Dante, you have a birthday today, Dante, from Track Blazers. Happy birthday, Dante. We're going to play your favorite track just now. DJ, can you just cue me up? Don't play it as yet. Just cue me up a favorite birthday song. I got a few people with birthdays today, and we need to give them some KFC packs. Yeah, so you're going to get a special package, compliments KFC. All the birthday people today, you just have to text me. Text a number. I'm going to give you the number to text. Give me the name and how old the person is. Your name.
We welcome you back to the live track and field action here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. It's the 2020 edition of the KFC National Relay Meet. And the next event on the track would be batch 1 of 2 for the girls 4x100 meter relay under 15. And in this first batch, we're going to see the Iguanas, the Blue Bloods, JW Fletcher, and the Extreme Power. So Iguanas will be in 4, Blue Bloods in 5, JW Fletcher in 6, and Extreme Power in lane 7.
The Blue Bloods out of St. Andrew, pretty much SAS representatives. Iguanas from Wester Hall Secondary, JW Fletcher, and I am not sure where Extreme Power is from.
I'm not sure what Extreme Power, but I see a very familiar name in the lineup, Brianna McGilvery. She has been a featured event over the Intercall Games for a few years. I'm not too sure where she's from, but Extreme Power may be one of the newer clubs.
Brianna McGilvery, that's St. Joseph Convent in George.
McGilvery is normally Carriacou, though. At least it's a surname out of Carriacou.
You probably have that right.
Well, you would know, Robbie. You frequent these parts more than us.
Well, I work in real estate.
So if anyone in the live feed knows where Extreme Power is from, maybe you can give an indication that we can update all of the listeners as to where Extreme Power Track Club is from. And we want to remind the viewers too that SAS Sports is actually on March 5th. It's been referred in many circles as a mini Olympics.
Sorry?
So
that sounds like
that's an open invitation. But there's a medal presentation about to happen now, so what we would do, we would go over to the stadium microphone for the presentation. We'll be back with more action.
School, a time of 1 minute, 9.25 seconds. In second position, St. David Track Blazers, a time of 1 minute, 8.5 seconds. And winning this event, St. Mary's Junior School, a time of 1 minute, 4.96 seconds. Event number 23, the boys 4x100 meter relay under 11 division. In third position, Carriacou Athletics Committee, a time of 1 minute, 0.27 seconds. The St. David Catholic Secondary in second, a time of 1 minute, 0.11 seconds. And winning this event, in a time of 59.06 seconds, St. Mary's Junior School. Event number 24. The girls 4x100 meter relay under 13 division. In third position, a time of 58.3 seconds, St. David Catholic Secondary. In second position, a time of 57.38 seconds, St. Mary's Junior School. And winning this event in a time of 56.47 seconds, St. David Track Blazers. Event number 25, the boys 4x100 meter relay under 13 division. In third position, the St. David Trackblazers, a time of 57.38 seconds. In second position, a time of 56.69 seconds, the Carriacou Athletics Committee. And winning this event in a time of 55.15 seconds, First Choice Junior School. We say a special thank you to Honorable Minister Delma Thomas, and to you athletes, and of course to you KFC for making this evening possible. This has been your medal presentation.
So that was the presentation of the monetary prizes by the Honorable Minister for Social Development, Delma Thomas. And we bring you back to live track and field action here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium for the 2020 KFC National Relay Meet. So the athletes are already on the track for the next event. That's batch 1 of 2 for the 4x100 meters on the 15 girls. And as we mentioned to you earlier on, it's going to be Iguanas, Blue Bloods, JW Fletcher, and Extreme Power. We've just been informed that Extreme Power is out of the St. Andrews area, and Brianna McGreevy was actually a past student of the St. Joseph Convent, Grenville.
They're on the status orders.
Iguanas, Blue Bloods, Fletcher, Extreme Power. There they go. Nice clean start here. Let's see who's going to make up the early stagger here. Iguanas, maybe it is actually JW Fletcher making up the stagger on Extreme Power. And the first handover here now, it is actually Extreme Power on the outside that leads, but looking good to his Blue Bloods on the inside, on the middle of the track here. Second handover, it is Extreme Power on the outside as she crisscrosses in the lane a little bit here. But Blue Bloods has moved to the lead here now. That's Blue Bloods followed by Extreme Power, followed by JW Fletcher, and then Iguanas. Final handover, Blue Bloods. Nice smooth transition here. And they have really distanced themselves from the rest of the field. Blue Bloods, but a spirited run here by JW Fletcher, Iguanas, and Extreme Power. But Blue Bloods is going to maintain the form and push to the finish line. It's close for the second. It looks as though it's JW Fletcher over Iguanas. That's batch 1 of 2 in the girls 4x100 meter relay under 15.
A wonderful run there by the Bluebirds. Very strong finish by JW.
And that's Cassie Fletcher. Charles there for you. Seems to be very happy with her performance, yes. Robbie.
Always good enough for them to get a top 3 position, given that it's 2 batches.
Well, Cassie got the baton nicely and really maintained her form and pulled away from the rest of the field.
The record for this event is 49.99 seconds, established in 2016 by St. Joseph Convent in St. Andrews.
And the Blue Bloods just ran 54.71. So they pretty much way outside of the record mark. But we look to see what is going to happen in the second of the 2 finals. And the second final would feature, Antoine, you want to give us the lineup?
St. Joseph Convent, St. George, Speed Zone, Anglican High School, Bishop's College, Hillsborough Secondary, and Track Blazers out of St. David's.
So this is going to be a cracker from all indications, Robbie. SJC, Speed Zone, Anglican High School, Bishop's College, Hillsborough Secondary, and the Track Blazers.
And the 2 schools of the Carriacou in lanes 4 and 5. This is going to be a personal rivalry between them both. This should be a good one.
Shante Augustine of SJC is supposed to be in this event. And if she's anchoring for that club, we expect to see some fireworks on the anchor.
Yep, she will give them a chance, even if they're out of it. It's like the athlete that ran the last leg for JW Fletcher. I mean, they were for 4th.
Look at the enthusiasm from the athletes as the clubs are called by the stadium announcer. I mean, they're really, really jubilant and excited to hear that.
And the crowd continues to grow.
So from the lineup that we've seen there, we've seen athletes like Kemisha Dominic out of St. David's Track Players, even Rihanna Frederick, Shante Augustine, as I mentioned.
Too long.
Must be something wrong with the gun. Must be something wrong with the gun.
Yeah, they called to stand up. So, you know, some from Track Blazers, as I was saying, we have Gina David, and that's a name that we call ever so often.
Yep.
In Tadisha Collins, she's also there for St. David's Track Blazers. And I'm going to the listing here. I see from the St. Joseph Convent, Shante Augustine,
And
Amelia Bob.
Bob, yeah.
Yes, Bob is also, I think, a national youth footballer as well. She plays football for the national team.
Just got a note here that St. Mary's Junior, they are coached by one Mr. Mitchell. We didn't get his first name, but it's coached by Mitchell.
Good job, Mr. Mitchell. But the up and running this time is the second of the two finals for the girls 4x100 meter relay on the 15th. And looking good is Anglican High School.
Wow.
Making up the stagger nicely here is Anglican High School. And handing over first is indeed Anglican High School. St. David's Track Blazers is also looking good. And establishing a lead over the field is St. David's Track Blazers, followed by High School. Second and over now. High School does it first. St. David's Track Blazers second as they come around the turn now and head for the back straight here now. Let's see who is going to be. St. David's Track Blazers, Anglican High School. Handing over first is Anglican High School. They're going to run the turn and head into the straightaway. St. David's Track Blazers, Anglican High School. So too is St. Joseph Convent. But here comes Anglican High School on the inside. Anglican High School with a slender lead over St. David's Track Blazers. She wins it over Track Blazers. St. Joseph Convent in third. What a good race between those two clubs.
Competitive. Very competitive. And let's look at the times. The times in this section was far superior to the time in the first section.
So that Shante ran the third leg for Convent, Smitty.
There is the Anglican High School athlete there. That
athlete
is
from high school that ran the second
Talia
leg.
Sampson.
Second leg for high school.
So that was Talia Sampson who anchored for Anglican High School. And she was able to gain ground and go past the athlete from the St. David's Track Blazers to win the money prize here for her school and club.
She has a perfect name of an anchor, Sampson. She was strong enough to finish.
But a good run from Track Blazers nonetheless.
52.01.
Impressive time too, 52.01.
And the first...
So I would tell you that's your first three.
First three right there.
Yep, because Blue Bloods, who won the previous race, they did 54.71. So
yes.
So the top three coming from this batch.
Yep.
For second and third, so they would earn the money prizes.
Here comes the young men.
And again, there'll be two finals here. So they're running for time. As the 4x100 meters under 13 boys. It's actually the under 15 boys. And there's only one event here, one final.
What event is this? Event number what?
27.
And the record for this event is 45.94 seconds, established in 2016 by Presentation College.
So that would make it quite a number of relays still remaining, so stay tuned with us.
This is 27 out of 40. We have the scheduled 40 events, and we enter event number 27.
So you can still come on down and join us here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. A lot of exciting races. Reunite with friends, cheer for your athletes and your schools and clubs. And those of you who are unable to make it here, we urge you and encourage you to remain with us on the broadcast.
So lane number 1, J.W. Fletcher, Blue Buds in lane number 2. Lane number 3, Iguanas. 4, Track Blazers. GBSS is in 5 and PVC is in 6.
Because South City Rising Stars in 7.
And South City Rising Stars in 7.
Well, quite a number of GBSS fans have joined the live broadcast now, Robbie. I'm sure you're delighted to see that. And they're actually indicating their support. We see some for the Blue Bloods as well. But GBSS seems to come into the live stream now. Robbie, did you make a personal call to somebody?
No, but we always welcome the support.
Incidentally, the bleachers are populating rather nicely.
Yes.
Oh yeah, the secondary bleachers, what we refer to as the secondary bleachers, is now absorbing some of the overspills from the main bleachers as the athletes are called to the starting position. It's going to be Fletcher, JW Fletcher, Blue Bloods, Iguanas, Trackblazers, GBSS, and PVC Cannons, and South City Rising Stars. They're up and running. Let's see who makes up the stagger early here. Looking good is the athlete out of GBSS. So too is St. David's Trackblazers. Blue Bloods is also there. GBSS, Cannons, that's Ikolo from PBC. And they're looking good going down the back straight. Second and over. GBSS comes out first, then PBC. St. David's Trackblazers. Blue Bloods is also there now in third position. Moving into second now is Blue Bloods. PBC is pulling up with an injury. GBSS fumbling a little bit here. SAS on the inside or Blue Bloods on the inside. It's going to be a battle to the finish line here between GBSS and Blue Bloods. St. David's Trackblazers is giving good chase now into second position. But GBSS is going to win it. St. David's Trackblazers in second. Blue Bloods in third. And PBC pulling up on the third leg. Having been in a good position, and what a disappointment here for PBC, I would think, because of the injury.
Yeah, I mean,
but a
it's
good
very
run here.
unfortunate.
And that's some good sportsmanship right there.
Yes.
Very good run from GBSS. The bottom pass was
Ethan Sam for GBSS.
Quite good. Good bottom passing.
And that was O'Neill Joseph for Blue Bloods there, who actually came in third. But a good run from St. David's Trackblazers to come back from third and going past the Blue Bloods to get the silver medal position. But that youngster Sam, Ethan Sam from GBSS, really ran a good ankle leg here. 47.51 the time, and that should be a new record. The wind speed is allowable here, the record is actually 45.94, so it's maybe 2 seconds or more outside of the record, and maybe some distance away as well. So GBSS winning this one, Trackblazers is second, Blue Bloods third, PVC Cannons, who were in a very good position, but they had to pulling up with what looks like a hamstring injury on the third leg, and they still managed to come fourth.
Yeah, it's good. It's good that they finished the race. I hope that it's nothing too serious, and that he can recover quickly.
Are we moving right into event number 28? Event number 28, the 4x100 meters girls under 17. The record here was established in 2017 by St. Joseph Convent, St. Andrew. 50 seconds flat. 50 seconds. In lane 2, Trackblazers. Lane 3, St. Joseph Convent, St. George. In lane 4, Speed Zone. Lane 5, Anglican High School. 6, Blue Bloods. And 7, Boca Secondary. We seem to have a scratch from Boca Secondary.
So we anticipate another cracker of an event here. Another cracker is going to be in the 4x100 meters for the under 17. And some very familiar names. Jamara Patterson, SJC, Robbie, rings a bell for you. Leah Lawrence, Kyla Flavini,
right.
Shaba. And they're up and running here. The 4x100 meters under 17. This is expected to be a cracker here. We have the Trackblazers, the SJC, Speed Zone, AHS, and the Blue Bloods. First standover, let's see who comes out. Convent, Anglican High School fumbles. Convent looking good. So too is Blue Bloods now. Blue Bloods and Anglican High School. Convent is trailing behind, so too is Trackblazers. But it's Anglican High School About to make the second handover is Anglican High School, but Trackblazers looking good on the inside. Blue Bloods fading away. It's Anglican High School and Trackblazers. A good run indeed by Trackblazers to move into the lead now. Trackblazers hands over first, looking back for the baton. Anglican High School is there. Convent has dropped the baton. And it's Trackblazers. Sass is coming good. Blue Bloods in third position. Anglican High School in second position. But it's Trackblazers all the way. Trackblazers are going to win it now. Anglican High School in second. Blue Bloods in third. And it looks like Speed Zone in fourth. Convent just about to complete the race now, having dropped the baton. What a miss up here by Convent. But a great race indeed, gentlemen.
Very good race. Good to see Convent finishing the race, regardless of
good sportsmanship.
Yes, of the baton. The difference, I think, for Trackblazers really was the third leg. That young lady that ran the third leg. Well, sorry, the second and third leg. They were the ones that really decided.
And here is the Convent fumbled with the baton here. There he dropped. Bad drop here by Convent, and maybe lost some money here as well. But Trackblazers was out and going. They did not know what was happening behind them. They were not concerned about that at all. And they were just running for the money run.
Yeah, the fundamentals were wrong. Looking back and the rest of it, it's a recipe for disaster, and that's exactly what happened.
But a good run here by Trackblazers. Remember, and the first two legs, they were not featured in the top three maybe. But that third leg was a spirited run here by Trackblazers.
Excellent run.
And bringing the baton first, and then it was curtain call on the event for them.
Excellent run.
Well, as you said, I mean, even with the calls, you know, some clubs have the same calls. Some have different calls. Some say up, some say stick. You know, you could have whatever code name, whatever the case may be, and that helps to differentiate your partner, especially when your head is focused straight on the track. You really don't want to be looking back to collect the baton.
Well, good to see the kids here, Robbie, and they're interacting with our cameraman.
That is, oh boy, they are twins. They go high school. They still run from Jan Anglia. Oh boy, anyhow.
Robbie, you're forgetting your constituents.
Too many, man, too many.
The next event on the track is event number 29. It's the boys 4x100 meters under 17. The record is held by Grenada Boys Secondary School, 43.79 seconds established in 2018. In lane number 1, Trackblazers. Lane number 2, Grenada Boys Secondary School. Lane number 3, Blue Bloods. Lane 4, Speed Zone. The Iguanas is in lane 5. Boca Secondary in lane 6. PBC Cannons in 7. And JW Fletcher in lane 8.
Again, we see on the listing here, Tegan Peterkin should be on the GBSS lineup. We also see Jamal Noel on the GBSS lineup.
See green there for PBC.
And they're up and running. It's a nice clean start here. Who's going to make up the early stagger? Speed Zone is making it up over Iguanas. So too is the athlete out of SAS. But there they go, PBC.
Good battle passing all around.
JW Fletcher, here comes GBSS. That looks like Peterkin here. Tegan Peterkin for GBSS, running back nicely and handing the battle first. PBC has lost some ground here on the battle transition. But it's going to be a close one here between PBC and GBSS. South City Rising Stars is also there. GBSS hands over first. PBC now is fumbling here with green. But PBC goal. There goes GBSS. He was looking good earlier on today, and he continues to do so. He's going to win this one for GBSS. PBC would have to settle for second. GBSS wins. PBC second. Speed Zone third. And it looks as though South City Rising Stars in fourth.
Good strategy by the GBSS. Most would tell you that the second leg is the longest leg of a relay. So you need your best athlete either on your second leg or on your anchor, and that's what they did. They put Tegan on that long leg on the second leg.
But from the time Peterkin handed over the baton, he took it, and he was looking towards the finish line, and there was no one in sight. He just continued to motor on down the home straight. PBC gave good chase here, but had to settle for second, and then Speed Zone picked up the third position.
In fact, there was a real difference in battle passing with the GBSS and the other teams.
That's the quarter there out of GBSS.
Very well coached. Very smooth battle passing by GBSS in this one.
So Jamal Noel, who we mentioned earlier on, he is an athlete worthy of remembering. Tegan Peterkin is already a household name, and that's and indeed a very strong quartet of athletes from the GBSS.
That was under 20. Event number 30. We are moving right along. Event number 30. 10 more to go. 4x100 meters girls under 20. The record was established in 2008. 49.10 second by St. David's Catholic Secondary School. 2008. Let's see if this record can be challenged today. Speed Zone is in lane number 2. Lane number 3 from out of St. David's is Track Blazers. Anglican High School in lane 4. 5 is St. Joseph Convent St. George. 6 is Extreme Power. Hillsborough Secondary in 7 and South City Rising Stars in lane number 8.
But what I can tell you, any record that is held by St. David's Catholic Secondary School in that era, 2008, would be extremely difficult to surpass.
Extremely.
You would be right. So this is, but records are made to be broken. 12 years in the making. Let's see if the young people can challenge this here.
I was in a time with athletes like Sherry Fletcher. Fletcher was around that time.
2008.
Fletcher was more like
but that was part of the St. Davis era. So whoever was there who can recall at this time.
Kenisha Hazard
would have been some formidable athletes. Speed Zone, Track Blazers, Anglican High School, SJC, Extreme Power, Hillsborough Secondary, and South City. There they go. A nice clean start to this one. Looking good already is Speed Zone on the inside. So too is the athlete there out of the Extreme Power for standover. On the outside, South City Rising Stars looking good. South City Rising Stars in the lead here. Hillsborough Secondary also looking good. So too is the athlete out there from what looks like Anglican High School. But it is still on the outside. On the inside now, it looks as though it is Track Blazers. They come from nowhere, I can tell you, and it's going to be a nice one to the finish line here between Speed Zone and St. David's Track Blazers. But there goes St. David's Track Blazers. We saw earlier on today, and she was not going to allow anyone to pass her. She's not going to allow that on this occasion as well. She's pulling away and wins now over Speed Zone. Third goes to Hillsborough Secondary. What a good race by the anchor there for St. David's Track Blazers.
That's Shania. Yep, that's Shania.
Again, the winning team, what stood out is this seamless passing. Technically correct.
Yeah, because you saw the breakdown with South City Rising Stars. The baton pass between the second leg to the third leg was terrible.
Well, Janaya Thomas is a phenomenal athlete for Track Blazers, and with that lead that she had, even as slender as it was, that was not going to catch her at all. Yeah. She has been dominating in her age group category at Intercol Games. She's a national athlete as well. So there was no way they were going to catch up with Janaya Thomas here today.
I don't know who's the athlete that ran for Speed Zone on the third leg. She ran an excellent leg. She actually came back. It brought the team back into the race.
So they're just outside of the record. They ran 49.36. The record is 49.10. So
well done.
Challenge.
Yep.
The record was challenged here.
Challenge.
Yeah.
And continue the 4x100 meters boys, or 400 meters under 20. The record of 41.83 seconds was established again in 2008. It must have been one of the golden years for Grenada track and field. And this was established by McDonald College. In lane number 3, Bishop's College. Lane number 4, Shapers Stunners. 5, Boca Secondary. 6, Extreme Power. 7, Speed Zone. First section, section 1 of 2.
So again, whenever there are 2 batches, the fastest times will emerge as the winners. So even if you win your batch, it's not automatic that you will be in the top 3 positions. And normally the second batch have the fastest sets of athletes.
2008, McDonald College athletes like Andon Mitchell, Marcus Julian, Frame,
Leslie
Frederick, yes.
Guys, yeah. This was the golden era for McDonald College.
They won like 3 in a row, right?
But you know, Robbie, there is still one school that holds the record for the most championships at Intercourse. Do you know? I didn't hear you, Robbie.
Think SAS. I think they.
There we go, Robbie. Your records are very, very much accurate and up to date.
Yeah, but of course, in this late 70s, early 80s, there was only one school that dominated.
Well, some schools didn't take part back then too, you know. So anything could have happened, Robbie. Somebody shouted out here to Shaper. We have not seen Shaper today as an official team, but I'm sure their athletes are campaigning for Speed Zone.
No, they ran one or two, not much.
Not many.
But
yeah.
And they are actually in this event as well. Probably about 3 or 4. Probably about 2.
Yeah, Shaper Stunners are actually here in lane 4. They're actually here in lane 4.
Neil Peters.
Neil Peters is a phenomenal athlete.
Yep.
Jaheim, Sandy, and Byron Hector. That's the quartet in this.
Look out for Neil Peters.
20.
Well, let's see how Bishop College runs here. You see McFarlane.
Elvin Joseph, Elvis Gay is a name that we know.
Yes.
Deone Williams, I don't know if he's here. I'm not too sure if I saw him. And then we have Extreme Power. So they're up and running here now. We have Bishop's College, Shaper, Boca Secondary, Extreme Power, and Speed Zone. But looking good already is Extreme Power in lane 6, making up the stagger on Speed Zone. The first hand over, Extreme Power looking good. Speed Zone also looking good. So too is Boca Secondary. And as they make the second hand over now, let's see who emerges first. Some good battle passing here by Boca Secondary. But it is Speed Zone, followed by Extreme Power, then Boca Secondary. Bishop's College looking good on the inside here. Bishop College doing well and eating up some ground here, but it is Speed Zone, then Bishop's College. And it's very close for third and fourth. But here comes Peters, Neil Peters for Shaper. And it's Speed Zone, followed by Shaper. So to you there who was saying, let's go Shaper, that's Rasta James. Shaper picking up the second position. He will have to wait on the outcome of the second batch to know if he wins the money prize here. Speed Zone, showbolting as well, but a good race indeed.
Very poor battle passing by Bishop's College on the last leg. That would have caused them some part of an advantage.
Look at Neil Peters for Shaper in the yellow. A better third leg, he would have given a better challenge to the athlete there from Speed Zone.
Yep. So that was section 1.
But you saw
of 2 sections.
You saw the third leg of Speed Zone. He ran right in front of the athlete from Extreme Power in his lane. And yet for you didn't see the yellow flag. I mean,
yeah,
so
probably they missed that.
Section 2. Grenada Boys Secondary lane 3. 4 PBC, 5 Ace, 6 Blue Bloods, and 7 Track Blazers. So this is the second section of event number 31, under 20 boys, 4x100 meters.
So this one is expected to be another cracker. We see some familiar names there as well. Josiah Cooper, Darren Sharp, Robbie, Ronaldo Parks, Rennie Parks, the son of Rennie Parks.
Yes.
Ronaldo takes his track and field very seriously. I can tell you that. PBC Cannons, Kyle Olivier will be featured in this one. Look out for Ace. The likes of, well, Brent is out now through injury, but Troy Mason is there. So too is Shimar Thomas. And there's Blue Bloods as well. Track Blazers is also there with a formidable team, including Jared Sylvester. And Christian Gabriel is also part of that lineup.
The young man from PBC just went back for his baton, as is
so let's see how this one will turn out, but it's a measure that we're going to see here, Robbie. The athletes will be gauging themselves definitely in this one. And let's see where it goes. GBSS 3, Cannons 4, Ace 5, Blue Blood 6, and the Track Blazers in 7.
mistake I see a few athletes making. They receive the baton in one hand and switch it to the other, but it throws off the receiver.
There they go. Looking good already is Ace, making up the stagger on Blue Bloods. Ace is looking extremely good here. Hands over first. But St. David's Trailblazers is in contention. But look at Ace go. Look at Trailblazers go. There is Blue Bloods. GBSS struggling up to this point in time. Let's see what happens on the transition here now. Ace, hands over first. Trailblazers in second. GBSS getting some grounds now on Blue Bloods and goes past Blue Bloods. But it is Ace in the lead. Ace hands over now. It looks as Ace, Trailblazers. GBSS fumbling and maybe have taken it outside of the zone. But it is Ace. Trailblazers now. Trailblazers moves to the lead over Ace. Trailblazers, what a good run back here by Trailblazers over Ace. GBSS may be in contention for disqualification.
Is that Jared?
And there is Olivier bringing up the fourth place for PBC.
Well, the time to beat is 43.83 by Speed Zone, followed by the 44.14 by Shaper. So let's see the time.
So a good run here by Shavin Charles on the ankle leg for St. David's Trailblazers, as Bernard Antoine, who has been with us from all afternoon, has to take his leave now. And so Bernard, we thank you very much for being with us and for bringing the commentary to the viewers out there, and we look forward to working with you again throughout the season. Take care and so long. But look at Shavin Charles power into the finish line, going past the athlete from Ace, and indeed, Robbie, a very good run from Shavin Charles from Trailblazers. But I'm not sure if the officials would have had a look at the GBSS handover. Maybe we can ask to have...
That time was too slow even though.
No, just to see whether or not the transition was within the zone. If you can get the replay on the final handover again. It looked a little bit suspect to me, Robbie. I'm not saying it happened, but they fumbled on it and he continued running.
Yeah.
And so they may have just infringed a bit there. But no flags went up. Business as usual, as we see. As we look back here, you see GBSS in third by some distance here. He's running with his head towards the infield.
He's just in the box there now.
There was the fumble.
The box ended right there.
And
he got it in time. He got it.
Okay, so no harm done. But look at Shavin Charles here for St. David's Trailblazers. He was a mean machine in this race here, and so he poured his way to the finish line. More exciting relays ahead of us. Event number 32, the 4x100 meter relay for seniors, and we will see Speed Zone, South City Rising Stars, Ace Track Club, and the Shaper Stunners. Trailblazers is also there in lane 7. So there's going to be another medal presentation, and so what we're going to do, we're going to take a break here as well, a well-deserved break, as we go over to the stadium microphone and to bring you the medal presentation. We'll be back shortly with more track and field action right here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium.
Medal presentation for event number 26, the girls 4x100 meter relay on the 15 division. In third position, a time of 54.04 seconds, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. Second position, time of 52.06 seconds, St. David Trailblazers. And winning this event in a time of 52.01 seconds, the Anglican High School. Event 27, the boys 4x100 meter relay on the 15 division. In third position, a time of 48.72 seconds, the Blue Bloods Track Club. Second position, 48.15 seconds, the St. David Trailblazers. And winning this event in a time of 47.51 seconds, the Grenada Boys Secondary School. Event 28, the girls 4x100 meter relay under 17 division. In third position, a time of 53.17 seconds, the Blue Bloods Track Club. In second position, a time of 52.23 seconds, the Anglican High School. And winning this event in a time of 51.09 seconds, the St. David Track Blazers. Event 29, the boys 4x100 meter relay under 17 division. In third position, a time of 46.26 seconds, J.W. Fletcher, Catholic Secondary. In second position, 45.48 seconds, the PVC Cannons. And winning this event in a time of 44.45 seconds, the Grenada Boys Secondary School. Event number 30, the girls 4x100 meter relay under 20 division. In third position, the Hillsborough Secondary School, a time of 51.36 seconds. In second position, a time of 50.53 seconds, Speed Zone. And winning this event in a time of 49.36 seconds, the St. David Track Blazers. And our final presentation, event number 31, the boys 4x100 meter relay under 20 division. In third position, a time of 43.87 seconds, Ace Track Club. In second position, 43.82 seconds, Speed Zone. And winning this event in a time of 43.21 seconds, the St. David Track Blazers. We say a special thank you to Mrs. Caroline Ross Hopkin, the Managing Director at Kentucky Fried Chicken Grenada Limited. Say thank you to all of our athletes, and again a special thank you to KFC Grenada. And all the officials who are working along with us this evening. This is a special call for all the athletes who participated, specifically those who medaled in the field events. Please be on standby for your prize giving ceremony. All the athletes who participated, specifically those who medaled in the field events, please be on standby for your prize giving ceremony. Over to you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Russell. Great job, Russell. Great job. On your mark.
So we welcome you back to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium for the next track event. Is the 4x100 meters for the seniors. And we have Speed Zone, South City Rising Stars, Ace Track Club, and Shaper Stunners, as well as Track Blazers out there in lane 7.
Set.
So they're up and running, and let's see who makes up the early stagger here in the senior boys 4x100 meters. Looking good on the outside. There seems to be Shaper Stunners in lane 6. A little fumble there by Shaper Stunners, but they still move into the lead here. It looks as though it's Neil Peters again, who ran the race moments ago. Slowing down to hand over the batter. Charles is going to give good chase here to Shaper Stunners. It's going to be a close one on the final handover. Charles gaining grounds here now for Ace Track Club. Wrong hand here by Ace Track Club, but yet still getting the batter ahead. Speed Zone is making a good run. He's looking to his right, but is not aware that there's Speed Zone on his left. But it's going to be an easy win here now for Ace Track Club. But some poor batter passing on this occasion by Ace Track Club on that final leg. They were going from right to right, and the expectation is that you go from right to left.
Right to left.
Lucky
left
for them,
right.
the batter didn't drop here. But it only shows that maybe they were not ready for the event. They may have just put a team together on very short notice.
Yes, you're right, because the athletes that run the bends, they normally have the baton in their right hands.
And you see that right to right there. That's a recipe for disaster there.
Yeah.
Lucky for them, they were able to do it successfully. And then he was looking to his right for Track Blazers, not being aware that Speed Zone was on his left. And he must have heard something from somewhere, accelerated a little bit here now, and then showbolted towards the end. Again, something we don't encourage here, Robbie, from the athletes.
Well, if you look, you realize all the athletes on the final leg had the baton in their right hand, because they're switching the batons. And they're losing crucial time, whether it's 100 of a second or 1,000 of something is being lost.
Absolutely. So the time 43.24 seconds. The record 41.40. And so some distance away from the record as well. The girls are going to be next up on the track for the 4x400 meter relay on the 15. And the 4x4s are always exciting relays, Robbie. And so in the 4x4 on the 15, we should see 7 teams: Trailblazers, Bishop's College, Anglican High School, Hillsborough Secondary, Extreme Power, Blue Bloods, and St. Joseph Convent.
I have my money on Trailblazers for this one.
Interestingly, we don't have a female edition of the 4x1 for the senior girls. I'm not sure.
I guess maybe the teams don't have the personnel. I mean, they don't have enough athletes.
So, from what we're hearing on the stadium microphone from the announcer, it's going to be the fan race. They're asking for the first 8 ladies to come on down to the track. I'm sure they'll be giving prize monies as well, so it might be a good little bit of encouragement for them. There might just be a bucket of KFC on the finish line too, Robbie.
What an incentive.
It's a 60-meter dash for the fan race, and they're asking for 8 females to come on down to the track. I'm sure there are some of you who are on the live feed. If you were here at the stadium, you might have taken advantage of this offer.
60-meter dash. Come on, ladies. The final race.
So some of these fans may want to consider coming on down, especially those who have run in the school years. So a very large crowd here at the National Stadium to witness the KFC Relay Meet. Bleachers filled to capacity on one side and some spillover on the other. The main pavilion filled to capacity as well. And the athletes are staged on the secondary pavilion, and quite a number of them there as well. So we have one person already down for the fan race. And they're trying to see if they can get an additional 7 persons to make a fill lane. I would think the ladies might do a 60 and the men might do an 80.
Let's see. As you said, I mean, a bucket of chicken is a good incentive.
Spicy or original, Robbie? A combination, leg, thigh, breast. And of course, an envelope would be an added incentive.
The icing on the cake. Oh, you got some ladies, man.
There they are, man. Maybe they were just trying to make their way onto the track. This youngster here having his moment as well. Oh yeah, she used to be an athlete in the day as well. I know she works at...
Even this one here, the white vest, works at Grenada.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's the one I was referring to, actually. And there's a youngster there as well. You know?
Even that looks like Samuel. Let's run for high school. Also a worker at Grenada. Grenada probably should have a good team.
That's so now they're coming in drones, it seems.
You might have to have 2 batches.
Somebody has their shoes in their hands. So it's all excitement, added features here at the KFC National Relay Meet. It's part of the entertainment package, I would think, Robbie. So and the stadium alongside is having some fun with them as well. SJC Anglican High School. Oh, she's an athlete. That's she's a national athlete as well. She plays football for the national team too. All the schools are represented here. Many of them are.
They should give the young ones a little head start, man.
There's going to be some excitement here.
We want to take it out of the shoes.
We don't know how to call it. We're just going to tell you that they're going to be running to the finish line. Look, more ladies going onto the track. And we see the men warming up as well. It seems to be more serious for the men. And they're up and running. They're gone. They're gone. Where is Grenada? The power is out. It seems. Oh, there's a mishap there. Boy. And that's the youngster from Boca Secondary School. She's an active athlete. She was down to run earlier on today, and she's the eventual winner. But somebody went down.
Yeah, Samuel of Grenada.
She must have left some skin on the track as well.
And she was over 3rd position at the time, you know.
I'm just trying to remember her name, but she plays football. She's a good track athlete as well.
Going live, somebody might be able to tell you.
Yeah, I saw her on the list to run earlier today as well. There she is, very comfortable looking over to. But a good race indeed. It's just unfortunate that somebody went down. But in these kind of events where people don't prepare for you, that may be your first time on the synthetic track as well.
That's true.
And she may have been barefooted, so these things can happen. The men look a lot more serious.
Clothes and sneakers, or
Maybe there's more KFC on the finish line now. But there was no 2nd and 3rd call for men's participation. Wesley College. Shaper is in the house, as we told. They having their fun down there as well. Somebody from SAS is there too. And there are some youngsters as well. So it's a mixed batch. So the youngsters are asked to move on. This for the men. So there are money prizes too, man. Robbie, it's what going for, man.
You know, if I didn't have that bad hamstring, I would have been on the track as well.
So I believe the young lady might have been jinxed by Simone Jackson. She was saying, please, no falling. So some go down, some stay up. But it's just going to be sit and go. Looks like a four-star, but they're up and running. The one in the national colors here looking good. But there goes another one here who breaks the tape now. Wins the money prize. And there they go. Fan race. Male version of the fan race. As we see the replay here of the men's fan race. And some are running, some are walking, it seems. There they go, 60 meters fan race. There's going to be another medal presentation. They're coming fast and furious now, the medal presentations. And then we're going to continue with the 4x400 meter relays. The under 15s are coming up in the girls category, and then we'll have the boys. And then we're going to go into the under 17. So the next event is going to be event number 35, and there are 40 events carded for completion. So we're down to the final 5 relays to bring the curtains down on the 2020 KFC National Relay Competition.
Bank Intercall. Come out families, come out past students, come out school-based supporters for the return of competition on the track and in the field, because Intercall is back.
Today, March 14th and Sunday, March 15th. It's National Champs. Grenada James Athletic Stadium. The athletes selected for Carifta and other regional meets. Local clubs, schools, and clubs from St. Vincent will compete in competitive track and field events. National Champs. Saturday, 14th and Sunday, March 15th.
No, she wasn't ready.
So thank you
she
very
wasn't
much.
Ready.
We're preparing for another prize giving ceremony. This time to recognize the athletes who medaled in the field events. So another prize giving ceremony. And to assist us with the distribution of these prizes, we invite our very own, an aerospace engineer and a son of the soil back home to serve. Put your hands together for Mr. Kent Mitchell. Prize giving ceremony for event number 1, the men shot put open. In third position, throwing a distance of 15.1 meters from Hillsborough Secondary, Brian Batiste. In second position, throwing a distance of 16.16 meters from St. David Trailblazers, Josh Hazard. And winning this event with a distance of 16.19 meters from St. David Trailblazers, Claudson Samuel. Event number 2, the boys javelin throw on the 17th division. In third position, throwing a distance of 51.92 meters from the Blue Bloods Track Club, Keishon Clark. In second position, with a distance of 53.86 meters from the St. David Trailblazers, Kizim Collins. And winning this event, establishing a new record, 60.44 meters from the St. David Trailblazers, Cameron Thomas. Event number 3, the women's shot put open. In third position, a distance of 11.53 meters from the St. David Trailblazers, Jody Mann. In second position, 11.65 meters from Bishop's College, Jamora Alves. And winning this event, establishing a new record, 14.42 meters from St. David Trailblazers, Kelsey Morel Ross. Event number 4, the men's javelin throw open. In third position, a distance of 63.26 meters from St. David Trailblazers, DeAndre Collins. Second position, a distance of 67.38 meters from St. David Trailblazers, Albert Reynolds. And winning this event from the St. David Trailblazers, establishing a new record, 78.3 meters. Mark him, Felix. We say a special thank you to all of our athletes, and thank you to Mr. Kent Mitchell for assisting with this evening's prize giving ceremony.
Welcome you back to the live feed from the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, the 2020 KFC National Relay Meet. We've just witnessed another of the presentations to the winners, and we're going to continue with some more track action with the 4x400 meter relay under 15 girls. So we're down to the final 5 relays before we put a wrap on today's track meet. And so we ask you to stay with us for the final 5 exciting relays.
Pretty much running on schedule, because if you look at your program, you see that at 7:30 we should have event 35 4x4 U15. And it's actually 7:25, so they're actually 5 minutes ahead.
Yeah, so that's good. That's good. But what I just want to comment, Robbie, on the last medal presentation again and the dominance of St. David's Track Blazers. You see, they won quite a number of the first place prizes, and they were featured in almost all of the events, either second or third. So they've really done well today, and we've come to expect that from them. And they really didn't disappoint themselves and the fans, who would have come all the way from St. David's. They are the only set of fans I see with T-shirts here today with
the team's name.
Not only the team's name, but I think it was in support of Anderson Peters.
I mean, it says a lot about the organization of the club. They seem to be well organized, so everything else will fall into place. Once you have good administrators, I mean, especially in sporting club, well, regardless of sporting clubs or business or so, you will do well.
So this broadcast is brought to you from the production team of TNR Communications, and of course they are available for covering all events. They are the ones who also do the Knowledge Bowl and the secondary school quiz, and they do a lot of religious events, weddings, almost anything TNR Communication can do for you. And they're fully equipped with some state-of-the-art equipment, an excellent production team, and they deliver very, very good production.
TNR was a grouping that covered the Soca Monarch in Trinidad last night?
I don't think so.
Okay, all right.
So we must give full kudos to Richie and the entire team, Blondell, who's on the switchboard here, and all of the cameramen. We're going to mention the names later on, but they've done an excellent job. And our friend here on the drone, our replay guy as well. So they're all here doing their bits and pieces, and our cameramen down on the field. It's an excellent production from TNR Communications. Look forward for more to come in the track and field season. They'll be doing the private primary school games, they'll be doing the intercall games, and I'm sure they're in negotiation for some other events as well. TNR Communication it is. So there's nothing actually happening on the track, but we're getting ready for event number 35, the 4x400 meters. And as we continue to see, well, the cruise ship is still here, and the main pavilion is filled to capacity. The main bleachers is also filled, and there is some spillover onto the secondary bleachers. So a very good turnout indeed, and kudos to the organizers for the promotional activities that they will have had, and for all the efforts that they put into ensuring that the patrons are aware of this event and make it down to the National Stadium. And to those of you who are viewing on the World Wide Web, on the Facebook platform of TNR Communication, we thank you for joining us, and we hope that we would have brought some excellent commentary to you to bring it live and living to you on your mobile devices, at home or on the go. And you can look forward to some more track and field commentary. So, Blondell, someone is asking to show them the cruise ship. I don't know if we can get a good shot of the cruise ship at this hour of the night. But there is it in the background, the cruise ship. It's been here all day. Maybe they don't want to leave. Grenada is so nice. Some of them may still be on the beach, I would presume. Yeah. So we're going to leave you with some shots from around the stadium, and as soon as the action resumes on the track, we're going to come back with more live action for you.
the schedule. We have 2 more events to conclude the 2020 National Relay Meet powered by KFC. We'll have the 4x4 Women Open, and we'll have the 4x4 Men Open. So we'll have 2 more events.
Let's go back.
To conclude.
So we welcome you back, viewers, to the KFC National Relay Meet, and there has been an adjustment in the program. So instead of 5 events, we're going to have 2 more events, and the 2 events would be the 4x400 meters open for girls and the 4x400 meter open for boys. So we're down to the penultimate event. It's an open event, and then there's going to be the final event, another open event for the boys. And I think, Robbie, the reason for that, the athletes may be tired, 1. 2, some of the athletes may have had to double up on some of the events. And so the organizers may have seen it fit now to integrate all of these events and just have 2 more events.
Yeah, I mean, good vision by good vision by the organizers and taking initiative to shrink it.
So they should have had the 4x4 for the under 15s, the under 17s, and then the open events. So what they have done now is integrated all of the female events into an open event, and all of the male events also into an open event. So we just left with 2 more events before we bring the curtains down on the 2020 KFC National Relay Meet.
Track and field is in good hands, Smitty. I think it's only a matter of time before we really excel on a major level. You spoke earlier about our rankings at the Carifta. I think probably we're top 6. Some good years might reach as far as 4th or even 3rd, and some we might just come back down to 5th or 6th. But I think we are top 6 for sure. Jamaica, Bahamas, Barbados, Trinidad, they're all up there. With Jamaica being the Mecca, being the powerhouse, but we are respected, and it's only a matter of time that we produce a lot more athletes, top-class athletes on a more consistent level. It's going to happen. We have the talent, and we have more and more of our student athletes getting scholarships to universities in the States, and it all augurs well for the improvement of them and of our overall ranking.
Yeah, and I think we have a huge registry of coaches as well who have had at least some formal training. What I think we need to invest more into is how we get the coaches to deliver at the next level. So the coaches need to take it a little further now, to put the nutrition into the training regime, to put weights, to put strengthening in the off season and everything else that they know better than you and I, Robbie, and see how we can get. I think facilities too is a major player. So whereas we have the national stadium, it's more than that is considered as facilities, right? The proper gyms, the equipment in the gyms, the nutrition, as I mentioned,
trainers at the gym,
etc.
What do you think of having another rubber track somewhere in St. Andrew or St. Patrick?
Well, I think the time has come for us to have that. I mean, I think St. Andrews might be the most appropriate place, or maybe St. David's.
Or St. David.
Because these are 2 of the springs, or the areas where we have a lot of the athletes coming from. And Las Vegas is an excellent facility that can accommodate that.
But I wasn't even thinking of putting it on an existing field. I'm thinking of creating a field, because you see, let's face it, our grounds are shared between track and field, cricket and football. And there can be a marriage between an inner facility between football and track and field. But the problem is cricket. I mean, Las Vegas is one of the best grounds on the island for cricket. So how can how could you put a rubber track there? You're going to have that conflict there. But if you can create a whole new facility just for track and field, or again, it can be shared between track and field and football, so the facility gets more usage. Because sports is seasonal. But I agree with you. We need that second facility, that athletes get a chance to train more often on a proper tracks. And it's going to improve. We want to improve on our athletes, on their timings, the distance they throw, everything's going to improve once you have proper facility. Because so many of our athletes run on grass track, and unless you come to the stadium for a meet, then you experience the rubber track.
And I agree with you, Robbie, and I think what we also need to look at, I've heard the minister in recent times talking about the national sports policy that is up for public comment and consultation now. I'm aware also that there was a sports policy that was developed some years ago, so it'd be good to see what is inside of that policy and how it would aid the development of all of the sporting disciplines, not only from the facility standpoint, but from every other sector that is involved in sports development. And it would be good to get a copy of that and see what's in there and how we can contribute towards the development of that process. But the need for other facilities with the synthetic track, I think, is key now, especially in one of the rural communities, as it's a germplasm for a lot of the national athletes. I mean, we have to face it, St. George's area does not produce a whole lot of the national athletes or even footballers and cricketers and so on. And so that investment might be more fitting in the rural communities. Nonetheless, we're getting started for the live track action. It's the penultimate event. The 4x400 meters open for females. And from the looks of it, we see the likes of Anglican High School, St. David's Track Blazers, Hillsborough Secondary, St. Joseph Convent, St. George's. And on the other side, I'm not sure, that could be Ace Track Club. So is the 4x400 meters open for women. The time to beat here is 4 minutes, 1.0 seconds. St. David's Track Blazers 2013 as the record holder. So there they go. The start of the penultimate event, the 4x400 meters open for female. And track as Ace, I beg your pardon, out with a burst of speed. And whether or not she can maintain that, time will tell. But St. David's Track Blazers, they're going to be given good challenge. So too is Anglican High School and St. Joseph Convent and Hillsborough Secondary. But it is Ace at the moment. Ace Track Club out of St. Andrews area. And that's Nadia Alexander. So it's good to see Nadia Alexander back on the track. She was a phenomenal athlete in her day for St. Joseph Convent, St. Andrews. Has put on quite some weight as well, but holding her own still as an athlete who has gone through the secondary school circuit for quite a while now. And St. David's Track Blazers brings it home, brings it in first, followed by SJC St. George's, and that looks like Flavini here on the second leg for
Convent St. George's.
Convent St. George's. Shaba in the barber shop. You should be tuned into your mobile device now to spur on. I'm sure her mom is here as well. Kenisha Pascal it is. Oh, they're not going to hold her today, Robbie. She's just going to extend the lead here for St. David's Track Blazers. So Pascal, and then there is the athlete from Ace. We'll try to get a close-in shot on her and tell you who she is actually from Ace. But it's Kenisha Pascal out there from Track Blazers. And for Ace, it's actually Corinne Mason. That's Corinne Mason for Ace in second position. Kenisha Pascal of St. David's Track Blazers in the lead. And then there is Flavini from the St. Joseph Convent, St. George's. And then there's Anglican High School and Hillsborough Secondary. A good run by Kenisha. She is more known for her middle and long distance running. She brings it home. She brings it in first. Then there is Ace Track Club. And then we expect SJC St. George's. But Anglican High School running back nicely here to hand over third. So they've nicely grouped at the back here. But up front it is St. David's Track Blazers. And then there is Ace giving some good challenge. But she has some ground to catch up on. I'm sure Janaya Thomas will anchor this one for St. David's Track Blazers.
Certainly.
And with any lead whatsoever, they're not going to be catching Janaya Thomas today.
That's Karina Primus for Ace.
So there they go, about to make that final hand over. Arms pumping, momentum good, maintaining good form is the athlete from St. David's Track Blazers, followed by Ace. And that's indeed Jonaya Thomas. It's curtain call. I think we can
You have a crystal ball,
call this one over. Jonaya Thomas, phenomenal athlete, 400 meters, one of her pet events. She's a deck athlete as well. There she goes. Smooth as butter, as we say, Jonaya Thomas. And then there is Ace Track Club. We're not sure who's in the third position now, but it could be Anglican High School, it could be St. Joseph Convent, St. George's. But what a good leg as Jonaya looks over her left shoulder to see where the competition is coming from. She doesn't see it at all. She's running for maybe time, running against the clock. And she's going to give off the last bit of energy she has towards the finish line. Jonaya Thomas it is. But a good run from the athlete from Ace. She would have narrowed some gap here between herself and Jonaya Thomas. But Jonaya is really coasting home now. It's an easy victory for St. David's Track Blazers. The final event for the females, won by St. David's Track Blazers. In second position, Ace Track Club. And a good run here for third and fourth between Hillsborough Secondary and St. Joseph Convent. Hillsborough Secondary is going to pick up the bronze here. A good run. We're going to see who it is in a short while. But a good run here from Hillsborough Secondary and St. Joseph Convent. St. George's in fourth. Good run from Karakou, Robbie.
Very good. I mean, you know, it's a costly experience for them to come down here for this meet. So they have to bring their best athletes and look to get the best out of it. Good fight by Karakou, by Hillsborough Secondary.
Indeed, that's Jonaya Thomas there for you, anchoring her team to victory in the 4x400 meters open for females. Good run by Karakou to pick up the bronze medal, and in second was Ace Track Club. So just off the record too, the record is 4 minutes 1.0 seconds, and they would have done 4 minutes 1.31 seconds.
Oh, barely. Had she run a bit faster on that last leg, they'd have done it.
Had Jonaya pushed everything on that last leg, the record would have been up for grabs here. And that record goes far back as 2013 by St. David's Track Blazers.
7 years. Well, at least they've been breaking their own record, right?
Absolutely so.
Yeah. So here we are at our very last event at this meet, KFC 2020 Relay Meet. Men's 4x4 Open Relay. Ace, South City, Bluebirds, Grenada Boys Secondary, Track Blazers, Extreme Power, Speed Zone, Hillsborough Secondary, Boca Secondary, and Bishop's College.
So 10 teams are registered for this event. So far on the track we see 3, 6, 8 teams. I'll let you know who's now there. I've not seen Bishop's College, and I have not seen Boca Secondary. So Ace is there, GBSS is there.
Right there, Boca's in grey.
So South City Rising Stars is missing there. So I see Ace, I see GBSS, Speed Zone. What should be Blue Bloods, GBSS, Track Blazers, Extreme Power seems to be out as well. South City Rising Stars is there. I see Shakim.
Yes. Well,
Hillsborough is out as well.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's 7, so 3 are missing. Bishop's College for sure. I'm not seeing Bluebirds, Blue Bloods,
and Extreme Power.
Who is all in black there?
All in black there should be, that's right after Speed Zone, that should be Hillsborough Secondary. No, that's not Hillsborough Secondary.
South City Rising Stars. Boca Secondary is also in the race. Track Blazers.
So it's the final event for the day, Robbie, and as we were saying earlier on, it's been a pretty much decent meet. Some good competition. It's maybe the first time the athletes are really testing themselves against real competition. It's like the opener for the season, and some of the athletes have really given a good account of themselves. Many of the schools have not yet had their school sports meet, and so they're not yet competition ready, I would think. And a lot of the athletes definitely will not be peaking at this time.
Yeah.
So it's good to gauge themselves and to see where they are at the beginning of the season. And as the season progresses, we expect to see better times, better performances from them. But nonetheless, it's a very good national KFC meet, powered by KFC, of course. And a lot of the athletes will be going back to what we often refer to as the drawing board, Robbie, to fine-tune their craft and to get themselves competition ready for some of the other events later on in the season.
Yeah, it's going to be a packed season. National champs, Woodson Tides. Some of them will be allowed to run at the Invitational.
And another thing we didn't see too much of today were injuries.
Yes.
We saw the 1 or 2 with
very little.
Brent Charles and a youngster from PBC. But you expect at the beginning of the season when athletes are not fully ready, when they have not trained properly, to see injuries. But that has not been the case. So they're getting ready for the 4x400 meter event. It has started now. Is the final event for the day. Keon Charles and Jelani Franklin, that's Ace and Speed Zone respectively. Jelani Franklin is here again, Robbie. And Kieran Charles from Ace. These are athletes that are on the circuit every year. Shakim is there also, but Shakim is more known for the 5,000 meters.
Yeah, longer events, yes.
Speed Zone is there. Ace is there, as I mentioned. St. David's Track Blazers, GBSS, Boca Secondary. Well, it's Jelani Franklin of Speed Zone who leads this one over Kieran Charles of Ace. First standover, Speed Zone comes out first, followed by Ace. Speed Zone extending the lead over Ace. St. David's Track Blazers in third, GBSS in fourth. Well, it is Speed Zone in the final event for the day. And that looks like the athlete.
Look at Power Extreme in fifth.
But Ace moves into the lead now. And St. David's is also gaining ground on Speed Zone. Speed Zone falling back. But Ace. Good run here from Ace. St. David's Track Blazers on the shoulders now of Speed Zone. GBSS is making a good run as well. But look at Ace. Hand over by Ace now. Then it's Track Blazers from St. David's. Speed Zone, then GBSS. But Ace is gone. They've left them in the dust here now. Keep your eyes on the track. Ace with in a commanding position here as they battle for that final event. And it looks as though it's Adam Peters. That's Adam Peters, formerly of SAS, who is running here for Ace. Phenomenal athlete in the secondary school, and it's going to be a humongous effort for the athlete from Track Blazers to catch up with Peters here. Adam Peters of Ace is going to be a difficult undertaking here for the rest of the field.
Boca Secondary.
A good run back here by Boca. GBSS is fading in the back. Final handover now. Peters hands over. And then it is St. David's Track Blazers. GBSS in third. Then there is Boca Secondary. Then Speed Zone falling back. But look at him here now. A familiar face for Ace. Kendall McIntosh. McIntosh it is. And he's been challenged here by Jared Sylvester. He looks like Sylvester here. That's indeed Jared Sylvester, a phenomenal athlete as well. But I think the lead was just too much here for Jared. He has his work cut out for him. It's going to be a huge undertaking for him. He's not going to catch Kendall McIntosh. He's going to close the gap. He's accelerating here. But for him to catch Kendall is going to be maybe the race of the day, the performance of the day. Kendall is really tightening up and tiring. But so too is Jared Sylvester. A good run back by Jared here. But Kendall wins it for Ace. A nice conclusion, Robbie, to the final event of the day.
Perfect conclusion. I mean, I love to see Jared Sylvester. He's a fighter, Smitty.
Indeed, a huge fighter. And he really created some anxious moments for the camp of Ace.
Yes.
Because he was actually closing that gap between himself and Kendall McIntosh. But again, a good and fitting way to bring the curtains down on the 2020 edition of the KFC National Relay Meet. High fives all around. I'm sure the patrons who are here are well satisfied with the outcome of this year's meet. So too are we at the commentary position here. And so we'd like to thank all of the viewers who have joined us We're just about the 1,000-meter mark, 1,000-meter viewership here now. Indeed, a good achievement here for TNR Communications and the organizers of this meet. What a great race to bring the curtains down. And it's only the start of the athletic season here. There are many more events to come, the national champs, the Whitsuntide Games, the invitational meet, the character trials, etc., Robbie. It all sets the tone for an exciting track and field season.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. This here is promise.
Indeed, and if you look back, Robbie, there were some very outstanding performances, and I think the two most outstanding performances would have been in the shot put for the female.
Kelsey Morel Ross
establishing a new record, and of course in the javelin open male as well, with
Markim
Felix breaking the record several times today. And
eventually ended at what, 78.3?
Just over 78 meters today is Markim Felix. And I'm sure he's getting himself ready to maybe attempt the 80-meter mark.
Yeah, I would love to see it. I mean, as I said earlier, it's the road to Tokyo, and it begins right here in St. George's.
So we thank you for viewing us. We also want to big up the entire TNR Communications team. And I just want to mention the names of some of the persons who have made this broadcast possible. So we had Blondell George here, Carl Strawn, Gary Stephen, Oswin, Roger Joseph, Reggie Joseph. We also had Ron Diali, and of course we had Oswin Paul, and the executive director himself, Richie Olivier, all of TNR Communication. We want to thank the organizers of the KFC National Relay Meet 2020, and for all those who would have made the broadcast possible. To you out there on the World Wide Web, Robbie, we've had a very interesting meet, a very good one in my opinion, a lot of good performances. Some of the teams will obviously have to go back and sharpen up themselves and get themselves ready for the rest of the season. But your overall take on today's track meet?
You know, it's the first meet of the year. You know, we didn't expect, at least I didn't expect nothing much in terms of spectacular times and distances and so forth. Obviously, Kelsey and Markim, they were like, "Hey, Robbie, we're gonna change that perspective." But smooth event, well organized, good competition. I know for sure the fans got what they wanted, probably even more. And it all sounds good. It's a good start for the season. And you can only build. You can't get worse. You know, you can only build. But it's a very good start for the season, and I'm satisfied.
I think so too. As I mentioned earlier, there were some outstanding performances. So again, we want to thank you. We still have the final medal presentation, and for all of your kind comments and sentiments to the entire TNR Communication team, we say you're welcome to those comments. And join us for some more track and field action later on in the season as we bring it to you. We're going to close the curtains here now, but we're going to leave you with some shots from around the venue and the final closing ceremony and presentation. From all of us here, from the commentator's position, Robert Samuel, the mayor of Belmont, Robert Samuel the first, and myself, Leslie Smith, we say thank you and so long. Join us again next time for more live track and field action right here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Thank you and good night.
So get them safely. Thanks. We have another presentation, I think. Thanks again. Thanks to everyone for coming out. Great games. Thanks to KFC. See you out. See you at the next event at the National Stadium.
Oh, got a blast. Javelin make no more when you super dog. No terrorist, no bad. So the Javelin. Give him money, the king, you don't want to get dirty. It's marriage to make it. It's marriage to make it. Javelin make people man like that security. It's marriage to make it. It's marriage to make it. Bonjour, bonjour. It's marriage to make it. It's marriage to make it. In your place, I don't want you talking my face. I don't want you eating my waist. I don't want you sleep on my place. Hey, y'all, like it or hearing. Find the clothes you was wearing. 4 o'clock in the morning, just put on your clothes and then go. As when they come for gun in the night, they
Thank you, DJ. Just one. And urgent. Yeah, there's a page here. Somebody lost the phone. We have a phone in our possession here at the finish line. It's a Samsung 7 Edge. So look for your phone. If you realize you missed your phone or you lost your phone, Mr. Elcock at the finish line is in possession of the phone. You can come and identify yourself and collect your phone. So has the phone gone? We found the phone. Check to see if you have your phone, and you can come on down to the finish line and get your phone. Thank you. Again, get them safely. Thank you so much. See you again at the next event at the National Stadium. Hi, Donna. Nice to see you, Donna. You're a true fan of the sport. Thank you, Russell, for another great show. Great job, Russell. You're the best. Yeah. Thanks again.
And of course, thank you as well, Lester. It's an absolute pleasure working with you.